Hello, everybody, and welcome to the One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Major from PAX East. My name is AzumoQT, and I'm joined by That's Admirable. How you doing, man?
Doing fantastic. I've been looking forward to this event for quite a long time, and now it's finally here. And boy, do we have a great player for the first match.
Yes, we do. It's going to be Reynad versus Kunadiso, and we got to give you guys a little bit of introduction for this event because it was sort of added to the One Nation of Gamers circuit pretty recently. It's a $10,000 prize pool tournament that's being held on the PAX East floor. We gave some players some sort of invitations to come. It is open though. There was 128 slots that were open to people that were walking around, PAX East. And it is, like I said, $10,000 prize pool with 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points to give away. So, a true Hearthstone major. So it's going to be, a lot of great action. Of course, this does play into the One Nation of Gamers circuit as well, since the winner of this major does get a spot at the PAX Prime One Nation of Gamers 2016 circuit grand finals, which is going to be happening at PAX Prime at the end of the year. So lots of great stuff, Admirable. This is going to be an exciting weekend full of matches.
Yeah, a lot of great players came out for this one. Just some of the notable players for this event. You're looking at Zalay from Archon turned up, as well as Orange. Firebat and Strifecrow from Cloud9 turned up at this event. We're talking VLPS, the Rat Trump, Reynad, as you can see, playing in the first match here, as well as Amnesia from Archon. He showed up for this event as well, a North American champion. It's coming in, as well as Nostum, who is runner-up at North America's Winter Championship in this event as well. It's a pretty stacked field for some of these guys, and this one's a really important one to win. As you mentioned, 43 points up for grabs. That's going to ensure players a spot in that spring championship should they be lacking those points. And then furthermore, also leads into that end of year playoff spot where the top 8 players in points have a chance to make it to BlizzCon as well.
Yeah, and basically how this tournament is going to work is it's just a giant single elimination open. It's basically 256. But there is a bit over, I believe, 120 spots. That means that a lot of players are going to get first-round buys moving into that first round. And it is going to be Conquest, of course, with one ban, as you can see on the screen. So it's basically just the same type of tournament they're used to. Of course, we do want to give a big shout-out to the sponsors that make things possible before we jump into this first match here. GEICO Gaming and Video Game Voters Network. And, of course, CyberPower PC. Make sure you guys, if you want to enter in for a chance to win a cyber-powered PC throughout the weekend, head over to geico.onog.gg, and you guys can write on the main page there when you register for the Open, which will happen on April 30th. You also enter in to win that official cyber-powered PC. And we also want to give a big shout-out to DX Racer, Razer, and, of course, Asus, Republic of Gamers, for all their help and support. So lots of great stuff happening over the course of the weekend. We did have a quick player change here for the first matchup. It is going to be Phoenix playing against Reynad for that first matchup. So that should be a good one. We're looking at the class now. We're just waiting on the bans before we jump into this match. So the players are on floor, are on site there. So we're just waiting for the bans before we jump in.
Yeah, this is kind of a big tournament, too. This is actually like the last big tournament that's taking place before Standard hits. And then once Standard hits, you're about to see a big influx of cards into the metagame, as well as a rotation of cards out of the metagame. So this is the last one you're going to see for this metagame. And it's kind of come at a really interesting time. Like in the past couple of weeks, we've seen a few different decks like crop up at the tail end of this metagame. I look back to about 2 months ago where Candle Hunter kind of came into the metagame a little bit. Face Hunter had rotated back in quite a bit. Mind Control tech started popping up in a lot of the Druid decks to help fight off the aggressive builds. A lot of the Zoo decks had swapped over to Sea Giants and Leroy Jenkins. Some of those builds are now going back to playing Doom Guards in a lot of those circumstances because people have come prepared for cards like Leroy Jenkins, as well as sort of like a mid-range tempo warrior deck that's really cropped up lately. If you've been paying attention to the competitive scene at all, 6-0 has actually been kind of dancing at #1 rank on EU with a warrior deck that uses Cairn. It's got a copy of Varian. It's got 2 Fierce Monkeys. It is quite literally just a tempo-based warrior deck that tries to get guys on board and start punching your opponent akin to the way a Druid would.
Yeah, well, this is sort of the time to do it. You mentioned right before Standard hits in less than a week. It's pretty crazy to think this is the time to innovate because there's never going to be another chance to make decks with the current iteration of cards. There's just never going to be another chance. So I hope that we get to see some exciting decks. I hope that we get to see some upsets here. Maybe there's going to be a lot of players that are sort of unknown It's going to be a lot of players that are making it in as sort of like an open player. If you're walking around the PAX East floor and you want to participate, there might still be spots open. I don't know, but it's going to be a pretty cool weekend, and I hope that we get to see some rising stars, or maybe some of the players that are North American semi-pros that haven't sort of made a big name for themselves. Maybe they'll rise up and take the major, because not only are there implications within this major alone, but there also are implications for the entire One Nation of Gamers circuit, in that you get that spot at PAX Prime, you get that spot at the grand finals, so you get to compete for another $25,000 on top of that. So lots on the line.
Yeah, I actually was looking at the list of competitors for this event, and there's a couple of names that really stuck out to me as guys that I know their game and I respect it a lot, but they haven't really had their share of the wins quite yet, due to not being able to play in some of these events because a lot of them are invites, and just haven't really been putting up those big results that I know can be there due to their play level. And two of the players that came to mind was Astrogation, and another one was Ray C from Vicious Syndicate. Two of those guys are both fantastic players, and they've been putting in a lot of work. You'll see them on the high ranks on ladder very consistently. Those are two of the names that if they started to go a little bit further in this tournament, I really wouldn't be surprised. The fact that this one's an open, it kind of feels more like a traditional card tournament where you had to show up at the event, you had to bring your decks, and you had to play against opponents, and you had to interact with them afterwards. This wasn't like an online one or like 16 of the top players in the world invited to play off in a spectacle. This one is, you got to grind through the open field, you got to make it to the end. And I'm curious if that's influenced anyone's deck building here. When you have the smaller fields, you have a different kind of deck building you can do, where you can kind of pick the opponents that you're most worried about and tailor your strategy to them. But here you're playing against people you've quite literally never played against before, or maybe don't know anything about. And if you're one of those big names, they will know something about you.
Yeah, and we think back to PAX South, when both you and I played in the sort of opening tournament for the One Nation of Gamers 2016 circuit. We got a chance to experience sort of that open feel for Hearthstone on a PAX floor. It was very similar to this type of environment. We both played in different heats. We both had, we played in a vacuum. We didn't talk with each other, and we both ended up bringing the exact same decks to that little tournament. So there are decks that a lot of people tend to bring when they don't know what their opponents are going to bring, and those are like the best decks. I think we brought like Patron Warrior, Druid, and something else, and those are sort of the end all decks for open turn. At the time for those types. So I'm curious to see what those decks will bring, because I'm sure a lot of the players that are sort of favorites, the more known players, a lot of those guys will have similar deck lists where they're going to be bringing the best ones. And Reynad might be that. Druid, Zoo, Aggro Shaman, those are some of the best decks, the quote unquote best decks right now. So it's going to be interesting to see if those decks hold up, or if some of the decks that these open competitors are going to bring are going to shake things up and maybe put a stop to those the top four at the moment.
Yeah, bans coming in now. Reynad's Warrior has been banned out, where Phoenix's Warlock has been banned out. And Reynad's lineup is actually something I wanted to talk about with Druid, Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior. If I was going to recommend a lineup to somebody for a tournament, regardless of who they were, this is the lineup I would recommend, is these four classes. There's a little bit of dynamic between three of them. Druid, you're pretty much going to know what you're getting mixed up with when you head into the game. But the other three actually have a couple of viable builds, kind of touching back on decks that were cropping up in the metagame. Eversection was holding a top 50 rank with mid-range Shaman. And Amnesia started playing the deck. He did the same thing. He had moved in the top 50 players on ladder with mid-range Shaman as well. And I actually think it has a good matchup versus Aggro Shaman. So that's something that's really interesting to consider. Along Phoenix's side, Hunter, Paladin, Shaman, and Warlock. Really like the Warlock and Shaman placement right now. Again, it's going to be in my top four classes. Paladin has a deck that we've seen Secrets dominate before. I think a lot of pro players tend to shy away from this deck because it's more based on the power of its draws and the power of its individual cards rather than its decision making. And then Hunter is always kind of a tricky one, where if this deck goes ignored, it always seems like it's a big force. But if somebody comes prepared for Hunter, it can kind of be sort of a problem. And I think that's really what's influencing Phoenix's ban here with the Warrior, is that he knows that might be a poor matchup for his Hunter build.
Yeah, and the Hunter deck was a deck that I think was a great counter deck like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, because Secret Paladin was in everybody's lineup. Now it's sort of fallen out to where it's in probably about 50% of lineups. It's starting to realize that it has a couple of poor matchups against some of the popular decks. So Hunter is very hit or miss against like three of the classes that a lot of players are bringing, and I think that's Shaman, Druid, and Warrior. All three of those classes can steamroll right over Hunter. Hunter is there to capitalize against Secret Paladin, and it's there to capitalize against Zoo Warlock, which, to be fair, have been really popular decks. But that's sort of the wild card deck right now, and I think it'll probably be the wild card deck throughout the tournament, as you sort of alluded to. So we'll definitely have to see. I'm curious to see what types of Warlock and Warrior are going to be coming out from Reynad here. He's a player it's impossible to pinpoint exactly what he's trying to do, judging by his deck lineups, because sometimes he'll have a lineup that makes sense when you look at the classes, but then you'll look at the actual deck, like the actual archetype, and he'll bring something that's completely random. Like he'll throw a handlock into like a full aggro deck list, or he'll throw a weird warrior, like a patron warrior with Reynad texts into a full control lineup. So it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I would definitely consider him one of the players who's more willing to take risks with his deck building. And that's something that's necessary to win tournaments at times. I mean, when you're competing against players who are of excellent caliber, or sometimes the players who are a little bit unpredictable, having that unpredictable measure of your own can work against both of those fields that are in there, as well as just the fact that if you have a card in your deck that's unique, you put it in there for a reason. You didn't just stick it in there because you've thought about the implications of what that card means and what it's trying to accomplish within your builds. And Reynad is certainly, I think, one of the guys who's, like I said, more willing to take risks in these kind of events. I think back to 2014 in the EU playoffs for the BlizzCon spot, where he brought Aggro Rogue into his lineup, and that was like completely unexpected. I don't think there was a single player that expected Aggro Rogue. And while it didn't necessarily perform very well for him, the point that I'm trying to make here is he had a distinct plan with that Aggro Rogue. He had a game plan in mind that was intended to target certain kinds of strategies, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. But when those risks do pay off, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for those big moments where what you did stood out against everybody else. And I think a lot of players, myself included, are not necessarily willing to take those kinds of risks. But Reynad, it's like you said, it's going to be difficult to pinpoint what this guy has. If you see something more standard, I expect it to be more standard. But as soon as you see one off card, that's when you know that all bets are off.
All bets are off. That's right. And I believe we're going to be jumping into match number 1 here of the Hearthstone One Nation of Gamers Major from PAX East. It is going to be Reynad versus Phoenix. Keep in mind, guys, if you're just tuning in, this is a $10,000 prize pool major that's going to be happening over the course of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There's also 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points to give away, and there's also that spot at the One Nation of Gamers 2016 Circuit Grand Finals, which is at PAX Prime in August. So lots on the line for these guys. And I think it's going to be great. Where, like I said, we're moments away. The players are selecting their decks for the first matchup, and we'll see if this is single elimination. Keep in mind, this is a giant bracket that is single elimination, so very, very volatile. So we're going to be spotlighting Reynad in this first matchup. If he gets knocked out, then it's going to be pretty nuts. Nuts.
Volatile is kind of an understatement. As well. I mean, I think of like some other games like Best of One and Counter-Strike. The variation that comes into that game, which basically has no variation in the actual gameplay itself, other than player positionings and like attack plans. Hearthstone's a card game. You can come with more prepared strategies, but that's kind of the beauty of the game. It's like the double-edged sword, where on one side you know that you have the favorable side of things. But sometimes, even though you have the favorable side, you just lose anyway. And it's outside of your control that you lose. And so how does that influence people's future decisions and so on and so forth? Like, it's a big building process. The guy who wins this tournament almost certainly is not the best player at the tournament. It's just the one who had the best performing lineup and the guy who performed the best today. And that's something that's really unique to single elimination formats, is that volatility. The fact that quite literally, I think almost anyone has a better chance to win from a person-to-person perspective than you would in, say, like a triple elimination best-of-7 style of match, where there are these long, grueling matches, and you have to get unlucky a number of times to fall out of those events. And that one, you're likely going to see the player who prepared the most and who was the best have the best chance to win. But in this one, it's like the guy who just gets those insane draws game after game, he's looking to take down some cash here today.
I want to see a Mayhem style open where it's just as many players as you can fit into one bracket, single deck, best of one, single elimination. Like just a 2,000, 2,500 man open bracket where it's just single deck, single elimination, best of one, and see like what deck comes on top. If like a player with having to play in, I don't know, was that 14 rounds or something ridiculous like that, a player that has to go 14-0 with a single deck, like what kind of variance that has, what deck comes out on top, what player comes out on top. If there's any tournament organizers out there, I'll cast it.
I'll cast it with them.
Yeah.
I'll just ride the coattails of TJ's success.
We call it the Mayhem Open. There you go. Boom. It's already got a name. All right. Well, it looks like we are going to be jumping in to the first match here in just a second here. I know I've been saying that for like 45 seconds, but this is live from the PAX East floor. So this is pretty cool. If you are, in the area, or I guess you have to have a PAX badge. But if you're watching this on your phone from a corner in PAX, then head over to the actual booth and watch it live, you pleb.
Do it exactly what TJ said, regardless of what he actually told you to say. It's going to be Aggro Shaman versus Zoo. Raynet's open. You got an Argent Squire and Ruby Knight, 2 power overwhelmings, Sea Giant and the Coin, versus a Leopard Gnome start for Phoenix. He's also got Earth Shock, Tunnel Trog, Lava Shock, and Totem Golem back behind with this one. And this is looking like it's going to be a great turn for him. Earth Shock, of course, a great answer for that one. And a little bit of Tunnel Trog action. Raynet's finds himself a little bit behind on board, but Zoo is one of those decks that it usually takes to about turn 4 to solidify its board presence. And with Nerubian Egg, Power Overwhelming, and now with a freshly drawn Implosion, it's looking like he's got a good chance of taking control of this one.
Yeah. And this matchup is pretty crazy. There's a lot of swing turns that can happen. It basically comes down to how much minion damage and how much board control the Shaman can have, like going into like turn 4. Because after turn 4, a lot of times their board's not guaranteed, and if they can get 15 plus damage on before turn 4, turn 5, then they're in great shape because the Warlock's probably got a tap. A lot of their cards become unplayable. They have to sort of go into a race scenario. Ooh, and that is...
yeah. Wow. Second Urshok drawn from Phoenix, too. I think a big influence of the decision Reynan had this turn of implosioning here is the fact that Phoenix is almost never going to have a second copy of Urshok in this deck. Like, I've seen players trim the one that was included in the early iterations of this build. Phoenix has brought 2 of them, so he's going to be able to rip this Nerubian Egg apart. And then Reynan also got super unlucky to roll this 2 on Implosion, and that 2 plus this second Urshok, I think might have been enough to push this game out of control.
Yikes. This is as bad as it can get. And even the Spell Power Totem, which sort of gets rid of the chance to even Power Overwhelming the Egg. It's not going to get into Rubian anymore, but even just Power Overwhelming the Egg to not have to give up one of your 1/1s in order to do that could end up being a pretty big deal. He does end up getting a 1-mana Sea Giant down, but I think it might be too little too late. We'll have to see. He does get that Voidwalker out, so he is going to be able to block the attacks of these Leper Gnomes. He's going to have to draw into some burn, but there's plenty of burn in this deck.
Yeah, it's Lava Shock with the Spell Power Totem. You take out that 1/3, and then these 2 ones are just going to keep going face. Leper Gnomes are so scary when they're left unchecked. I mean, that's the big power of this card, is if you play it early on and your opponent can't manage to just deal 1 damage to these guys, they're going to get in for, you're looking 4 to 8 damage apiece on those cards. And with Rated already at 15 and Warlock Hero Power being kind of like the bread and butter of this class, the fact that Phoenix has attacked very early on, got some good RNG at the start of it on that Implosion, plus drawing the second Urshok, I think this one is just over. I mean, not only that, but he's got the Taunt Totem out for the Sea Giant. So Reyned's race potential is just lost at this point.
Yeah. And there's not really much he can draw at this stage. I mean, he can hope to pick up like an Implosion and then hope that Phoenix draws into minions and 0 burn, but that's just really, really unlikely at this point. And even then, it's not going to really be enough to come back and win, I don't think.
All right, well, Reyned's headed to 5 from these Leper Gnomes this turn, unless Phoenix draws a way to answer that Void Caller. But a Lava Burst is just going to wrap this one up. 6 points of damage to face, as well as 4 from the Leper Gnomes. Quick game number 1 here. Phoenix off to a fantastic start. And again, that Implosion for 2, just... Gosh, that card is so brutal at times. Like, it's either so good or it's so bad. And there's very little in between with that kind of card.
Yeah. And this is just how this match goes sometimes. If the minions fall early for the shaman, And if you you don't get that implosion that you need, you're gonna go down in flames, and that's exactly what happens to Reynad. So Phoenix looking pretty good now. He's got Secret Paladin, what we're assuming based on the lineup, and Hunter left. He could change things up and throw in a Murloc Paladin, but it just doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah, the Murloc Paladin, I think, would be like a really interesting choice at this point. I mean, we saw a lot of this deck early on. And Misha actually, he won North American Championships with it, but he brought that deck kind of, again, in a small field where he understood the 7 opponents he was playing against and could more tailor a strategy around those opponents. Where in the open, you can't do stuff like that. So bringing a Murloc Paladin, I think, is just kind of like suicide in an event like this, because there's just so many decks that steamroll it. That are just good decks in general, that it's tough, I think, to justify bringing it to an open like this. But I've seen players do stuff like that in the past. I mean, again, this is it being an open event. Players have a tendency to just bring their favorite decks. That's not uncommon to see in situations like this. But I'm anticipating Secret Paladin. I'm anticipating a very aggressive style of Hunter, given the Warrior ban.
Yeah, it could be like a Flood Paladin or an Aggro Paladin. Those are never sort of out of the question.
Those are 4 Murloc Paladin cards, but they're also 4 mid-range Paladin cards.
Yeah, mid-range Paladin, if you remember back to the One Nation of Gamers feature tournament, which just happened a week ago, feature tournament number 2, Dog actually won and was bringing mid-range Paladin in his lineup. So that is definitely something to note, but we see the rest of these cards, and looking like a Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, that's full-on Murloc Paladin at this point. The Solemn Vigil and Doomsayer are really big giveaways to the fact that this is a Murloc Paladin deck. Not only that, but we also saw Nyman bring mid-range Paladin to the European Winter Championships, where he actually took down the whole thing playing mid-range Paladin, something you don't see a lot in tournaments recently, but a couple players have been having big success with it. Doomsayer, always great tempo for the Murloc player. I think it's one of the key cards of the deck. Reynad very smartly plays Haunted Creeper into that Doomsayer. Just getting any presence on board afterwards is super important. Mm-hmm. Drawing 2 cards for 2 mana. Feels good.
Yeah, so, I mean, there could be a plan to this, because Murloc Paladin does do well against control, but the Warrior, it sort of goes against what you're trying to ban, because with his other decks, it feels like he wants to ban Warrior. But Murloc Paladin does really well against both types of Warrior, Patron and Control. Patron can, sort of, like, tempo it out of the game if you get good draws and Patrons early before they can draw into equalities. But I feel like this deck just seems weird. Maybe it's just a deck that he's comfortable with. Maybe it's just a deck that he likes and enjoys. And that's always, being comfortable with your deck choices is always important in Conquest. But it's just a little bit weird. But I'm actually kind of excited to see it. I always like Murloc Paladin. It's got a lot of interesting decision, and it can punish a lot of decks that players tend to bring a lot to these types of tournaments.
Yeah. Consecration is one of those cards that can punish this too. Reynad loses all but 1 minion on board. But Doomhammer, great follow-up to this. This is representing 16 damage, now 14 damage over the course of 4 turns. And with Crackle and with Lava Burst in hand, this is a lot of burst damage. So Phoenix is going to have to figure out a way to get past this hump. And if he manages to do that very well, you're looking at pretty smooth sailing for him past that point. He's got True Silver Champion in hand. He's got plenty of backups. Second Doomhammer drawn. Oy, that one's rough. That's the second piece of really bad luck that Reynad has seen so far this series, and we're only 2 games in.
Yeah, but at the moment, Reynad feels like he's still on track to for a game victory before we get to Land Hand's turn. Because even though Heal for 8 is a lot, he's still doing at least 4 more damage per turn, and of course that doesn't even account for any of the burn that he already has in his hand. So he does represent lethal next turn, even with a mediocre Crackle roll. So we'll definitely have to see how this is going to play out. But I still feel like I'm leaning a lot towards Reynad in this matchup.
Phoenix is going to go ahead and True Silver Champion, and it is headed straight to that totem. I believe that's the correct play. Yep. Up to 16. So Reynad, that could... So 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's lethal.
Yeah. It's guaranteed lethal. Even if he rolls a 3 on Crackle, that's still guaranteed lethal.
Yep.
And Reynad's going to do the math, because we role play as Reynad here for a moment, you're thinking that your Crackle rolls 3 100% of the time. So he's just going to make sure that that's going to be guaranteed. And it should be
Yeah,
I guess maybe testing with Crackle first and then reevaluating if you're not absolutely sure.
I think he's just triple and quadruple checking his math here, simply because there's no reason not to. Like, you have the time to triple check and quadruple check your math, and humans make mistakes. I mean, I make counting mistakes a lot when I'm playing on ladder. Is he considering?
Oh, he's slow rolling.
Is he slow rolling?
I think he's slow rolling. There's absolutely no reason why why he would hesitate there.
I wonder if like maybe there was like a client hesitation or something, like maybe his client froze or something like that. That seems really uncharacteristic for Reynad to have intentionally. So I don't think that's an intentional slow roll.
Interesting. Well, both players taking wins with Aggro Shaman. Not really too much of a surprise there. Definitely a strong deck right now in the current format. So, Druid Warlock remaining for Reynad. We saw that it's a Zoo Warlock, and we can probably guess at least 28 of the 30 cards in the Druid deck. And Phoenix with the Murloc Paladin. Now, Murloc Paladin does poorly against all three of Reynad's decks. It's going to struggle to find a win.
Well, against the Reno deck, if it was ever Reno, there's like a pretty decent chance, I think, for that one. All you have to do is not run into the burst variation, and you have some time to make something happen. But given that it is Zoo, Phoenix is going to need such a good opening hand to dismantle the assault from Reynad. We're talking like turn 2 Doomsayer is going to be paramount in that matchup if it gets to that point. And Druid, I've played this matchup so much on the Druid side, and I always feel very comfortable in this matchup. The only times I don't feel very comfortable is when my opponent gets an early Doomsayer to offset something. They can follow it with True Silver Champion, have Wild Pyromancer and Equality on a turn when I have 2 threats out, and then also have big heals and Aldor Peacekeepers to follow up with that to keep saving off my pressure. I mean, they have to have such a good pan out of their hands. And not only is Reynad playing Druid versus Paladin here, but he's also got a Wild Growth. And this is one of the most advantageous spots that Druid finds itself in. And he's got a copy of the Harrison Jones in his deck, which is, I just mentioned True Silver Champion. He has a great counter to True Silver Champion now.
Yeah. So Reynad opts to Keeper of the Grove, the Wild Pyromancer here. And I'm not sure if that's... maybe he's trying to bait out the True Silver Champion with it, but you're really not going to find too much more value from Swipe other than 2 minions. And Keeper of the Grove has a lot of great targets. Doomsayer, and you can...
I'm sorry. You can reverse the Aldor Peacekeeper, or you can silence an Alkalite of Pain.
I wanted to say Equality. I'm like, no, Equality is the other stat from Equality. So yeah. Aldor Peacekeeper, or if he runs Humility. So there's a lot of great targets for Keeper of the Grove to keep you in the game. So Reynad opting to go for apparently the line of play where he's trying to bait out True Silver Champion at the absolute maximum level because he even charged his Druid of the Claw. So here's a 4 attack minion or a 4 health minion. Here, remove it with your True Silver Champion, please, so I can Harrison Jones it.
And I will say that charging Druid of the Claw a lot of times in this matchup is just better too. Like if you know your opponent's running Aldor Peacekeepers. You know that True Silver Champion's a factor in that deck. Charging it just deals more damage, I think, on average. But in this situation, he has the added benefit of having a Harrison Jones behind it. So 2 Bluegill is going to answer that. But that is a lot of cards over to Reynad. Plus, he's got initiative on this board.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, this matchup just feels so comfortable from the Druid side because even if they remove all your stuff, you still just reload. And from a certain point in the game, you're just always threatening combo damage. And a lot of times that means you're always threatening lethal. And you just have a lot of removal to get rid of their stuff that's going to block you. If they use Lay on Hands, that's a turn that they're not removing anything. Even though they're healing for 8, a lot of times that damage is completely negated by sort of those mid-range minions that you already have on the board. So this matchup a lot of times feels just like a uphill battle the entire match for the Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, Sylvanas going to be the threat here. Kind of an interesting choice. Sylvanas, I've seen it kind of crop into and out of a lot of Druid builds in the past couple of weeks. I feel like the Druid builds have actually been becoming kind of volatile on their top end too. Like where some people are running 2 Ancients of War. I've known some players to cut Dr. Boom at times simply to not have a target in their deck that can get BGH'd. Some interesting choices. And Sylvanas is one of the ones I think that actually operates best in the Druid mirror, is because the 6-drop leads into your opponent's turn 7 very often, which makes it so tough if you have a minion on board to either play Ancient of Lore or Ancient of War in that scenario. So I'm actually really liking this choice in an open where I would expect a lot of players to bring Druid.
Yeah. They play Chew.
Ooh.
And combo is
21
drawn.
available this turn if he wants it.
Yeah. And has to sort of answer this Doomsayer since he doesn't quite have lethal. We're going into turn 8, so just playing the combo now and hoping that you have lethal next turn without it being guaranteed could be a little bit risky. A True Silver Champion is also equipped, so that'd be 10 points of heal that your opponent can get up to next turn. So probably just going to see Reynad remove here, but he also wants to develop something. He doesn't want to just leave the board in the same state that it was. So that makes things a little bit tough. He can Druid of the Claw charge in Wrath. He can just use his spells and swipe in Wrath. He can Savage Roar. So there's a lot of options here, and I think he just wants to try and preserve as much of the burst as possible, so I doubt he'll use a combo piece. But it's possible.
It's taking the full time. I'm curious if this is a Wrath for 3 or a Wrath for 1 in Hero Power. So it looks like it's going to be draw a card. Don't blame him for that one. It's going to be Pilot Shredder, attack, and add Pilot Shredder to this board. So setting up really heavily. That's such a big. This is the reason why Druid is so powerful versus these later game combo decks, is because if your opponent has a minion on board, they're kind of threatening lethal. It's something you always have to respect. And once you've used all your tools, all the Druid cards keep drawing cards. Azure Drake and Ancient of Lore continue to keep your card economy very high. And so look at this. Phoenix just invested his entire turn into this. He still took a couple points of damage. He gets a hero power out of it. Right now he gets to draw 2 cards and make a 5/5. This is bad news for Phoenix.
Yeah. Very bad news. I think queuing Murloc Paladin into Druid was the first bad news. And then pretty much every turn since then has also been bad news. So Reynad draws into Loatheb, which is a fantastic card. You develop a board, you play Loatheb, maybe in combination with another 5-drop or a 4-drop. Like next turn, you can play Druid of the Claw and Loatheb, which locks out so much. There's no more land hands. Quality Consecrate isn't a thing anymore. He has to have Wild Pyromancer and Equality if your opponent's going to want to do anything to the board. So that's a pretty big card. Healbot drawn, though, from Phoenix. That's... that'll help him survive a little bit longer. But how does he win? That's the thing. You can survive for as many turns as you care to survive for, but eventually you still need to win the game.
Yeah, eventually he's going to have a turn where he just draws Murlocs. And when it comes to that point, if Reynad can pressure him at all, that's bad news for him. Ooh, does pick up a second equality here, though. And if he can happy, he's missing the Murlocs. Gosh, I don't know if he can win this one. I mean, Loatheb is going to basically win the game this next turn. Like, if he drops Loatheb and Druid of the Claw, Phoenix is going to be under a ton of pressure and is quite literally going to need to draw the last Wild Pyromancer in his deck to survive.
Yeah, that would have to be his next draw. His next draw would have to be Wild Pyromancer. And it's a possibility, but he's already used a Wild Pyromancer. He played that first one just on turn 2 as sort of that tempo play. And now he's going to be in a lot of trouble. We'll see if Phoenix, can he get it? Nope. So
is Sludge Belcher and Anti-Healbot here enough? He goes to 29. He can go up to 30 with the True Silver Champion. Force Nature Savage Roar is going to... it's going to kill the Sludge Belcher, kill the token. He'll have 12, 25 damage left over, so he can't actually live this turn.
You can also innovate Wrath to...
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that basically gives him one more attack. So he could Wrath and Hero Power, then he'd have 14 plus 2 Treants left. So no, I don't think there's still a way for him to win, even if he innervates out Wrath.
22 points of damage, I believe, is the maximum he deals this turn.
Yeah, but there's a possibility that he could just go for it, and then he has Force of Nature swipe next turn, which is 10 burst from hand. He's seen a land hands. He's seen 2 anti-Killbots now. His opponent would be at 4 health, so it would be a little bit risky, but a lot of times taking risks in this matchup is not the right thing to do because you don't need to. You're already so favored. You're already in such a favorable position that you can just continue to just do what you're doing, and eventually you're just going to most likely win anyway because your opponent hasn't played many Murlocs yet.
Yeah, I'm curious how much risk is actually involved with this play, and I don't think it's very much, but Yeah,
Did we
looks
miscount?
no, he looks like he's
we
going for
didn't.
22 points of
Yeah.
damage.
22.
Yeah,
Did the Rafter one change it? It made it cleaner. That's what it did.
Yeah.
It was the
Makes it
correct
a lot
play.
cleaner.
Yeah.
So trade the anti-heal bot or go face. I think he goes face. Yeah, putting your opponent at 4 in this situation, they quite literally need a second lay on hands or a second anti-heal bot in order to live in this situation. I mean, Sludge Belcher can kind of do it, but this is really smart from Reynad. He's just what he's seen from Phoenix so far. This puts him on quite literally the last card to be able to win this game. And that's exactly what he should be doing with his hand. He picked up a second Ancient of War. If his opponent can save off this pressure and have something develop back behind, maybe the Ancients of War can just carry you back into this one. But here, Phoenix just doesn't have the life to live past the extra burst in Reynad's hand. He puts together a great string of turns and pressures his opponent out of the game.
Yeah. Very well played. And there you go. There's those turns where you draw the Murlocs. You draw anything can happen. You draw 2 Murlocs, and those are just dead turns for you as far as the mid-range matchup goes. So Reynad's going to be taking a 2-1 lead, and that means the only deck that he has left to win with is going to be that Zoo Warlock. That's a great position to be in.
Yeah, he's got 2 games to do it too, and Zoo's kind of it's very in line with just this power strategy that Reynad seems to be bringing here, which is my decks are very good. They have a very good chance to draw really well, and I'm going to pilot them really well at the same time. Can you manage to beat them greater than 50% of the time? And that is a tough thing to do when the decks are very powerful. Love this lineup from him so far. I'm curious to see what that warrior is, but we're going to roll into game number 4 now. And that hunter build, it's got a Tomb Spider in it, which is something I have seen occasionally, but this is a very different kind of a build than I anticipated it would be. I was thinking like Worgen Infiltrators and Abusive Sergeants would be in this deck. If you banned Warrior out.
This is like the Infinite Beasts deck. You basically run Bear Trap, Snake Trap, and cards that benefit off having beasts, like Ram Wrangler and like Houndmaster, and you just sort of ride the Beast Train to victory.
The Beast Train only stops for pain. Three reasonable options here for Reynad. He's got 2 copies of Nerubian Egg in his hand, so I actually don't mind the Undertaker here. The Flame Imp's going to deal him 3 damage if he plays it in this spot, and so I think that's a big reasoning for taking the Undertaker. It's not going to deal that 3 damage, and it's likely to hit 3 power anyway.
Yeah, and he doesn't know what type of hunter deck it is, so if he knew that it was this type of hunter, maybe he would have taken Flame Imp for the additional power that would be put onto the board, but he doesn't think that he can afford to take the extra 3 damage.
He's looking for that explosive trap to be activated, and he nails it. So that's going to activate that Nerubian Egg, put a 4/4 on board. It's going to activate Bear Trap to give Phoenix a reasonable trade here on the 1/1, and he's just going to add Flame up to this board. So it does take his damage anyway, but that 1 drop in hand probably not going to matter too much this game. And Phoenix, his hand's getting a little bit clunky at this point. I mean, Hunter's Mark, Unleash the Hounds, Ram Wrangler, Savannah Highmane. Eaglehorn Bow's really his only play this turn. I mean, maybe you can find a spot to Unleash the Hounds here because you have the Hunter's Mark.
You can full clear here by throwing the Bear into the 1/1 and throwing the Hounds into the... and he'll be left with a 3/2. So having board control against Zoo feels good. I mean, that's a pretty good play. Next turn he has the Eaglehorn Bow, and then he can ride that... Ooh!
Oh, Nelly.
Nice.
That's a good one. Right after Unleash the Hounds as well. And a decent roll for Reynad. And Tomb Spider's a pretty good one to pick up right in that. But I think this might be the kind of turn where this game starts to take sort of a turn in Reynad's favor.
Yeah. Web Spinner, Scavenging Hyena, and Emperor Cobra. All those are low mana beasts, which is probably what he wants since he already has Savannah Highmane, and this is a faster paced matchup. But, I mean, all of those are just mediocre. None of those do anything on the board right away, unless you Scavenging Hyena, I suppose, puts a big threat if you already have beasts on the board that you know are going to die. But Reynad just feels like he should be in a commanding position as long as he can hold on to this board, which doesn't seem like it's going to be a difficult task.
Yep. Something that Reynad's got to think about this turn is not only how Defender of Argus lines up this turn, but also how the Defender of Argus lines up next turn. If Phoenix ends up playing a Houndmaster here, that's pretty bad news for Reynad. So I think the trade here is very justified. And his positioning, I think, is also set up really well for the Nerubian Egg. Wherever however he wants the Nerubian Egg and another minion to get Defender of Argus tier. This gives him, I think, the widest variety of options for that. So his positioning spot on, and Phoenix has just been put in kind of a tough spot here where he just doesn't really have too many options to work with. And the Eagle Horn bows, now he's got a second one. Those are just completely stranded in his hand.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to go with the Emperor Cobra over one of the Eagle Horn bows, because the Eagle Horn bows are going to represent, damage over multiple turns, and also you have two of them. Like those are going to be dead cards in your hand unless you start using them. I guess his next couple turns are already played out, but the Emperor Cobra is probably going to trade with one minion, whereas the Eagle Horn bow is going to trade with a few, and you still have health to work with as a resource. You're not close to being pushed out of the game as far as health goes. So we'll have to see how far this Emperor Cobra is going to be able to go. Maybe he's hoping Randad will ignore it so that he gets Ram Wrangler value. But even then, Savannah Hymen just seems like the better play next turn.
Yeah, I think he might have played this also just to hope that Randad's trading into it. Like maybe a little bit of a panic here. Yeah, it looks like Randad's going to use this Undertaker to trade in the Emperor Cobra. Don't blame him at all for that. If he's going to trade with the first beast on board, you're very likely to trade with Emperor Cobra thereafter. And keep going. The Savannah Hymen, I think it's probably just been tempoed out of the game at this point.
Yeah. And, might have to play a few things this turn. Might have to play Animal Companion and Eagle Horn Bow just to fight more things off of the board at once. But, turn 6, Savannah Hymen, to be honest, there is only 7 power. It seems silly to say only, but it could be a lot worse given the state of the board. But it looks like, Phoenix is going to go for Animal Companion.
Yeah, that stings a little bit. And I think I totally agree with you. Like, in hindsight, this Eagle Horn Bow would have been generating some sort of value. But now a poor Animal Companion roll leaves him just almost completely stranded in this game. I mean, Randad hasn't been under any pressure, so his life tap's just going to become super powerful at this point. He's got Abusive Sergeants to keep trading up. If he picks up any good minions, this game is basically done. Even a Haunted Creeper's not that bad. Just anything to get rolling. And it looks like he's going to double Abusive Sergeant this Nerubian Egg, run over Leok, and just keep his repetitive damage from his little guys going. This is what Zoo does best. It gets aboard and punishes you for it. Yeah,
I like this play. You sort of effectively waste 1 damage, but what that does is it puts damage onto the Nerubian Egg. Oh, that's... I don't even know if... That's a big pickup, but... It barely dents the board. You can push face damage with it, but that's so dangerous because there's 8. If you kill the Nerubian, that's 12, 13 damage being represented on the board if you just kill the egg and then go all face. But you do push 5 plus 8 damage, plus you push 10 damage, so you put your opponent at 11. I don't know. I mean, you're always playing Unleash the Hounds. It's just, do you make a couple trades? Do you go all face? This is going to be a tough set of decisions here. We'll see how much of a risk Phoenix is willing to take. I think that this game is already looking downhill. I might have just sent all of those. I don't know his deck. So that's the tough thing. How much burst does this deck run is the thing. And I guess probably not that much considering he decides to fully trade here.
Yeah, I think the full trade, I think this one's a little bit safe, I think, at this point. Like, you're already so far behind that I think you have to take a risk at this point. Even if that risk is just to represent that you have that damage there and hope that Randad plays a little bit defensively, I think it would have been a little bit better. Now, I don't think Randad would have played defensively. He's got a Loatheb. So he doesn't have to worry about dying to Kill Command. But even in that spot, Kill Command would have gotten drawn. He could have prevented a lot more damage there actually by going face instead of doing it the way he did.
Man.
Now in this situation, there's no hope to live.
If he had gone face, and Loatheb wasn't played, he could have had a potential lethal. So, I think knowing your deck, maybe even if he had like quick shots in there or something, I don't know. I don't know if it would have changed the outcome regardless. But it's always something to think about, always something interesting. But that is going to be Randad taking the series and moving on further into the Hearthstone One Nation Gamers Major, and Phoenix unfortunately has been eliminated. Single elimination.
It's
a tough beast.
It's a tough draw to get a well-known professional on your first match in an open like this. But that's the nature of the beast. In these single elimination tournaments, anything can happen in these ones. Randad's only dropped game was to an implosion for 2 on a Tunnel Trog, when an implosion for 3, I think, likely would have wrapped up the game for him. But a well-played series to him, like the builds he's brought so far. Dictating the pace of the games very well, making trades at smart times to help build to bigger turns.
Yeah, and props to Raynad for keeping a cool head throughout that
A lot.
throughout that.
I'm sorry, I think we had a little bit of a disconnect there.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
just a little bit. Props to Raynad for keeping a cool head over the course of that match. You know, getting some poor rolls in that first game, like you mentioned, and you know, just sticking it through and 3-0ing after that first loss. So a big win for him.
Yeah, moving on to this one. Lots of other matches going on. Like we said, there's just over 128 players in this one, I believe. Pretty stacked field that's going on as well. Just to give you an idea of some of the notable players. Amaz, Amnesia, Chalky, Fireback, Kalento, Lead Paint, Nostum, Orange. We just saw Rayned play. Ryzen, Strifecrow, Super JJ, The Rat, Trump, VOPS, and Zalay are all competing in this field today. So we're going to see if they can fight through this single elimination bracket, make it to their top. 43 points up for grabs, not a joke. These guys have come to compete today.
Yeah, 43 points, $10,000. Today we'll be broadcasting the first half of the round of 128. And then over the course of the next 2 days, we'll be broadcasting throughout the whole tournament. So this is going to be taking place across the whole weekend. Once again, a big shout out to GEICO and Video Game Voters Network for sponsoring the entire circuit, and CyberPower PC as well. Also, a huge shout out to DX Racer, Razer, and Asus Republic of Gamers for helping us out with the hardware at PAX East. Also, make sure you guys, we're giving away a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. So if you want a chance to win that PC, make sure you guys head over to the website. There's a banner right down below. Also, you can head over to geico.onog.gg in order to do that. In doing so, you can also sign up for the Open Tournament, the next Open for the One Nation of Gamers circuit, which takes place on April 30th. So make sure you guys do that during the break. But we are going to have to go to a break. So we'll be right back with more Hearthstone Major from One Nation of Gamers right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Major from PAX East. Once again, I'm TJ, and I'm joined by That's Admirable. We just saw a pretty cool series with Raynad taking a 3-1 victory over Phoenix. And now this matchup, which is Radiac versus Roaster, both Shamans have been banned. Does this surprise you at all, Admirable?
I think with these lineups, it doesn't really surprise me much. Mage Rogue, Paladin, Mage Rogue Priest, and Shaman on Roaster side. I'm definitely picking out the Shaman from that one. Warlock, Warrior, Shaman, and Mage from Radiac. Maybe that Warlock's got kind of a target on its forehead, but given what we just saw from the last match, I think I'm taking out that Shaman. It looked like it was pretty brutal in the last series. Roaster's lineup also looks a little bit weak to Shaman. Probably a little bit more than I'd say it is to Warlock. Like maybe his Mage and his Priest are kind of built to fend off some of the zoo decks that are out there. At least that's the direction I imagine those would have taken. So because of that, Shaman Binge is looking on both sides. But these lineups are definitely different than what we typically see in a lot of tournaments at the top end. And that's something we touched on earlier. Open players will tend to bring their favorite decks, and that's kind of what we're seeing in this one, I think.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see exactly what type of decks these are going to be. But before we jump into the matchup, we do want to give you guys a heads up. ONOG has this really cool thing that they're doing for attendees at PAX East right now. It's actually a mobile app That's in beta right now. It's called the ONOG Battle Zone mobile app. If you go on your app store for whatever OS you have on your phone, just type in Battle Zone Beta in the search. And if you're at PAX East, you register for an account, you put in your battle tag, and you can actually battle against players that are attending PAX. So it like searches for an opponent on the Wi-Fi there, and you can battle against players, and you can have a chance to win Razer gear, cash, and you can even get invites to some of the special events that One Nation of Gamers is going to be putting on. So if you are at PAX East and you want to battle it out and have a chance to win some of those prizes, search for that app, get on it. You can also head to play.onog.gg if you want some more information. Or just head over to the GEICO gaming booth, and I'm sure there'll be someone there to help you out, and there'll be other players there that you can find and play against using that app. So make sure you check that out. It's a really cool thing, and of course you have a chance to win some cool stuff. So it should be great. But like I said, we should be pretty close to jumping into this match. Both these players a little bit less known, I'd say, than Reynad, to say the least.
Yeah, I think most players are probably going to fit the category of less known than Reynad. Excellent observation there, TJ. The fact that one of the most popular figures in the game was the first match that we had. Two players that I am personally unfamiliar with, Radlack and Toaster. Is it Toaster or is it Roaster? Because I mean, we said Roaster earlier, right? It's Toaster.
Toaster. It's Toaster.
Hey, the R and the T are right next to each other, and they basically mean the same thing anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, toasting and roasting is the same. And when I wake up in the mornings, I go to my toaster and I roast some toast. That's exactly what I do.
And then I disguise it, so that way it's got a giant paper bag over its head when it streams.
Yeah, exactly. Disguised toast. But yeah, this is going to be... I'm really curious to see what type of mages these are for both of these players, because there's absolutely nothing that we can do to pinpoint what these decks could be.
I'm just going to call it right now. I'm just gonna Radlack is Tempo Mage, Toaster is Freeze Mage. Period.
Okay, I'm gonna say they're both Freeze Mage.
Yeah, I got $1 on it.
$1 whole dollar?
Whole dollar, TJ. Let's go.
I was gonna say I don't have my wallet on me right now. I think my wallet has literally $1. Wow, you have a crisp $1 bill just rearing and ready to go.
It's for moments just like these. I
will bet this cool Hearthstone poster.
Okay, that's cool. I'm going to bet this cool Hearthstone thing that I haven't hung up just yet.
Okay. Bet's on. No,
all right, it's on.
I don't want to bet this. I take my bet back. We didn't shake on it.
Doesn't work quite. I'll reach over to the right.
Wait. Put your hand again for the handshake.
Wow, that's cold.
Gotcha.
That's super cold.
Got him.
I see how it is. That's cool. I'll remember that next time we battle.
All right. Well, the players are selecting decks right now, which means we should be jumping into the matches as soon as the loading screen goes through. So once again, we're still in the first round of the round of 128, I do believe. So today we'll be broadcasting that first half of the round of 128. Tomorrow we'll be broadcasting the second half plus a little bit of extra, maybe moving on to the round of 64 and 32. And then on the final day, of course, it's going to be a long day. We're going to go all the way to the finals, and we're going to see who's going to win the Hearthstone Major presented by the One Nation of Gamers, and who's going to get that spot at the One Nation of Gamers 2016 circuit finals at PAX Prime. So looking forward to it. Radlack's looking like he's sitting a little bit far down in that chair, and there's the infamous Toaster.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be that mid-range warrior deck we've been seeing crop up in recent times on ladder versus what looks like Dragon Priest to me. That is a 2/1 Whelp on turn 1, and that is a Blackwing Corruptor in his hand. So I'd be super surprised if this was ever not Dragon Priest somehow. Mm-hmm. Second Twilight Whelp, I imagine, is probably going to be staying in hand, and no real action from that. And that's going to be Fierce Monkey and a strong curve afterwards for Radlack. And that's kind of what this deck is all about, is just curving out and trying to put pressure on your opponents. Where Toaster's side, Dragon Priest needs to take control of the metagame. I'm sorry, of the metagame. Needs to take control of the board very early on and keep that pressure high and use that hero power to keep their minions stopped off the whole time.
Needs to take control of the meta.
Matt for the Golden Monkey going to find its way into the deck. I think that Monkey's got on board is golden enough right now.
Yeah, I'd say so. This is going to be hard for Toaster to fight back. He does pick up a second Dragonid Crusher. Does have that Dragon Tribe, so he's free to play that Twilight Whelp now that he can use the Blackwing Corruptor in the following turns. Arch Thief Rafam picked up. Yeah, this deck is pretty nuts. I mean, we can see already the power of it. It uses weapons to sort of tempo out and uses the curve to have that really strong mid game, and then has secondary win conditions besides just taking control of the board and tempoing your opponent with Elise Starseeker, with Archthief Rafam, which is sort of a win condition. It's a very late game card that's very powerful.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot here for Radlack. A lot of different plays he can make, and none of them are too clean aside from Fiery Oryx on the Twilight Whelp. And with Bash, it looks like he's going to be investing some of his minion health to clearing that up. You don't want to leave Dark Cultist around to have that buff be ready for other things. So he's going to forego the development this turn to just make sure that his opponent can't snag that buff from Dark Cultist. And with a dragon in hand, Toaster's got that option of Blackwing Corruptor. It's looking like he's going with Wormrest Agent here, though. Can't blame it. It's going to take both attacks to get through that. He's not anticipating Shield Slam, it looks like, right here. So Shield Slam, Sludge Belcher, going to be a nice turn here for Radlack. Ooh, a Gorehowl gets drawn.
Yeah. He's going to Shield Slam. I guess trying to prevent draws. And also, at least Starseeker being traded in to a 2/4 just doesn't feel that great. And preserving the board is really important with this. Since it is sort of, a minion focus, tempo-ish style deck, you do need to have board presence if you want to win the match. So Rend Blackhand.
Yeah, sort of an interesting one. I mean, that card's pretty much targeted at taking out, like Emperor Thorson and the like. This Gorehowl is going to completely crush this board position for quite a while at this point. I mean, Toaster's going to be playing one threat a turn, and Gorehowl's going to answer at least 3 in a row. Like, this is horrible news for Toaster at this point. The Warrior deck is curved out very well. He's used his Shield Slam very timely. He's been keeping a lot of pressure, got a lot of value out of that Elise. That's something that Elise is not really aimed at. It's aimed at that long-term effect from the Golden Monkey cropping up in your build at some point. But in this game, it just pulled a lot of weight. And I think because of that, Toaster is going to find himself in a nigh unrecoverable position. Like, if he draws Light Bomb here, I think he's in decent shape. But outside of that draw, I'm not sure how he recovers this one.
Yeah, he draws Light Bomb, he plays Light Bomb, then he has to deal with the Archthief Rafam. And then he has to worry about whatever card that Radlack's going to choose from the Archthief Rafam. So much going on, and that's... is that a 6 durability? Yeah,
okay. It's at 6 power right now.
One
Clean
damage.
kill into Archthief.
Yeah.
And Archthief doesn't die to Light Bomb. He's a 7/8.
Yeah. 7/8 feels like it's one of the most powerful bodies in the game.
It feels that way. It's not quite that way, but it feels that way.
Yeah, against Priests, a lot of times it feels that way, because they have to have Shadow or Death to answer it.
Yeah.
And of course, you can always pick up the give a minion +10/+10.
10 damage all day.
Yeah, 10 damage all day.
So good. Yeah, that's going to wrap things up. Toaster has basically no outs in this one.
Yeah. Even if he does pick up Light Bomb. Yeah.
I just feel bad for him. I'm like, oh my gosh. Archthief Rafam, it's attacking.
All right, well, that's Radlack. He's going to take not a quick victory, but a pretty decisive one in game number 1, defeating the Dragon Priest of Toaster. And now Radlack has that sort of information. He knows that this is a Dragon Priest from Toaster, and that could give him a little bit of leg up. Dragon Priest has a little bit different of a play style than, say, just standard Control Priest. So there's things that you can play around a little bit more, like Blackwing Corruptor. A lot of times you don't have to play around like Akanai Soul Priest, Circle of Healing, those types of combinations, because they're a lot less likely in Dragon Priest. So we'll see if that's going to affect his decision making. And it looks like we are just going to jump right into game number 2. And this is what you predicted.
No, it's not. I predicted Toaster was going to have the Freeze Mage and that Radlack was going to have the Tempo Mage.
Well, we were both wrong. We were both wrong. Oh, well. Bummer.
I feel like we were both equally wrong as well.
Wait, An Ice Barrier.
Oh, this could be Grinder Mage.
It could be. It could be. Oh, I was going to say Reno Mage, but that's out the window.
Frostwolf Grunt, great unstable portal. It's always the one I'm looking for. Yeah, this is Freeze Mage versus what appears to be Grinder Mage. This is actually kind of an interesting matchup, where both of these decks have like really long-term game plans where their goal is to stall out the board as long as possible until they've built up an overwhelming advantage. But their overwhelming advantages are very different on each side. Like Toaster's looking to kind of grind his opponent's cards into the dust, and Radlack is looking for that critical massive damage in his hand. So if Toaster can, say, piece together a couple copies of like Anti-Keelbot or something, it's a spot where maybe he can get past the burst potential from Radlack, and Ethereal Arcanist finds its way into hand. So I'm guessing this is some sort of variation of Secret Mage.
Yeah. All right, Admirable, I'll be back in 3 hours when this game's about to wrap up.
TJ has walked away!
No, this is a really interesting deck. I just... in a counterspell, and I have no idea what card's going to come next. I saw
TJ,
Arcade Intellect, I saw Azure Drake, I saw Water Elemental. I'm like, God, this is Temple Mage, easy.
TJ, I know you have a lot of experience with Secret Mage.
TJ, I know you have a lot of experience with decks that nobody ever plays. Yep, that is correct. What you really want to do here in this matchup is get your secrets out early, and then play cards that benefit from you having secrets.
Whoa.
And then eventually you have to create a win condition out of thin air.
With cards like Duplicate and Unstable Portal.
Exactly.
You know, what's kind of funny is that actually Ethereal Arcanist, I don't think is that bad in this matchup. I mean, that's something that Radlack really needs to kill.
Yeah.
Like if secrets sit on board and he's got Ethereal Arcanist growing, that's a problem. And it's a major problem, too. Something that Freeze Mage has typically had a lot of trouble with is just one big guy backed up by stuff. And a card like Ethereal Arcanist isn't something you're anticipating basically ever.
Yeah. Ethereal Arcanist is basically a strictly better Gruul.
That I will agree with.
Strictly better, one of my favorite buzz terms.
It's a great one. I always love when it's strictly better. Like, strictly better in the metagame is usually what people mean.
No, I mean just strictly better.
TJ understands the linear power of all cards.
Yeah, because every single card has linear power, of course.
Emperor Thaurissan
Everybody
in hand.
knows that.
You know, not a lot of key cards in his hand for Emperor Thaurissan, so I wouldn't be, like, a surprised to see Radlack save this. But it's always tough to save Emperor Thaurissan in the hand. I mean, something I think, too, is some of the best Freeze Mage games I've ever seen played. Ostkaka comes to mind in that one. I've seen him hold on to Emperor Thaurissan for so long in certain kinds of hands where I know I would have played it sooner, and then watch him literally win the game because he held on to Emperor Thaurissan as long as he did. And plays like that, those are like masterpiece-style games. But having watched those games played, you can take those lessons and apply them to things you have in the past. So if Radlack has a lot of experience on Freeze Mage, or he's watched some very experienced players play with this deck, it wouldn't be too surprising to see him hold on to this Emperor Thaurissan like he has.
Yeah. And really smart of Radlack to go ahead and use the coin there after testing for both of these secrets. So realizing that, this could be anything. Probably Counterspell, and that's exactly what it's going to be. And perhaps this Ethereal Arcanist has met the end of its days. Maybe Toaster will decide that it's worth double Frostbolt plus ping in order to preserve this. And it looks like that's going to be the case. So with Mana Worm on the board, you're sort of doubling up with this as well. He's just hoping that these aren't going to get removed because he's expending a lot of resources just to protect these two minions.
Second Doomsayer he's seen at this point, so, Ethereal at 7/7, this is the turn that Radlack has to answer it. He has the tools to answer it, but this was kind of like the last opportunity for him. Toaster's tried to put in a lot of work to get this done, and Radlack going to have to invest basically his entire turn into taking care of that Ethereal. If he lets that live, that guy's going to become a 9/9, and suddenly that's an issue. And I don't think it's something he can necessarily afford at this point. So it looks like he's going to leave it around, though. And it is not too bad. He still does have Blood Mage, Fireball, and Ping to take care of it next turn. But again, every single turn that you wait, it's like kind of a little bit of a risk you're taking. Like, say Toaster had decided to play Ethereal Conjurer here and finds another counterspell from it. that could be a way to offset the Radlack's ability to deal with it. But at this point, I think Toaster just thinks Radlack doesn't have a way to deal with it, so why try to invest into that?
Yeah. All right. Well, one thing that we didn't talk about too much was this is a Reno Freeze Mage, so it's a little bit of an extra dynamic. A lot of times, the Reno Freeze Mage will run 2 ofs. It's one of the only Reno decks that can afford to get away with running 2 ofs. You have typically a lot more cycle. Maybe the only deck that will have more cycle because of the hero power is Reno Warlock. But you really want to play Reno after pretty much everything's been used. You know, after you've played both ice blocks, after both ice barriers are gone, it's like the last card that you play. And a lot of times by then you've already been through so much of your deck. That's aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's just straight up Alexstrasza. And doesn't quite have the burn to end this one yet. He's got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage available next turn. Now, he does have quite a bit of time to work with here. I mean, he's got at least 2 turns. Bare bones minimum, he's got 2 more turns. So it's kind of looking like Radlack's banking on drawing a burn spell in the next couple of turns here to finish this one. But he's already seen a counterspell from Toaster. Is he anticipating another counterspell, perhaps?
I'm not sure. He's seen 2 ofs with the Mana Worm, I do think. So, I mean, there is a chance that he might think this is another weird Reno Mage. Like, not Reno Freeze, but value Reno. But, yeah, that was a very risky play to just snap call that Alexstrasza. And we'll see if Radlack can piece together the amount of burn before he gets pushed out by this giant Ethereal Arcanist that he had the chance to remove, but decided to leave up to go with this game plan.
Yeah, still has the option to remove it, but he just went for Alexstrasza. So if he decides to remove it now, post Alexstrasza, he's really lost a lot of his long-term potential with it. And it looks like he's going for Emperor this turn. I think Radlack's thrown off a bit by this very different board presence that's happened here. This is a tough spot.
I have no idea what I'm looking at right now. And
you're looking at a couple of uncastable cards. Pyroblast actually is not that bad. Looks like he's going to Frostbolt and Ice Barrier, just extend his life.
Yeah.
As much as he can this turn.
It effectively buys him an extra turn. 1 extra turn on top of whatever, since he's plays the Ice Barrier, which blocks most of the damage on the board. And this is a Ethereal Conjurer. You've been mentioning a lot in what specifically he can pick up, but what it does is it gives him options. It gives Toaster a lot of options. There's a lot of great cards that he can pick up that can prolong his life, and Ice Block, or even like, I don't even know. There's a counterspell, like you said earlier. A lot of the secrets are going to be really great. So he's going to save it until he knows that he's looking for something very specific, until he's narrowing the possible options that he could get.
Ooh, another Ice Block's a great draw.
Yeah.
So Blizzard going to come out, take care of the damage that's incoming for another turn. You know, I'm guessing you're supposed to Fireball here, but he's kind of faced that one position. Like, do I Fireball face or a Fireball the Arcanist? He thinks 13 power is a little bit too much at this point. I don't necessarily disagree with him. I would have liked to see that taken care of a little bit earlier, but just kind of the fact that he's playing against a build that he can't piece together what he's playing against. You know, this isn't a deck like you see in the metagame.
Yeah,
it's a secret mage deck with a lot of heavy mid range in it, and that's something that Freeze Mage can really struggle with.
Forgotten Torch. He did have the option of a Spell Bender there, but not that great against Freeze Mage, since most of the time their spells are usually pointed at your face. So Spellbender just doesn't proc. It could be a good bluffing tool, but it's also one of those secrets that's not easy, but if you can narrow it down, it can sometimes be easy to spot. And
well, Reno just became active.
Wow.
So that opens up another option here for Radlack. He's getting really low on the number of cards in the deck, though. He's got to piece together a way to actually win this game. And he's used Frostbolt. He's used a Fireball at this point as well. Like, those Ice Lance, those don't do damage unless your opponent's frozen. He's got to figure out a way to piece all this together and actually kill his opponent. And there goes an Ice Lance now, so it's a little bit less damage he has at this point.
He does have enough, is the thing. He's got Power Blast. He's got Forgotten Torch, which means he's going to have a Roaring Torch.
That's a counterspell picked up for Toaster. And that could really do some damage to Radlac here. I mean, the fact that he's... I mean, is he anticipating a second counterspell? I mean, he's on the ropes. He's got to make something happen in the next 2 turns.
Well, he did have 2 Frostbolts total in the deck. So that's one of the cards that is a common 2 of with Reno. Ice Block being the second one, and sometimes you can run double of Ice Barrier too. So we'll have to see.
I mean, I'm thinking you got to go for this. He's going to go ahead and Reno instead. Wants to preserve his Ice Block as long as he can. Oh, nope, not quite. He's definitely thinking about this option.
I'm feeling like Secret Mage, the ultimate counter to Reno Freeze Mage. Who would have known?
Well, he's rich this turn, up to 30, but it's a lot of damage he's facing on board.
Yeah. This game still isn't over because Radlac does have the burst, and now he's got the health. Now he's got the health to work with. So
perhaps a little bit too quick on the draw there. Yeah, decides to take out Reno instead. Toaster just seems comfortable just playing the slow game.
Yeah. So he's still...
You got a Pyroblast this turn, right?
Yeah, you have to. But he's still 3 turns away from a victory, but I guess so is Toaster. But he has to
come down to that Conjurer.
Yeah, if he can pick up second Ice Block or I don't even know, Counterspell maybe. The thing is, he can't. He will be able to pop the block at 1 next turn. So a Counterspell wouldn't be able to help.
Oh, that one's able to help. Wow, Keys and Mystic gets drawn for Toaster. And Radlac gets blown out by that card.
What?
Wow, what just happened?
What? How does a game like that end with just a casual Kazan Mystic off the top of the deck into a win? That's just nuts.
That was a lot more about the way that Toaster was playing that game, because he played it so very careful for most of the time. And so knowing that he's got Keys in his deck obviously is kind of his game plan in hindsight. Like, once you see the Keys happen, you're like, oh, all these plays prior to this make so much more sense. Like, that was the reason he was playing it so defensively, is because he knew that he had that card for inevitability. But goodness, that's a very interesting game. Radlac had a couple opportunities to attack way earlier there. Maybe regretting not taking a more aggressive stance to that one. Both players just played so defensively.
What is happening? This is what appears to be a Malagos Warlock versus a Mill Rogue.
Oh, that is definitely Mill Rogue. When you see Banish coming, Coldlight Oracle is kind of a telling sign, but when you see Banish enter the hand, this is a deck that relies around forcing each player to draw lots of cards, and then stalling out the game with all of their defensive rogue spells. Think Backstab, Eviscerate, Sap, having big swing turns with Preparation and Banish to stick all your opponent's minions back in their hand while they have full hands because of your Coldlight Oracles, and then continuing to build until you get one ultimate turn where you force your opponent to draw so many cards that they die from fatigue.
Yeah, and against a Malagos Warlock, which one will tap and cycle to get them closer, fill their hand even more, which reduces the likelihood that you mill an important card. 2, they do have a lot of important cards that aren't necessarily crucial to their win condition. It is a sort of a mid-range deck up until the point. It's very similar. It reminds me a lot of Druid, where it does have a lot of mid-range minions. And then it also has a win condition in Malagos plus spells. So it's sort of a combo-esque type deck after the mid game is sort of played out. So I don't know. This matchup once again is a little bit of a weird one. But as long as Toaster can get into a position where he's not under too much pressure, I feel like he can win. But I don't know. I want to say that the Malagos Warlock's favored because of all the mid-range aspects of it.
I would tend to say the Warlock is favored in this matchup simply because of Malagos. if they can put together a big Malagos turn, it's usually kind of lights out for the Milrug at this point. Now, that being said, Toaster's looking like he's getting very close to putting together one of those hands that can fill your opponent's hand with a bunch of cards and then make them draw too much. And this is exactly one of those situations. So Prep Vanish, this is like the big swing turn. All cards back to hand, and now he just coins out this Cold Light Oracle. That's going to burn 2 cards. It's going to help fill up his hand. This is kind of the win condition of this deck. It takes a long time to really put all this together, but if you can play defense for long enough, it makes a big difference. And Loatheb is such an important burn.
Yeah. Huh. So Toaster actually had a chance there to coin out Cold Light Oracle before he vanished.
Yeah, I'm curious if I would like to see that, or even to see the Shadow Step on the Cold Light Oracle. It's such an important minion to this build.
Yeah.
That when your opponent has an opportunity to kill it, they'll basically just kill it. And drawing Bran afterwards, that's like the major reason why Cold Light Oracle is so important in this deck, is because the whole goal at the end of the game is to land Bran and Cold Light Oracle turns, so that way you can actually force your opponent into that fatigue.
Yeah, he wouldn't have overdrawn. He would have put a Cold Light Oracle back in his hand, still milled Radlac for the same amount, but also had a Cold Light Oracle. It seems like, I'm going to throw it out there again, a strictly better play, Admirable.
Strictly better is going to be the phrase of the day. Yeah, Toaster working on a much lighter hand now afterwards, but still plenty of tools in his hand to work with.
Yeah.
At least Starseeker makes its way to hand, too.
Okay, well, I have seen this before, so it's not a crazy thing, but it does give you sort of an added win condition if you know that a mill strategy is not going to be viable anymore. Like if you, I don't know, there's some situations where you just mess up your early game, or where you're like even on cards, which rarely happens, but sometimes it does, where you can use the lease and have that secondary win condition besides only mill. But it's very rare that it actually ever happens.
Soulfire's going to be the lead here. And Twilight Guardian, I think, a pretty good discard. Not a critically important card of this matchup. Oh, Emperor Thaurissan off the Death Lord. This is some bad news for Toaster. That is one of the strongest cards that you can have against this deck, because what it's trying to do is offset your opponent's curve. It's trying to keep them from being able to play lots of cards. You want to kind of force them into 1 or 2 plays a turn, and then disrupt it. With Emperor Thaurissan, it unlocks such a much bigger potential to play a bunch of stuff than you normally would. And that, oh goodness, that's scary. That needs to be taken care of.
Yeah. And Sap doesn't really take care of it now. Well, it takes care of it for now, but it doesn't really take care of it in general. It just seems like Toaster's kind of going through the motions here. He's not really thinking about his plays too much. And he is going to be under a lot of pressure. Not having that Cold Light Oracle might be a little bit of a bigger deal than we sort of suspect early on. He could have milled more cards. He would have had Bran plus Cold Light Oracle, maybe even just to look for answers himself. Not even to win the game, but look for answers himself. He still has the Shadow Step, and now he just basically has Shadow Step for anti-Keelbot, which, yeah, it's great to stall out the game, but there goes part of your win condition when you use that, just to sort of stall it out for a while.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit it with the Toaster. Just at this point, when he sees the Emperor Thaurissan, may just be resigned to his fate. Well, didn't really think through his last turn too much. But that could just be a situation where he's like, he looks at the board, and he's like, I just know I can't recover this. I lost my Cold Light Oracle. Should have Shadow Stepped it and had that win condition still potentially available. Like you said, just anti-Killbot, so he's going to stall out the game for a while, but the writing is kind of on the wall at this point. Your opponent's got 2 Emperor activations. They're going to get a 3rd one, and both saps have been used at this point. How do you take care of this board from here?
He even throws an attack into a 3/6 Twilight or Twilight Guardian. So
you know what a 9/9 Reliquary Seeker looks like?
Baby.
Looks like
Let's take a look.
Yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not quite enough. Had he played this Azure Drake, actually, I think he had lethal.
Yeah. He would have had 8 damage. He would have had.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So,
how often can you pass up the opportunity to go for a 9/9 Reliquary Seeker, though?
Yeah, especially a 0-mana 9/9 Reliquary Seeker. He's going to go ahead and use the power overwhelming anyway. Not too much lost. Opponent's at 7. You have lethal next turn. You have all the board presence in the world. Toaster would need a miracle to get out of this position, and he's not even close. He's got healed to 23, but look at the board pressure.
Well, he can start Shadow Step and heal bots again, because that plan worked out great for him.
Gosh, being harsh. You're like Kriparian harsh today.
I apologize.
No, don't apologize. I think it's great.
Yeah, he threw away his win conditions. It felt like, and against this deck, you sort of have to all in on a singular win condition, even though that might feel like you're taking risks by taking more damage. Without a Cold Light Oracle, what are you gonna do? It just feels like the deck has a lot of cards that are very mediocre by themselves. The thing is, when they're pieced together in a way that makes it super awkward for your opponent, when you force them to overdraw, when you have ways to look for answers to all of their stuff every single turn, with Cold Light Oracles, it just feels like that opportunity for Toaster was thrown away. And now that is going to be another game going over to Radlac, so that's going to be a 2-1 lead in this series. It is going to be on match point going into his final deck.
Yeah. Milrogue, in my experience, has been a deck that's been incredibly difficult to play. Like, even when I get wonderful hands with it, I'll lose a game in the long run. I look back and I go, how did I lose this game? And I'll find like one turn where I had like a really weird sequence of plays I could have made and be like, wow, that actually would have worked out a lot better than just prepping my Vanish and playing a Cold Light Oracle, which often ends up being one of your best turns that you have. But you have to really understand this deck and really understand the matchups with it to make the most effect with it. Like, if this is a deck where if you misstep one time, you can quite literally lose the game because of it. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, it requires a wealth of experience, especially for a deck that isn't even really top tier. At the end of the day, you can pilot this deck so much better than everybody else and still be left at a disadvantage simply because its overall approach is a little bit weak.
Yeah. And we're moving into this matchup, and I'd say this is a pretty good matchup for the Milrogue.
Yeah, being able to Shadow Step anti-heal bots here makes a much bigger difference than it did in the previous game.
Yeah, also, having a deck that relies on not being able to be killed on your turn, playing against it with a deck that's win condition kills them on their own turn, is great.
Yeah, I'm just going to go for Cold Light Oracle here.
The prep gang up.
Yeah, prep gang up. Not a surprise to see there. That is a scary sight if you're playing Freeze Mage.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, a triple. Cold Light Oracle.
And you look at this Cold Light Oracle and you go, just Frostbolt it? I mean, yeah, I guess I do. And this is kind of the advantage that Milrogue is going to have in this matchup, is that you kind of want your opponent to play Acolyte. You want your opponent to play Arcane Intellect. You want them to be drawing cards. Like, that's playing right into your hands as the Milrogue player. And so the only thing he's got to be concerned with is all of the burst potential that a Radlac can eventually put together. And so Alex draws a key card, all the burn spells are key cards, but you have antique heal bots to answer those. So it's a matter of if he can draw all of the cards to kind of answer those situations, he's going to be in fantastic shape. Otherwise, this game's going over to Radlac.
Yeah. And Reno Jackson, I don't know if that's going to help too much, but we'll definitely have to see. What you want to do in this matchup, I suppose, as the Reno Freeze Mage, is just throw away all the cards that you're not going to use. And yeah, it's going to be tough for him to find a way back into it. We'll have to see.
Lack of action for Toaster this turn. Just kind of waiting to draw the right cards. This is a tough spot. Like, this is the spot where I feel most vulnerable with this deck, is when I don't actually have a way to draw cards or really do anything.
Yep, and the key here is going to be drawing those Cold Light Oracles, but the thing is, you can't, like, force it. You can't just start throwing those Cold Light Oracles out, because you can mill them, but until you're fatiguing them, sometimes that mill doesn't matter unless you're hitting those key cards. And unless you're going to get, like, 5+ mills, it doesn't feel as good to start milling your opponent, because it also, if they are drawing cards, you're getting them closer to being able to kill you. So Vanish also is sort of not a useless card, but it's not nearly as useful in this matchup than it is in other ones, because the Freeze Mage never really plays more than one minion at a time, sometimes two, and a lot of times it's good. They want you to put those back in their hand if they don't have a full hand, because it gives them extra secrets for mad scientists, or it allows them to, well, I guess no. Take that back. Unless it's like a novice engineer, then it works out pretty well.
I'm just going to Shadow Step Deathlord here, just wants to keep it protected, and Radlac is going to say, you know what, I think I just need a 4-6 on board to start attacking. And I don't disagree with this. I think this is a matchup where he quite literally needs to get a 4-6 on board and start attacking with it.
Yeah, that's very true. And just get something out of his hand. He can't wait for Reno to be activated. The sap Reno Jackson.
Yeah, he's going to activate Ice Barrier as well. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
He can just never attack, but I guess he wants to get the recurring damage from the dagger in, which I suppose has some merit. But in order for that to pay off, he's going to have to attack for like 2 more turns.
Yep, is going to not cycle these Phantom Knives either. I'm curious exactly what he's holding these for. Maybe he's holding onto him for Acolyte of Pain. But you know, I think at this point I'd be wanting to dig to my Cold Light Oracles. You know, he has 4 copies left in his deck. You know, additional copies to gang up. Maybe even the Elise at this point. This feels like a spot where I want to draw cards, and this is the turn he's going to do it. Just want to get his Death Lord in line last turn, dagger up again. His first fan into prep. So not too much help from him at this point, kind of just waiting his Toaster. But time, I think, is definitely on his side.
Yeah. And right now, he's got like 4 Cold Light Oracles in the deck, or something ridiculous like that, and he's probably got less than 20 cards. Hard to calculate since he used Gang Up, so put more cards in his deck. But that means every single turn he has like a 20% chance at the very least to draw a Cold Light Oracle. And with Bran, and if he draws into another Shadow Step, he does have Vanish as well. So as we get to the later turns, that's going to be a possibility, especially with Prep. So there's going to be a lot of ways for him to cycle through and find it. Bran plus Elise Starseeker.
Yeah, 2 maps to the Golden Monkey in there.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if that's good. Because do you want to turn your Cold Light Oracles into legendaries? I don't even think so.
I know that I have played Bran Elise Starseeker before. It's really cool when it happens, but probably not his game plan in this one.
Yeah, I don't know. He just wants to find those Cold Lights.
Flame Strike and Ping. I think I would like to see him save Bran for those Cold Lights, indeed. Oh, there's one of them.
Yeah. This also makes it, I guess, Cold Light Oracle, or map can draw a Cold Light Oracle. Like, it doesn't put a dead draw on your deck. It just means you have to spend 2 extra mana to cycle through.
Oh, there's one map.
You know, you might as well, I guess. I don't know. It just feels like such a weird card to put in as a secondary win condition for a mill deck. Seems like both of those strategies work against each other.
Yeah. Milling Torch, I think kind of a welcome sight for him, but this is going to be big Emperor Thoris on turn here for Radlac. A lot of those key pieces in his hand, and he's sitting behind an ice block and has another ice block in his hand. You know, with that Alex Straza drawn, he may just feel comfortable in his ability to actually close this one. Now, Antique Healbot shows up, so this could throw a wrench into things, but there's no Shadow Step in Toaster's hand for that afterwards. He's just going to keep forcing the draws.
What's he going to mill? Loot Hoarder? That's not what he wants to see, but he's going to get one more here, and we'll see what that's going to be. Blizzard, that doesn't really help either. He wants to see Burn is what he wants to see.
About 2 Emperor activations.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal, especially we didn't see Radlac's whole deck. There probably is a Archmage Antonidas.
Well, he's got the Forgotten Torches in there, so this may be the Torch version rather than the Archmage version.
Yeah, but it's also Reno, so I don't know if there's even a version that we can... Reno Jackson is a version of, you know, what cards do you get through first in your collection when you're building a Reno Jackson deck? And maybe an Archmage Antonidas, we'll have to see, but if there is one, then that's going to be a lot of fireballs that he is going to be able to get with double activation. Frostbolt and both Ice Lances are going to be... Ooh, Arcane Intellect seems bold, but I guess he just wants more cards to be reduced. There's the Archmage.
Right as I say, it might be a Torch version instead. You got a good point with the Reno Jackson, though. It's a very excellent point.
And now he's basically got infinite damage. Not infinite damage, but that's a lot. He can get 4 fireballs in one turn. The only thing is that he can't get cards out of his hand. But with Archmage and a lot of cheap spells, that might be all he needs to close out the game. Because he has Alexstrasza. Ooh.
My hand is too full.
And he just...
Another Cold Light Oracle. He's gonna forego that one.
If he picks up a Shadow Step...
Oh, 10 points gets burned. Does have the Archmage, though, so he can easily make this up. He's got 3, 11. He's got 17 damage available to him this turn. So if he uses Alexstrasza, it puts his opponents at 15. He's going to see the Antique Healbot come up, which is going to put him to 23. Then he can burst for 17 with the Archmage, pick up 4 copies of Fireball. And I think that's part of his game plan right now. But his deck is very low on cards. So he does have to consider, if my opponent has ways to bounce these Cold Light Oracles and force me to draw too many cards, can my opponent just kill me?
He has all the cards he needs to win in his hand. So that's one thing. So we'll see if...
I think he's just going to go for the Archmage now, which is totally fine, too. I mean, Alexstrasza is only 6 points of damage here, so... I think this plan is just more effective in the long term.
It gets you there faster, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot faster.
Yeah, he's going to have 13 damage next turn. And he's going to throw out the Doomsayer, though, so this increases the likelihood that he draws into more burn, because I think he has a Frostbolt left. And it also reduces the likelihood that Toaster can kill off all of these. Double Healbot! Holy moly!
You know, this is actually, like, kind of smart for him to drop the Doomsayers to couple with this. Because if his opponent heals too much, he's able to Alexstrasza him afterwards. Oh, he's going for the mill plan here.
He's out of cards. He's got lethal next turn with double Cold Light, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is...
Because he's going to go one into Fatigue, and then the next turn he's going to go 4 more into Fatigue.
Oh, jeez.
5 plus 9 damage, that's 14. Then the following turn would be an additional 6, so that'd be 20. Oh, man.
All the attacks have added up. I mean, he's pushed through both ice barriers, too.
Yeah.
So even had the longevity to just push through the ice barriers, which honestly, that's a little bit surprising to me. And he's considering prepping the Eviscerate here. He does have 10 cards in hand. He says, you know what? Don't need those extra cards. Don't really care about them. Can you win from this board state?
Yeah. And that is going to be lethal next turn with Cold Lights, because it'll be 9 total damage. And then the following turn, he'll take an extra 6. So that'll be perfect lethal, even with just a Cold Light Oracle. He can even throw an Eviscerate at the face, so... that is going to... It should do it if I count it correctly.
Antique. Well, it's going to go Cold Light Oracle, so it's going to be 4 points and 5 points. That's 9.
And then 6 points on the backswing, which will proc your Ice Block. So.
Wow!
Oh, baby! Toaster taking a win.
That's pretty much the dream matchup, I think, for Milrogue, too. Like, any of the super long-term combo decks that don't really have the time to piece everything together because you're actually forcing them into these weird spots with Cold Light Oracles.
Yeah.
Ends up being such a big advantage to him.
Yeah. And before we jump into the last match, we are going to have to take a quick break before we jump into game number 5 of this series. Just got to get something sorted out real quick. So don't go anywhere, guys. The conclusion to the series between Radlac and Toast, the exciting conclusion, will continue in just a few moments.
I'll drink to that! That's the worst thing I've ever tasted! That's some strong brew!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers from PAX East. We apologize for the delay, but we're about to get back underway with the series between Radlack and Toaster. Once again, I'm TJ, and I am joined by ThatsAdmirable. This is a crazy series. We've seen Mill Rogue, we've seen Reno Freeze Mage, we've seen Secret Mage. I don't even know what to say, Admirable. It's just nuts.
Well, we're going to head into game number 5 here, where Radlack and this Freeze Mage is going to have to take on the Dragon Priest from Toaster. Freeze Mage hasn't really been getting it done in the last couple series, but I would venture to say that against Dragon Priest, he's got a pretty good matchup ahead of him.
Oh, baby, that is right. Freeze Mage has classically done well against essentially every type of Priest deck. The only one that I can think would have any sort of shot would be Aggro Priest or OTK Priest, but even then, you have to get through ice blocks, and it's just really tough thing to do. So, yeah, I'd say that Radlack should be able to take a win here. Still could be up in the air. We haven't seen Toaster's entire deck. There might be a little bit of a curveball in there. Reno Jackson Freeze Mage is a little bit more inconsistent than regular Freeze Mage. So I still don't know what to expect because this series has delivered on many different fronts. But we are going to jump right in and get underway with game number 5 of this series. Winner moves on to, I believe, the round of 64 is we're on 128. Oh no, we're on 256 right now. So the winner moves on to the round of 128. Still lots of matches to win for these fellas.
Yeah, Toaster's Hand a little bit heavy at the moment. Dark Cultist, Blackwing Corruptor, Hungry Dragon, Draconid Crusher, and Shadow Man is not too useful most of the time in this matchup. Meanwhile, Arcane Intellect, Acolyte Pain, Mad Science, Frostball, Ice Block for Radlac. It's looking like he's going to have pretty substantial advantage here. He's got plenty of ways to draw cards. He's got plenty of ways to thin out his deck. And want to trade in that Mad Scientist first for sure if you're going to draw cards. I wouldn't mind seeing an Acolyte from this turn, but definitely no problems with the Arcane Intellect either. I mean, just taking the immediate draws and then looking for more impactful cards to play later on is, it's totally reasonable. Totally reasonable line of play. Twilight Welt picked up any points of damage. You're going to be pretty happy with your Toaster. But this one, he's got to get going. If he gets a big enough board presence and Radlac doesn't have Frostnova Doomsayer, there's a chance he could keep the pressure pretty high, but that has got to be the situation that he's looking for in this game.
There's a lot of powerful minions in this deck, which if left alone can do some big things, but just so many ways to stall this Reno Freeze Mage has. So there's not really too many cards that just do a lot of stuff from hand. There's not Burst. So Blackwing Corruptor is just about the most burst that you can get. Blackwing Corruptor, actually the most amount of burst is just double Blackwing Corruptor, I'm pretty sure. 6 damage burst.
There's really not a lot of burst from Dragon Priest. I mean, that's been, sort of been the story of Priest for as long as it's been a class, is the lack of burst that class has right now.
Except for the most efficient face damage from a 2-mana card in the game.
Which has a lot of flexibility as well. If you've ever played with Mind Blast, you know that there's so many different ways to use that card.
What is Mind Blast strictly better than? I don't know. Strictly better than...
Shadow Bomber.
Sure, a Shadow Bomber. No, strictly
a
better
card
than
in its own class.
Strictly better than a Sinister Strike that costs 2.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly
strictly
what
better than a Sinister Strike.
If you have Emperor Thorisand 4 times, and then you get Loathebbed, the Mind Blast is strictly better than that Sinister Strike is right there.
Yeah, 100% better. All right, well, back to the match. This is basically how Reno Freeze Mage versus Dragon Priest goes. I mean, I know a lot of you have experience playing this deck on ladder just because of how popular the matchup is, and you probably know already, but it's just really tough for the Dragon Priest to get a hold of the board.
Yeah, I mean, they just play minion, and kind of hope, honestly, that your opponent just doesn't have the right spells, which honestly is kind of a fine strategy for some of the aggro decks that are out there. I mean, the matchup plays like a slower version of aggro versus a lot of the control decks, where the aggro decks, they play like Leopard Gnome on turn 1, they play a very cheap threat on turn 2, they play a very cheap threat or 2 threats on turn 3, and then they're hoping their opponent doesn't have Hellfire or Consecration or something along those lines, or like a big Whirlwind turn with a weapon set up. This one's a little bit slower, where you're kind of playing like a 3-mana and 4-mana and 5-mana minions and hoping your opponent hasn't drawn Blizzard and Flame Strike at that point. The extra time that you give them is the difference between them being able to find the right cards much more often than they would in the prior scenario. And so because of that, it ends up turning the table so much in the control player's favor that it's difficult to really piece together. But Radlac just hasn't really drawn any AoE this game so far. He's drawn a lot of cards this game too. I mean, a single Flame Strike or a single Blizzard is really going to change the way that this table looks right now.
Yeah. And even just the win condition for Freeze Mage against Priest is just so linear. You just freeze the board, play Alexstrasza, and he throws spells at their face. They're not going to press you out most of the time, as long as you draw it in a pretty timely manner. And like you said, drawing a lot of cards so far. Radlac is, so picks up a Frost Nova that buys an extra turn. Maybe not this turn, but in future turns. Let's see how much damage is being represented on board. 14. So he's still okay.
I think you're looking potentially at a ping this turn. Does have 12 points of damage in his hand. I mean, Emperor Thorisand's not looking the worst here. With the second copy of Ice Block, you can go Emperor Thoris on this turn. Gets his Ice Block potentially popped. Rolls into maybe a Frost Nova turn afterwards. If your opponent's popping your Ice Block, they're not killing your Emperor Thorisand. Something important to note. Ooh, Pyroblast gets drawn. I mean, that may be the ticket to actually go for this, but looks like he's going to keep drawing. Doomsayer gets drawn. That's gonna stop this game plan. It is gonna be Frost Nova Doomsayer, and just enough time. The very last card that Radlac could have drawn this turn, and that one card, the difference between a slower version of Beatdown and a quicker version of Beatdown.
Yeah, and there's just no way for Priest to deal with the Doomsayer. Absolutely no way.
Needs like Shadow Word Pain or something.
Yeah, or Vol'jin Holy Nova on turn
Crazed
10.
Alchemist. Confused.
Crazed Alchemist, yeah. Confused. Oh my goodness.
Alexstrasza under an ice block with Pyroblast, Fireball, Frostbolt, and Forgotten Torch in hand. I think this one's done like dinner, TJ.
Yep, I will have to agree with you there. And here's going to go with the old Blackwing Corruptor and kill the Alexstrasza over 2 turns game plan. And that's in every Priest's playbook.
Yep, he's going to dig for, looks like Shadow Word Death here. Yep, no hope for this one. Alexstrasza is actually going to connect for 8. That's usually when you know that your deck is a really bad matchup versus something, is when they can, or versus Freeze Mage, is when they can play Alexstrasza and pretty safely connect with it afterwards.
Yeah. And that's going to be Radlac taking a close series, moving on to the round of 128. He will keep fighting in the Hearthstone Major and move on. And unfortunately, Toaster, that means he's been eliminated. A little bit unfortunate because his decks were really cool, really fun to watch with the Mill Rogue. And of course, with that Secret Mage, that's the first time I've seen that in a competitive environment. So props to him for that bold call, but Radlac is going to take the series and move on.
Yeah, I do like the Secret Mage call. I did play Secret Mage in 2014, the Stage 2 of BlizzCon, where it took me to a wonderful 0-2 performance at that event. But yeah, I mean, you got to respect anyone for bringing their decks that they like to play and playing some Hearthstone. I mean, that's what this event is about. It's an open event. You had to walk up and sign up, and when you have to be in person at events, it's a much more traditional style of card environment where you see players play what they want to play, period, because they want to play them. And that's something that I actually really love about live events, is that it's capturing that feeling that I had growing up in card games, was that it was a social environment. It was about being around the people that were there. And occasionally you found some people bring some stuff that you hadn't seen before. And it was actually pretty good. So always looking forward to seeing more designs in that way. And, good luck to him in his future events.
Yeah, I resonate with that same feeling. But I never had competitive card game experience. I just bought cards, but made my own rules against my friends when they came over to my house. So it was competitive in its own right. But, I would make up rules, and then midway through the match, I would just make up rules again. So we are going to jump into the next match, even without going to a break this time, to reward you guys for sticking with us through that last break. So you can see the next matchup is being thrown onto your screen there. Don't be surprised if the decks switch around a little bit. Maybe the one on the bottom doesn't mean that it's banned. We'll get the X through the deck that's banned when it comes up. So Orange from Team Archon will be playing the next match. So that's in one of those big names that's still in the tournament so far.
Yeah, quite a few of them in this field as well. I mean, with 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points up for grabs, I definitely would expect people to show up for this event in addition to the 10K prize pool that's there. It's a big draw for some of the big names that are out there. In Orange now, we're moving into one round of 128. Looks like he's playing against Isamon. Is that how you pronounce this one? Isamon?
Isamon?
I like Isamon.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get some confirmation from someone that's on the PAX floor that can go up to him and ask him how it's pronounced. But we'll go with Isamon for now. And it looks like bans are in. So Isamon has banned out Orange's Shaman, and Orange has banned out the Warlock from Isamon.
Yeah, a little bit more of a traditional ban, I'd say, from Orange. Warlock in the pro communities is tended to be regarded as the best deck that's out there right now. If your opponent's playing Reno, there are some justifications to not banning those versions, because sometimes your deck's just built strong against them. But not going to be a surprise, I think, to see Shaman banned for a lot of these matches. It is such a scary deck to play against, and oftentimes it feels like when you beat it, it's just because they got a bad draw. When you lose to it, it felt hopeless almost. They just kind of steamrolled you with turn 1 Tunnel Trog, turn 2 Totem Golem, and then action to follow it up. And I think it's kind of a situation a lot of players tend to avoid, or want to tend to avoid.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. While we wait for this matchup to get going, keep in mind, guys, still giving away a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. So if you want, you can click the banner below to head over to the website, or if you want, you can just type in geico.onog.gg. Right on the front page there's you can enter in into the sweepstakes. You can get a GEICO quote in doing so, and you enter in to win that PC. Also, if you're a U.S. resident and 18 years or older, you can enter in for the open circuit. So this whole thing is brought to you by One Nation of Gamers, who's holding the 2016 ONOG circuit, which has 10 opens, 6 feature tournaments in the grand finals at PAX, a $70,000 prize pool over the course of the entire circuit. So if you want to sign up for the open tournaments that lead into those, you can head over to the website. The next one's on April 30th, so in a little over a week. If you want to compete, make sure you head over there during the breaks, sign up. It's really easy to do, and you can win some money. You can also qualify for those feature tournaments and eventually qualify for PAX. So lots of cool stuff. I know I played in a few of those opens because I happen to be from the old US of A and 18 plus. So make sure you guys head over there. Also, big shout out to the sponsors for the entire circuit, GEICO and Video Game Voters Network. And of course, CyberPower PC, and then DX Racer and the Asus Republic of Gamers for helping us out at PAX East with a lot of the hardware that the players are competing on. So we should be jumping in pretty soon here. But what kind of Warlock deck do you think this is from Orange? We see Paladin, but as we've seen so far from the circuit or from this major, the Paladin decks have been a little bit interesting.
Yeah, Orange, I know, is kind of a player that tends to favor the control side of things. A very unique professional in that regard. He will continue to play control decks over and over again. I know he likes to play Priest a lot in a lot of the tournaments he's played. I've seen him have very good success with it in the past. So I would not be surprised to be seeing a Reno Warlock from him. But given the way his lineup is constructed, I think that's what's kind of telling me that this is probably a Zoo deck. So this is kind of a tough one to nail. And that is actually his reputation kind of working in his favor in that if you don't actually know which build he's playing, it could just very easily be either one. But given that he's Paladin, Druid, and Shaman, I'm going to say this is a Zoo Warlock.
Zoo Warlock and Seeker Paladin, perhaps.
Yeah.
Those would be sort of the four of the strongest decks. You can, interchange the Paladin and Warrior. That's sort of just like a personal preference type thing. But Druid, Shaman, Warlock, those seem to be the 3 decks that are the common denominator among a lot of the decks that are being brought to competitive environments. Of course, we talked a lot about this earlier, the fact that this isn't open and the fact that some of these unknown players can benefit a lot from bringing crazy decks. And they just don't know. They, like you talked about, that card game environment. They're coming to this open tournament. They might just bring whatever they want. And for Toaster, that was Mill Rogue and Dragon Priest and Secret Mage. So who knows? I don't even know what to expect from Icemon coming to this one.
Yeah, it looks like, I'd say with Warrior, Druid, and Warlock in this lineup, it's probably just bringing something a little bit more competitive. So the Mage, I think could very easily be Freeze Mage in this instance. It looks like his lineup kind of maybe wants to beat up Zoo pretty bad, maybe Secret Paladin as well. Yeah. Like I know some of the Druid builds, if you put in 2 copies of Mind Control Tech as well as a Big Game Hunter, you have a lot of different board swing dynamics that you can apply with that deck.
All right, so we got confirmation on how to pronounce what we were referring to as Icemon's name. It's Ishamon.
Very close from you. That's a good guess. Gosh, you're good. You're smart.
It wasn't even close. Isamon and Ishamon? Those are completely different.
That's like 1 syllable. You get 2 of the syllables right out of 3. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, it's true. I'd take those odds. If you told me I'll give you, you can win 2/3 of the Hearthstone games for the rest of your life, I'd say, yep.
You would be one of the best professionals in the world at that point.
I would be. So I'll take it. All right, jumping in, and it looks like it's going to be, I have no idea, possibly a Control Warrior.
Yeah, Acidic Swamp Boost is a really interesting choice. The Bash is kind of tilting us towards the Control Warrior in this instance. Orange bringing, Drew decks are going to look so linear at this point until the upcoming nerfs actually take place, where Drew is going to have to find a different dynamic. 2 Wild Growths in hand, not always what you're looking for in this matchup. Typically in Warrior, I'd say you want 1 Wild Growth and then just a slew of threats afterwards. He's drawn 2 Wild Growths. He's also followed up with a Swipe and a Savage Roar. So this is actually one of those games where I feel like Ishamon could be favored simply because Orange is lacking a lot of the action in his hand.
Yeah.
Keeper of the Grove isn't really one of the ones you want too bad in this matchup. It's good for like Acolyte's Pain. It's decent against Deathlord. But the big story here is that this guy's getting bashed and left with a 2-3 afterwards. And Ancient Lord gets picked up. At this point now, the second Wild Growth looks a lot better because he can actually just accelerate into turn 5 Ancient Lore.
Yeah, which it has a lot of merit. I'm sure he's expecting Despite to come down the next turn, but you can't like play around Despite over 2 turns. So the one thing he doesn't really develop anything this turn, so he gives up on the pressure. But I think Keeper does have some reasonable targets. And when you're in, of course, yeah, I guess Acolyte of Pain, Sludge Belchers can sometimes be good targets. But he is going to go ahead and go on the plan of playing Ancient of Lore on turn 5, which is a really strong play.
Yeah, Despite going to clean this up. Do agree with Ancient Lore play. Is going to be met with that Despite as well. So Orange is going to be looking like he needs to draw a ton of cards to keep his economy up.
Well, hello there, Force of Nature Savage Roar.
Yeah, definitely one of the key ones in this matchup. Oh, and second Savage Roar. So now Emperor Thorson and Innervate both looking like excellent draws too, given that 22 burst from hand to access.
Mm-hmm. So this might be one of the last competitive events that we'll get to see Force of Nature Savage Roar in its prime.
I'm gonna cry.
Many tears were shed, but many parties were had.
Admirable was the only one who shed tears for it because he loves Druid.
Yeah. Well, Deathlord presents quite a bit of a problem because sometimes you can keeper it if you want to push through, but just keepering it on an empty board is like, well, keeper doesn't really match up well against Deathlord anyway. And you kind of want stuff to come out from that, I suppose. Maybe you don't because of Brawl, but I don't know. This is tough. He can Druid of the Claw charge with Savage Roar, which is a clean removal. He uses up all 8 of his mana, and he's still left with a 4/2, and then whatever comes out of the Deathlord.
Yeah, I'd really like to see him not Savage Roar this turn just to keep access to all the damage. I think it's just 4/6 go is totally fine. You are leaving yourself in a position where if Ishamon has a good range of answers, that your board could just get cleaned up turn after turn. But I think it's just a risk he's got to take at this point.
And Ishamon does have plenty of removal, but does have removal line up well. He'd have to use multiple cards. He can just Deathbite and trade in. And he has a Deathbite for the next threat. Still has Bash, still has Shield Slams for whatever's going to come afterwards. But wow, okay. Just going to opt to go for just another Deathlord.
Yeah, I don't blame him for this one either. I mean, now it's looking like Orange now with options. I'd say prior to him drawing the second Druid of the Claw, he was kind of looking at silence, and start punching. But now he's drawing that second Druid of the Claw, I think he can actually just fight through this and save his silences for better situations. I mean, because now he's getting the swipe, he gets an extra threat from this. And then if this one isn't up to par, just go ahead and play that Druid of the Claw. I mean, getting a 5/5 isn't bad, but he really wants the card draw from that effect. I mean, he's much more concerned with drawing cards than he is with just getting a 5/5 body on board. So losing that Ancient of Lore is actually pretty painful, I think. Yeah.
And Ishamon does have removal here, but it doesn't line up. Actually, this could be no, he doesn't have enough mana to make it a full clear, but he can remove a lot off the board here. Oh, he does have enough mana to make it a full clear.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking he would have needed to use the Despite, but he doesn't. He finds a way through it. Oh, nope. Actually saving the second Shield Slam.
Wow, I'm really surprised by that. I mean, now your opponent's going to get 2 threats on board and potentially a third from what's in their hand.
And a free kill on the Deathlord, effectively.
Yeah, and Orange is actually just going to take that opportunity to connect for 5, which I definitely don't blame him for here. I mean, he drew the Innervate at this point, too. So the 22 just from hand is available next turn. If Ishamon doesn't clear up this board, he's dead.
Yeah. I suppose this means he has a removal for Sylvanas, but there's no way that could have been anything that was planned. So He is going to remove a few things here, but yeah.
This is 31 damage coming.
Yeah, so that is
It's
going
just
to
dead.
Force of Nature, double Savage Roar. Hello, soon to be goodbye.
Even with this kind of start that Ishamon had, I mean, the fact that he didn't shield slam that one turn set him, I think, just barely far enough back that this happened a lot earlier than it should have. Now, that being said, I think that we would have come to this board state anyway. Ishamon drew Acolyte Pain, he drew Big Game Hunter, he drew Acidic Swamp Ooze. He just didn't have any action to follow up with. He just drew all his utility and had nothing left.
Yeah, and that's sort of one of the reasons why Druid is so favored, because a lot of times, even if the Warrior manages to remove all of your stuff, you're still just going to have stuff. Eventually, they're going to have a dead turn, and if you have 1-2 minion stick later in the game, times where you can double combo aren't as rare as they might seem. So Orange going to take that victory. Ishamon could have made plays earlier on, like we talked about, that might have let him survive for a couple more turns, but still think that would have been in the Druid's favor. And now Ishamon's going to climb back from a 1-game deficit.
Yeah, kind of expecting to lose the Druid versus Warrior matchup, so you can't be too upset with that one. Just got to roll with the punches and keep going from there. Is going to be Secret Paladin from Orange. Do not blame him for this one. And this matchup's actually really interesting to me, where I have found the kinds of cards that I'm willing to keep versus Control Warrior quite literally ranges up to Tyrion. Like, I'm willing to keep Tyrion in my hand in these matchups just because it's so powerful. Orange says that Mysterious Challenger is enough for him. Definitely can't blame him for that. You're looking at second copy of Mysterious Challenger being good, copy of Dr. Boom, potentially Ragnaros in the build, and now he's got a great curve to go along with it. So Ishamon not only has to answer the early curve, but he's got to fight off the Mysterious Challenger afterwards as well. He's got Bash Revenge, Elite Starseeker, Shield Slam, and Sludge Belcher to do it with. And it's going to start with Armor Up, and Orange's hand's looking so good.
Oh, baby. That's all I got to say. Yeah, that's a sick curve. Especially since he's got reasonable plays to all of his turns leading up to even a coin Mysterious Challenger, like Muster for Battle next turn. Then on turn 4, he can Shielded Minibot and Hero Power if he doesn't draw and do like Piloted Shredder. And then coin out Mysterious Challenger on what could be a good board. The secret, maybe you can even forego Muster for Battle.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
You play Muster for Battle. You start attacking. Ishamon has drawn Big Game Hunter, though. So if he can find a way to isolate this board presence, leading in the Mysterious Challenger turn, he does actually have a way to answer that. And that's a very important deal when you're playing against Secret Paladin. He even picks up Deathlord to go along with this. So can play on curve with Elite Starseeker this turn, follow it with Revenge and Deathlord next turn to try to shut off the Assault, and then hopefully find a way to get that Big Game Hunter out right on time to stabilize the board position.
Yeah. And these are the cards that you want to have in your hand against the Secret Paladin. You just want to have ways to deal with it. And we'll see how comfortable Orange is here with this situation. It looks like he is going to opt to trade, which is smart. Those 1/1s are just a revenge away from being brutally murdered.
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit earlier, where how trading has become so much more important to so many more decks this late in the metagame. I mean, people typically have answers to these kinds of board states where you just go wide with a bunch of 1/1s. There's 2 copies of Revenge in a lot of Warrior decks right now. And so very smart for him to trade in that position and keep his board from being too terribly vulnerable. And now he's got a lot of options in his hand. These are going to be some tough turns for Orange. They're all good for him, though.
Yeah. So Orange can remove this Belcher and be left with a damage mini-bot and a full health mini-bot with Challenger. But I'm going to opt to remove this a little more cleanly. Not sure how I feel about it, but
yeah, I like this a lot. Keeps his 1/1 Divine Shield around. It's not going to die to Revenge that way, and is going to absorb weapon attacks at the same time, and just ends up in the same board state he was last turn. He's got four minions in play. Ishamon's got nothing in play. He has to find a way to start answering this stuff. And so if Orange can create this circumstance over and over again, eventually he's going to get the favorable sides of the trades, because he's got those super impactful late game cards with Mysterious Challenger, Dr. Boom, Tyrion, and then just the card quality improves so much more post Mysterious Challenger, that these are the kinds of games that I feel like I tend to lose against Secret Paladins, where they just can play so efficiently and I don't have big board sweeps.
Yeah, but this does delay his Mysterious Challenger for a turn. It also increases the likelihood that he draws into a secret, which makes his Mysterious Challenger less effective. And it also means that now, this turn, he doesn't have a way to deal with the Death Lord. He has to trade in if he wants to kill it this turn. And he's also weaker to Brawl. So I don't know. He put himself in the same board state, but I feel like he could have put himself in a really strong board state. I don't know. We'll see how it works for him. He decided to be patient with the Mysterious Challenger. And could... depends where this Avenge is going to land.
TJ's looking for all the possibilities right now. The big story here for me is that Orange actually didn't attack this turn. He had a chance to kill that Death Lord and get an extra minion out, but knows that if he does that, he's much more vulnerable to Brawl, where in this situation, if his opponent brawls, he has a pretty good likelihood to keep 3 minions on board because the Death Lord's spawning an extra one. And so Ishamon has to fight through that, which is going to force him to use Revenge. But he's taken care of this quite nicely. So the Execute follow-up, Death Lord is challenged by the 5-3 on board. But I think this position's just okay for Ishamon. Now the problem is going to be the threats that come on afterwards.
Yeah.
He's invested a lot into taking care of that board state, and it's about to just get huge again. And that's the situation that Orange has been trying to create the entire time. It's just put Ishamon in the same situation over and over again, where he expends all of his resources, and Orange is left with the last threat.
And a Jugular. Does this change his play? Does he go for Dr. Boone now? Or... Okay, he wants to get out the Brawl, I suppose, but I feel like a Brawl would have just been used last turn.
It would have, but I still think that the Sludge Belcher is stronger here, just simply because if it's just a good enough threat right now. Like if he can force Ishamon to use his last removal spells on this board, that means the Challenger or the Dr. Boom isn't going to get checked, and I think that's what he's looking for.
Yeah, I suppose it's a very safe line of play. You're not going to kill your opponent as fast, but you're going to make sure that when you do play that big stuff, it is going to stick. Because your opponent can't leave their stuff on the board. And now Ishamon just spend this turn just...
Oh, jeez.
Hello!
Senor del Fuego in Orange's hand. I think this has got to be the play. Like,
Yeah,
he hasn't
8
seen
damage
Brawl,
to face.
just saw Shield Slam, just saw Execute. Wow.
Wow.
What? Safe? Orange is playing safe, but I don't really
that
think that this
safe?
is bad.
Is that even safe, though? I don't even know if that's safe.
I think it is. I think this is very safe.
I think Rag is safe. I think Ragas is about as safe as it gets.
This is going to continue. No, I think this is safer. I really do. Mysterious Challenger is a much lower priority threat than Ragnaros is right now. So if you can get your opponent to kill Mysterious Challenger, there's no way they're coming back.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, this has just been constant assault from Orange the entire time.
Yeah, he can keep Revoldemon here, trade in, and push a lot of damage. But I don't think there's a world where Orange ever loses.
It's going to be really tough. Yep, just go ahead and continue to expend Life Total as a resource. Use the Blessed Kings. He's just using all his weakest cards first. But his weak cards are still very good in these situations.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose Mysterious Challenger is safer. It doesn't get blown up by Big GH. It does do 8 immediate damage, but also you can't use the Mysterious Challenger to attack into a minion if you need to in a desperate situation. But this looks like it's going to be Orange taking the victory. You can't even get out of range, even with the double dip from the armor up.
Yeah,
just
that's
no
just
way.
Gonna do it. Even if you got the extra 4 armor here, just done like dinner. Orange, very convincing game number 2. I mean, the Ragnaros being in the build, that is a consideration for more top end, and that doesn't surprise me to see that in Orange's build. He's always going to have some sort of extra inevitability in the builds he plays. It's just the way that he plays the game. It's just his style. And in that one, he just a constant barrage of threats. There wasn't an effective answer from Ishamon at any point. He just kind of delayed and delayed and delayed until it became too much.
Yeah, and now Orange is in a situation where he's got 3 opportunities to find a win with the Warlock deck, which talked about it earlier. A lot of pro players consider this Warlock to be the strongest class in the game right now, and Zoo Warlock to be the strongest deck. We assumed it'd be Zoo Warlock based off the rest of his decks, and we are not correct.
Yeah,
Who knows what the heck this is?
It's just what it is. Orange will play control decks. And this is even kind of what I was talking about. Even with the Zoo, I think making more sense for his lineup. Orange is concerned with being able to fight his opponents. He wants he wants to be able to make impactful decisions. And that's what he's going to stick to. Yeah, Bomb Lobber is actually something I've been seeing him stick to with a lot of his Reno builds. Just having access to an efficient 5-drop that is extra removal. I mean, you really only have a couple of good ones with Loatheb and Sludge Belcher. If you need an extra 5-drop, I think Bomb Lobber is a decent option.
Yeah, I've been seeing a little bit of a rise of Demon Handlock lately. But usually the Demon Handlock, since it's so tight, doesn't fit a copy of Siphon Soul in. So given that opening hand, pretty confidently can tell that it's going to be Reno. And of course, you mentioned the Bomb Lobber, the Paladin Shredder, and the Twisting Nether is a dead giveaway. And Druid does have a good matchup against Reno Warlock, but Reno Warlock can squeak out wins if they manage to tempo out. And if the Druid misses Wild Growth, misses Innervate, misses those ramp tools. So this game could be a lot closer than what you normally see in a Druid versus Reno Warlock matchup.
Yeah, Ishamon even going to choose to forego the Mind Control tech here. I think I would have liked to see him play that, just get something on board and have access to these Wraths that actually do something. So instead, he's just playing defensively this game, goes in Wraths and Pilot Shredder. Wild Growth, much worse on turn 4 than it is on turn 2. But still the play here, I believe.
Yeah. Got to open up that mana. All right, well, Orange not going to be able to tempo out a minion this turn, but he's going to play the Sun Fury Protector. I kind of like this play. A lot of times you can tunnel into the mindset that, well, I need the Sun Fury Protector to protect me from combo later on, but a lot of times just having stuff on the board to prevent your opponent from building up an even bigger board is the correct play, just because that Sun Fury Protector, especially in Reno Warlock, is not going to block nearly as much damage as it would in, say, a Handlock or a Demon Handlock, because you can't consistently get big stuff out to taunt up and protect yourself with.
Yeah. Interesting turn here for Orange. Lot of different tools available to him. I think Implosion probably tunnels in on that one. I mean, I was looking at Bomb Lobber, maybe Loatheb in this turn, but when you draw the Implosion here, it sets up for Mortal Coil sometimes. Just overall, much better play from him. Implosion typically pretty weak versus Druids if you're playing a slower style. So having it out sooner rather than later is definitely better for you. Does get Mind Control tech value.
Oh, baby.
At this point, though.
Not that big of a deal. It just steals a 1/1. But hey, basically 4/4 with the stats for 3 mana, and also taking away a 1/1 for your opponent is actually still pretty good value. And you're going to Wrath just to clear stuff off. So Ishamon's starting to fight back on the board. Does have some nice sized minions in his hand still. We'll see what Orange can do to fight back. Does still have that Bomb Lobber. Has a Dark Bomb as well. Reno Jackson picked up.
This is actually kind of a weak turn from Orange here. It's not like a ton in his hand. I mean, I almost feel like he wants to play Reno because he's pretty far ahead, but knows that because he's so far ahead, he can just play it slow. So easy Bomb Lobber for him then. Just keep on going. And Ishamon, his hand is full of threats at this point. I mean, this is the kind of threats he needed, in turn 4 through 7. Now he has them on turns 8 onward. And that amount of time that Orange has got because of that, I think may be enough for him to just leverage the card quality he has and keep the board state under control, use Reno to swing his life total back up, and then just be safe.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think you just slam Dr. Boom here. Oh, baby.
Such a good card. I'm glad to see that one rotating. This one has been a little bit too powerful.
Yeah, a little bit too oppressive, I think. Pretty much forcing a lot of decks to include Big Game Hunter just to be able to deal with it, and even then it doesn't deal with it at all. Boombots can just do so much damage, and Sylvanas could throw a wrench in these plans.
Whoa!
Oh man!
Wow, such sick Boombots, and Orange just nods like, "Yep, I've been here before."
What the heck? So, oh my goodness! And Orange is like, okay, well, back back to square one, I guess. And this is not square one. This is square -1. This is like, I just spent a Dr. Boom to essentially give my opponent a Dr. Boom. Like, that's basically what his last turn was, it feels. That's brutal. Absolutely.
Opponent's minion gets +2/+2. Yeah, don't blame him for the twisting nether here. Not the timing he wanted for it, but I think he's happy to have that option. And now Ishamon takes initiative and picks up Ancient of Lore this turn. Maybe would like to see 2 5-drops instead, but he did just see the big bad Mammoth Jamma board sweep. And so he's going to take this opportunity to just draw some cards and have more options for a later turn.
And now this game has a significantly different landscape because Orange just has nothing on the board now. He's giving complete initiative over to Ishamon and doesn't have great tools. If he Siphon Souls this Ancient of Lore, then he's still giving up initiative.
Well, looking to get it back, though, up to 21 with a Zombie Challenge board. Does have Shadow Bolt in his hand as well, so potential to kill some threats that come out. This is going to be Ishamon's turn here. Looks like he's got Dr. Boom in his sights.
Yeah, just load it up. Second Dr. Boom of the game on the Ishamon side of the board.
Yeah, this is really bad news for Orange. I think he needs Big Game Hunter, and he needs it sooner rather than later.
Or his own mind control tech.
Well, if he attacks first, I'm going to say that mind control tech's probably not in here.
Yeah, and Orange has to use multiple resources to deal with this Dr. Boom now. And he's dead to combo next turn with these Boombots on the board, so he has to play something to stop himself. He's going to use the Loath this turn, so that he has more power on the board as opposed to the anti-kill bot to put him out of range. But Ishamon's just going to snap call the Ancient of War.
Yeah, how about a 5/10 taunt? Can you deal with that one? He just dealt with the Dr. Boom in a relatively inefficient way. And so I think the 5/10 is going to bring terror as well. I mean, Orange is in such a bad spot now.
Yeah.
Well, Brantique Healbot is now also available.
Oh, you just combined them now? What about
That's the way it works, right?
Or what about the Brandlight Drake?
Defender of Brargus.
There's nothing else.
Brofender of Argus. Brano Jackson. Healed at 30 twice.
Jirax Beard.
That's Lord Jirax Beard, TJ.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, it's going to be Twilight Drake, and it looks like Defender of Argus as well. Oh, he's going to go for Reno instead. I don't blame him for this. This board has gotten so scary for him.
Yeah.
So up to 30, out of range of combo at this point. If he could see Ishamon's hand, I think he'd be playing this a little bit differently. The fact that he doesn't have any combo pieces is so good for Orange, but also so bad at the same time because he's playing it so defensively versus combo, so he doesn't die and buys himself more time. But none of those cards are in Ishamon's hand. He's just got more threats.
I don't know if this sequencing is good. He could have just full cleared with Swipe with the first attack and guaranteed that the Boombot damage would have gone face.
Yeah.
But this, I mean, I guess this is still good. He just missed between 1 and 4 damage to face.
Big Game Hunter a little bit late. Orange's hand is looking scarce.
A little bit late, yeah. It seems to be Big Game Hunter's motto.
Army got a little bit late. Orange is drawing all his utility too late in the game, and that's the risk of playing control decks like this, is that they have one copy of all these cards in their deck. So when they draw them later on instead of earlier, you end up using so many resources to handle everything and then draw poor card quality afterwards. That's a risk you take when you play Reno Jackson.
Yep. Exactly right. And Orange is going to really agonize over this decision, but he's just got nothing. He's got nothing.
What's the least bad play here? I mean, is Go potentially better than playing anything? And when that is a thought, I'm not happy with my hand.
Yeah. Well, still no combo pieces.
Yo,
from
Ishamon, I heard you like drawing cards.
Yeah. Jeez. Okay, well, this could just be Ramp Druid.
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, I'd be pretty surprised to still not see like one Force Nature, one Savage, or just have access to it. But given that we've seen Ancient War and Cenarius at this point, I don't think it's an impossibility. And the Mind Control tech, I don't think it's an impossibility. He is just playing Ramp Druid.
Yeah. I can't remember any decisions that may have led us to believe that, but that would definitely make all of Orange's decisions that he's made throughout this game pretty ineffective, just because he's been playing around combo for 3 turns now.
I'm just going to go with Big Game Hunter Shadow Flame, but once again, just sets his board. It's like, I hope you're out of stuff. Well, Ishamon's never running out of stuff. That's all he's got is stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and double living roots as well. What the heck? We'll see what he's going to draw from these 2 cards. Innervate and an Emperor Thorsan. Still 0 combo pieces.
Yeah, I would be a little bit surprised to see Emperor Thorsan without any combo pieces in here. What is it really enabling if you don't have combo? And so it's possible he's got 1 copy just buried in the bottom of his deck, but goodness gracious, his hand is just so good.
All right. Well, Orange is just trying to keep himself in the game. There's a chance that he can... I don't know. There's not really much a chance of anything. As soon as he plays Jiraxis, he's basically dead in the water if he still thinks it's combo. And there's been no indication of any kind from Ishamon that he wouldn't be playing it. He's seen Mind Control Tech, he's seen Living Roots, he hasn't seen Cenarius. You know, he sees Emperor Thorsan. There's been cards that have been in the far left of Ishamon's hand for a long time. There's just he thinks that there's combo, and he may just be disappointed that there's not going to be if he watches his back or if he plays another game and gets to all 30 cards of the deck.
Sylvanas would have been good to have on board already, but just continue to draw. Utility cards, ahoy.
Yeah.
Sylvanas is just a 5/5 taunt into Emperor Thorsan does not feel very good.
Yeah.
I have no time for games.
Just snap play Jiraxis. Just, I lose this game anyway. I'm going to play Jiraxis and just hope that you don't have combo.
That's when you just stare the other guy down.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
I don't know how close these guys are in proximity to each other. Usually at the PAX events, at least at the last one that I did, they're like, what are they? Adjacent? Yeah. Is that the right? Parallel? Perpendicular? Acute? Obtuse?
No Lotheb here from Ishamon. That's going to let Orange have potentially some game against this. I mean, Hellfire Anti-Keelbot not looking too bad. The problem is he's almost out of cards in his deck. Like, look at how low he is on cards.
Yeah, and in this version that he runs, which is removal heavy, he doesn't run the combo. Any type of combo. He doesn't run Fucking Slag. He doesn't run Power Bombing, Arcane Golem, or Leroy and Faceless. He just runs additional removal and relies on sort of Jiraxis as his win condition against control decks, and just relies on valuing his opponent out of the game in any other scenario. So his late game win condition is basically going to be play Jiraxis and get infinite value from your Infernals. But he's stalling the game pretty far. It's just now he's never going to be able to play Molten Giant.
Isn't going to lifetap either. Knows that drawing cards is kind of a poor thing at this point, and that's going to be the window for Cenarius. And Orange, you see the reaction from him, like, wow, really? That's the card you've been holding. That's going to be Cenarius, Innervate, Lotheb. And this is really bad news.
Oh, yikes. What's going through Orange's head right now is, I could have played Jiraxis forever ago.
Yeah,
now he's got... Yikes. Plays around combo for 6 turns in a row. Well, turns out there's no combo. Turns out the combo is Cenarius, Innervate, Lotheb. Didn't play around that, did you?
Strong.
Strong. Yeah, but that's going to be Ishamon putting himself on the board. Orange still a match point here with this this Reno Warlock deck, and he's going to have to go up against a Control Warrior and a Mage, which we have not seen yet. So these could be a couple tough matchups for Orange to win with this Reno Jackson deck, depending on what type of Mage is going to be coming out from Ishamon. But we are going to jump into Control Warrior next. So this matchup's a doozy.
Yeah, I say with the way that Orange's deck is built, I mean, notice there's lack of combo. There's lots of answers in it. There's a lot of utility in this build. He's got Acidic Swamp Ooze. This is the matchup I think that he's kind of built for, is this style of matchup.
Yeah.
Like, typically, he's going to be free to just play Jiraxis as early as he can play it, and then just crank out 6/6s for the rest of the game. So with that being his game plan, I feel like he's got a major advantage versus Ishamon in this game.
Yeah, a lot of times what happens in this matchup, if you do run the combo, is you have a lot of dead cards in your hand for a majority of the game, because by the time you can play it and have it reduced, the Warrior has gotten to an armor total where the cards just, you just can't go for it. And Jiraxis just makes the matchup so much more consistent. Even just having Jiraxis in a combo version makes that matchup more consistent. So I still think it's close. I still think things have to line up. Harrison Jones can come out. We saw Ishamon runs Acidic Swamp Ooze in this deck, so taking away Jiraxis' hands makes him a lot weaker, as does taking away most things' hands make them a lot weaker.
Yeah, that's typically the case.
I can't think of a single instance where taking someone's hands makes them stronger. Racking my brain.
Hands-free competition. 4/1 drops. That ain't too shabby. That means that Bomb Lumber is lined up very nicely for this Death Lord. But what if he gets Jiraxis from it?
Oh no! I think you have to
goodness.
go for it now. You have to go for it as early as possible. What's it gonna be? Hey,
I'll take it.
Yeah.
You don't need the Boombots this matchup. 7/7's fine enough.
I'd rather have 6/6 Infernals every turn as opposed to 2 Boombots, so I'll take it. And no way to deal with this right away. This Dr. Boom right away. So that thing's hitting something.
Hey.
Ooh, spoke too soon.
Right off the top. All right, we're actually going to clean up the rest of this board position. But is going to give initiative over to Orange, who is going to keep life tapping and getting his board developed, digging for a Jiraxis. I'm actually curious if this is a matchup where you can justify keeping Jiraxis in your opening hand. You know he's playing control. You've seen that he has Death Lords, and you know that's your major win condition.
Yeah.
That's something interesting to think about.
There's also the argument, well, I want to curve out. Sometimes having just a strong curve early on of minions will be just as effective as having Jiraxis on turn 9. But I think I would definitely consider it in most of my Reno Warlock versus Control Warrior matchups. I'm usually the Control Warrior in the matchup, though.
I know that you like to tank up.
I do. It's one of my favorite things to do. There's just so much satisfaction. But Sludge Belcher opted to be played, and now Orange is in a situation where he has to think every turn, if I play this threat now, am I just throwing it into removal? Is this card going to have a purpose later on in the game? And the big thing here is to make sure that he taps as much as possible. Does he want to just hold on to his Belcher? That Shield Maiden just has such a good trade into it. But in order to take out the Shield Maiden, he has to use multiple removals. All right, I like this play as opposed to playing the Loatheb.
I wouldn't mind seeing like Hellfire attack with the Belcher either. I don't think it's like horrible. I don't think this is bad either because the brand is relatively low value in this matchup. And when I say relatively low value, I basically mean none. And so what he's trying to do here is he's trying to set up the Zombie Chow to get value from something and have the Hellfire still be available later on. Zombie Chow's not very good in this matchup either. So he's just trying to make the most of his tools. And if that means making a weaker play right now so that he can have stronger plays later on, that's just something that's going to be right up his alley. I've seen him do this a lot of times in tournaments in the past. And, a little bit unfortunate that he's going to be running into another Belcher right here. But even still, he gets to, like, if this Belcher hits the board, he's still got pretty clean trades into this. Just runs the Zombie Chow into this, Hellfires, and uses the brand to clear up the 1-2.
Yeah. I like this. And he's going to get value to the Zombie Chow regardless, which is a great thing. Ooh, I think Monocoil is fantastic. Allows him to Shadow Bolt Monocoil and have some clean trades onto the board. The one thing is that he doesn't have another follow play unless he picks up a 4-mana minion, and that is not going to be a 4-mana minion.
Yeah, I don't think he's too upset about this. Again, like Control Warriors is one of the matchups where you're not really getting that pressured. So just having effective plays is good enough. And Dark Peddler is actually going to put 10 cards in his hand. So I don't think we're actually seeing Dark Peddler this turn, unless he wants to suicide. I mean, he cannot risk burning. He cannot risk burning the Jiraxis at this point. So just going to go with Dark Bomb instead. Leave the Zombie Chow on board to chip away at armor, and very similar board state to what we had last turn.
Yeah, which is what you want.
Instead of Acidic Swamp Ooze.
Yikes. That's probably gonna be a big deal because that 3 damage, that recurring 3 damage, can be huge. All right, so tap Twilight Drake Dark Peddler.
A lot of options this turn.
You can also Hellfire to clear off the Sludge Belcher and get value to the Zombie Chow before his opponent gets below 30 health. But I think a tap is definitely going to be the first line of play here.
Yeah, I mean, something Orange is doing very well is just making sure he life taps basically as often as he possibly can. You know, in this matchup, it's such a big grind. If you can force the Warrior to just use all their removal spells, your last threat makes a big impact.
Yeah. So I really like this Sunfear Protector, actually, because it forces, if Ishamon were to have an Execute, which he does, it forces him to remove multiple things, multiple hits. If he didn't play it, he would have been able to attack and to hit the Zombie Chow.
Whoa! Ishamon didn't see Jiraxis last game.
Whoa!
And so he's going to think it's not there. That 6 Swamp Ooze hits play, and that opens up 18 more long-term damage from Orange with those Jiraxis hands.
I'm so surprised he didn't just play Deathlord there. Especially with a Brawl in hand, Deathlord just works it in your favor so much. He had the mana.
Yeah, this is
really
a very
interesting
surprising play. This is going to open up Hellfire very well for Orange. He gets to follow up with Dark Peddler. Keep the life taps going.
Yeah. That's so brave. So very, very brave.
Flame Imp, I don't think is slated for this turn. You know, the one way that Orange can die is if he plays Flame Imp, then Ishamon has Grommash in hand.
Yeah.
So Abusive Sergeant or Power Overwhelming, I think, are both fine. When you have that Shadow Flame in hand, I think Power Overwhelming looks a lot more appealing. Big Game Hunter for Ishamon, and there's nothing in sight anytime soon.
Yeah, Molten Giant's going to be one of the only targets that's going to hit, and I'm pretty sure as soon as Orange sees a Jiraxis, as long as there's not going to be a risk of him dying to a Grom Hellscream, he's just going to snap play it. And this Deathlord could be an issue, though. Does not want Jiraxis to come out of that.
Is when the tension starts to build on the board this way, though, and both players are kind of reluctant to have any attacks because neither of them are very good. Well, that's certainly a game changer. Well, now Implosion's looking pretty good. This game has been crazy so far.
Yeah. This whole day has been crazy. We've seen some crazy stuff happen. Crazy decks, I suppose, is the correct way to put it. All right, gonna get out the Molten Giant now while it's still fresh.
Yeah, I guess this is just fine. Let the tension continue to build on board. I mean, you're winning at this point, and Ishamon's down to 3 cards left with the draw in hand. So Big Game Hunter handles the Molten Giant. I don't even think that's too bad for Orange. It's just he's just going 1-for-1 on the cards, really. Like, he's got Implosion to take care of this and get extra presence on board afterwards.
Yeah. All right, Owl makes this a lot cleaner because now he does not have to worry about Jiraxis, and that's an easy call to make. There's rarely any silence targets in this deck, unless he gets a crazy legendary that you need to silence from Golden Monkey. So definitely a good pickup for him. Now he knows that Death Spites are gone, so there goes the activators for Grom Hellscream. Ishamon does pick up Justicar Trueheart, but this game isn't about health total. It's just about outvaluing, getting minions on the board, and repeated damage from all of your minions.
Yeah.
So
That being
unfortunate
said,
roll, though.
Orange is a little bit low on cards here. So he does need that Jiraxis sooner rather than later. And he needs to be able to have enough time to get the value out of it. I mean, if he rolls, like, say Draxus is card number 30, there's a chance he just doesn't have the time to kill Ishamon.
Yeah. That's a good point. So maybe drawing the Josakar True Art in a timely manner works out. Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to win Brawl here.
Yeah, I definitely like that a lot better.
I don't know.
Cycling on a Lotheb that you know is pretty much gonna die anyway from the Brawl.
What now?
That slam, that 2 damage seems like it's gonna find a target.
Well, there's a slam. Picks up his card. I personally think he needs to dig a little bit. Revenge is nowhere near being activated at this point. And isn't going to revenge away these 1/1s, wants them to be on board for Brawl. And that is Jiraxis for orange.
And he's at 15 health.
Yeah. This is a slam Jiraxis turn, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Would you rather face orange or would you rather face Jiraxis? This game, you gotta face both.
Yeah. Well, Ishamon is a potential for a Harrison Jones. Still remaining in his deck. If he has Ooze, I'd imagine he has Harrison too. I don't see a world where you would run Ooze over Harrison. Maybe if you want to curve out quicker, it comes out faster. It could be a little bit better against Secret Paladin, but...
Well, you may not want to draw cards in some matchups too. I mean, drawing cards can sometimes be a liability.
Yeah.
So I would be surprised to just see the Acidic Swampoos over the Harrison Jones because of that. And orange.
That's true. That's a good
So
point.
take this opportunity to trade in, play anti-Keelbot, make a 6/6, and say go. And this is where the pressure is going to mount very quickly for Ishamon. He does have a copy of Brawl right now, so he can afford to take some damage. But every single turn another 6/6 gets made. That makes Brawl both better and worse at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird to say, but like your opponent has a higher likelihood to keep a 6/6, but you're killing more big minions with it.
Yeah.
Orange looking to force this Brawl. And he's even going to trade very wisely. Wow, this is a tough spot for Ishamon.
Now there's absolutely no good Brawl targets, no matter what happens. So
Yikes. The discounts are coming.
Sitting pretty. Not that the discounts even matter at this point. It's not like Orange wants to play too much stuff on a single turn. So there comes the Brawl. But there's nothing good to come from this. The 6/6 comes out. Whoa, big surprise there. And that was just going to be more 6/6 that's just coming every single turn. Ishamon just doesn't have the removal to be able to do anything. And now he's basically all in on Grom.
Yeah, nice pickup there from Orange. Just anything to keep his life total topped off. And I think he's going to add Sylvanas to this too. I don't know if that affects his time to kill at all, actually. So that's something I would like to see Orange count this turn is, does the Sylvanas affect his time to kill? And if it doesn't, don't play it. And if it does, play it. When he sees this Shield Slam, he's going to be very happy, I think. Now, I liked Ishamon's attack last turn. If Orange didn't have a heal, he could have drawn Gromish to end the game.
Yeah. So it's the right call, but realizing that one of his only win conditions is going to be to draw that. Other win condition would be get something incredibly impactful from a Golden Monkey that would need to be drawn like next turn. So, but Orange is out of cards, so he does need to put Ishamon on a clock. He can wait one more turn to play Reno Jackson to bring himself just right out of range of it once again.
If he plays Reno Jackson, his concern, I think, is Gromish and Cruel Taskmaster.
Yeah. Which is very rare, but if you really want to be safe, then you can play it. But I think you can afford to wait one more turn. And double revenge! Oh, no.
That's game. 18, 19, 20, 21. That's 25 points of damage. Orange is going to take game number 4 here. It does not matter how Ishamon plays this. He has no effective options. And Jiraxis just in time to end the game before the fatigue takes his life away.
Yeah, so Orange is going to move on. I think that was pretty expertly played by him. A little bit of a weird matchup with the Druid. Seemed to be just a straight-up ramp Druid from Ishamon. Orange played around a combo that didn't exist for a long time and eventually just got valued out of the game. But other than that, played really well. Ishamon, unfortunately, he has been eliminated. I think he played well also, but Orange is a tough opponent to go up against in the round of 128 of an open tournament. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, very strong long-term game plans from Orange. I'm actually curious still about the keep of Jiraxis in opening hand, if that's something that you could potentially do when you know that you're facing against Deathlord Control Warrior.
Yeah.
Losing your Jiraxis is the way you lose the game. So why ever take that risk? Other than that, I think that his game plan was very solid, and the only real slip-up, I think, from Ishamon in that game was likely the ooze a little bit too early.
Yeah.
He took 15 points of damage from Jiraxis' hands, and he took 1 damage over lethal in the last turn. Would he have had time to find Grom and let the fatigue kill Orange at the very end had he not played that Acidic Swampooze?
Yeah, just taking punches from Jiraxis. Not what you want to do, but that is going to be that series. Coming up next is going to be Firebat taking on Shut Up McKee. So before we jump into that matchup, we are going to have to take a quick break. Keep in mind, guys, if you're at PAX, ONOG has made the Battle Zone beta app. If you want to win some Razor gear and some cash prizes in your app PAX, go ahead and search for Battle Zone beta in the App Store. You can battle against other players that are playing Hearthstone at PAX East and win some cool prizes, so make sure you do that. Also, still giving away the Cyberpower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC, so make sure you head over to the website, either click the banner down below or head over to geico.onog.gg in order to enter in to win that. All the information about the 2016 circuit, as well as the Hearthstone Major, is on that website as well. But we're going to have to go to a quick break, guys, so don't go anywhere. Right after the break, it's going to be Firebat versus Shut Up McKee. More action from the Hearthstone Major at PAX East from One Nation of Gamers right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers from PAX East, from the floor at PAX East. My name is TJ. I'm joined by ThatsAdmirable once again. We got a doozy of a matchup coming up next, man. It's Firebat versus ShutUpMcKee, two icons in the competitive Hearthstone community.
Yeah, I don't know who McKee is, but I agree he does need to shut up, as ShutUpMcKee has so boldly pronounced. Firebat newly joined Cloud9 in the last couple months, and I mean, this is a guy who just has continued to be a force in Hearthstone since just season 1 with the World Championships. Was the first player to win back-to-back LAN events in the world. Continued to put up performances. Has over $200,000 in Hearthstone winnings, and just got immortalized with a new card that's coming out in Old Gods, Fiery Bat.
The Fiery Bat, incredible card. I hope every world champion gets a card like that. I have no idea what those cacos would be. It'd probably just be like a piece of cheesecake.
Yeah, it's a battle cry where each player gets a cheesecake.
A cheesecake.
And cheesecake's like banana.
Yeah, except it's like +2/+2. Yeah, Oskaka, of course, the word is Swedish for cheesecake. For those of you who don't get that reference. But yeah, this is, I believe, the round of 128 still. So Firebat versus ShutUpMcKee. Looking at their decks, Firebat brought Priest, which is interesting. It's been banned away. ShutUpMcKee gets his Shaman banned away, and the players are selecting decks, so we should be jumping into this match pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I'm curious what Firebat's actually brought to this event. I know he's been playing a lot of combo decks recently, and Priest has been one of those. I've seen him play so many different versions of like Acolyte of Pain, lots of card draw into Velen's Mind Blast decks. I've seen him play Emperor Thorson with like Auchenized Flash Heals and Velens and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what that Priest build actually is, because that is not really the kind of deck that you've typically seen him play as like a slow control deck. I mean, normally he has some sort of very large burst plan in mind when he's playing these decks. Like Freeze Mage is right up his alley, puts together a ton of burst. Rogue, same thing with being able to couple lots of stuff with Blade Flurry. And this Warrior deck, I'm curious what build this is, if he's going to be ever running that mid-range Warrior that's kind of crept into the metagame in the last couple weeks. We saw 6-0, if you've been paying attention closely to the competitive scene, has hit #1 on Europe with mid-range Warrior. It's got a copy of Cairn, it's got Varian, it's got 2 Fierce Monkeys. It kind of just plays stuff, moves to the curve, and starts punching people.
Yeah, I've seen a couple tweets from Firebat over the past couple days, where he's been talking about Priest and playing like power cycling to Elise and playing that against control deck. So if he was expecting control, maybe he did bring a slower control Priest. But yeah, I'm curious to see what this Warrior is going to be. ShutUpMcKee, the mysterious ShutUpMcKee. Can't see him yet, but I'm excited to see what his face holds for us, in store for us.
Yeah, he is going to be bringing Patron Warrior, of course, as you can tell from his opening hand. And Patron Interrage kept in his opening hand. What a surprise. Versus another Warrior build. And Dread Corsair, Piloted Shredder, Sludge Belcher, and Despite, and Interrage. I think that Firebat may be bringing his own version of Patron. I know that this is a deck that he has loved to play since its inception.
Oh, yeah. And the good old Patron Mirror matchup. Basically, whoever barfs patrons onto the board first usually comes out on top, unless the other player has more patrons to barf the turn after.
The complete opposite of what it once was when Warsong Commander was available, where in that matchup, the first player to make patrons was usually the one who lost.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy to think that it's come to this. But judging by the hands, it feels like ShutUpMcKee wishes he had a couple cards from Firebat's hand, and Firebat wished he had a couple cards from ShutUpMcKee's hand. Firebat had a Grim Patron, plus his second Interrage, he'd be in fantastic shape. Whereas if ShutUpMcKee had a Despite, he'd be in great shape.
In the meantime, we have no shape from either players.
In the meantime, we're shapeless.
He has chosen to not armor up on turn 2, and that's really going to tell Firebat that he has Battle Rage in his deck, at least. It's very rare that you see a player just forget to armor up. And so the fact that McKee took so long and then passed, it's a deliberate non-armor up so that way he can activate Battle Rage sooner than he could. But now at this point, Firebat hasn't played anything to threaten damage on board. So McKee, if he wants to continue that game plan, it's very easy for him to do so. Just play an Acolyte and say go. But, say he didn't want to play this Acolyte this turn, and he didn't want to arm up again. He'd be foregoing 4 points of life for the potential card draw, which isn't always necessarily a bad thing. But, Firebat's the kind of player who will look to take advantage of those little tiny things like that, where he's going, oh, well, he's got 4 less points of life. How much less damage do I need to deal because of that? Well, the answer is 4.
I feel like the information advantage, coupled with gaining extra health, is so much more impactful than potentially getting an extra card from Battle Rage potentially quicker. It seems like giving them the illusion that you're a control warrior for as long as possible would be a lot more beneficial than what he did. But maybe he feels like he's going to need to cycle into a whirlwind or a Deathbite as fast as humanly possible before he can start armoring up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and play Dread Corsair. No patron from Firebat this turn, so a little bit of a slower turn from him. Would have loved to see a patron on that turn, of course, but he will have to settle, I guess, for something like Sludge Belcher, Dread Corsair.
Yeah. Settle. Settle for a 3/3 taunt and a 3/5 taunt with a Death Rattle. Summon a 1/2 taunt for 5 mana.
Nothing but taunts. Needs bolster with that kind of board.
Yeah. So I casted a sealed tournament, and a couple players in the sealed tournament made a bolster patron deck because they didn't have all the patron pieces and didn't know what to fit in. So they made a bolster patron deck. Worked out pretty well. I've been meaning to try it out on ladder, but haven't got around to it. But I only have a couple days left, I suppose.
Yeah, until Wild. This is the only place where you can try it left. Firebat puts a damage on his Sludge Belcher here, and I'm curious if he's doing that to try to activate his own Battle Rages, or if that was just purely missequence. I'm going to go with trying to activate his Battle Rages, but he did sort of have a facial reaction to his play as well, so it could have just been a pure missequence. I don't really know. We'll go with Battle Rage.
Yeah.
Seems to be a theme so far today.
So we'll turn away from some patrons. Shut McKee just deciding if he wants to start removing the stuff off the board. And I think the answer is yes. Because you want to set up your the board state to be as good as possible going into the turn where you know that you're going to propagate some patrons.
Let's go ahead and play the second Acolyte. No extra card draws available from him, but that is a scary hand that he's got. That's a lot of patrons available.
Yeah. And Firebat's just got some reasonably sized minions available to him. And Shudda McKee looks incredibly confused, but I'm not sure at what. But this turn he could make a lot of patrons. A full board of them, in fact.
Yep. And they will show their patronage.
6. Yeah.
That's basically a full board.
Yeah. Propagate me, Captain.
Propagate. I like how you get on like one word and you'll just use it like 4 times in like a short duration.
Yep.
It's adorable.
Because it pops into my brain. My brain just goes, I can't control it. It just comes out of my mouth.
TJ's brain and TJ are 2 very different entities.
That's correct. My brain is AzumoQT. I'm TJ.
I'm just TJ Sanders.
Yeah. I can't control it.
That I actually do that with my brain a lot too. I'll be like in a situation where I'm like about to make a play, and my brain goes, "Oh, you shouldn't do that." And I go, "What? Why not?" And it's like, "Go ahead, do it." I'm like, "Shut up, brain! You're stupid." And like I make the play, and then it happens horribly, and I'm like, "Brain!" And he's like, "I told you not to do it." And I'm like, "Why didn't you just tell me why?"
Or while you're arguing with your brain is already making the play. All right, well, patrons it is, as we expected. And most of these are going to stick. I mean, Firebat doesn't have too much to weigh. 2 of them are at 1 health, so those are pretty easy to deal with. But the rest are pretty full health, and Firebat's going to get a lot of health.
Executes the 1/1 slime here instead of the Pilot Shredder. I am very surprised by that.
I mean, I think it's the same outcome. Either way, it's trading into a patron. It's just this way, he's trading into, he can only kill one patron. Whereas if he, either way, he can only kill one patron. That's what it comes down to. Oh, Firebat going with the old fill up the board.
Yeah, this is a good play. Takes out 3 of the patrons. Immediately, Frowling Berserker first. At this point, Firebat's going to have to expend all his resources just to try to handle this wave from Shut Up McKee. And it's going to be kind of tough, but if there's no whirlwind effects had from Shut Up McKee's side, this actually is kind of recoverable for Firebat. I mean, obviously, that 11-3 Frowling Berserker's kind of got a target on its forehead. Pilot Troy gets to trade it. If he gets Bluegill Warrior, he can trade into another one. 3-2 is good, as long as it wasn't in 1 power minion. I think this was good for Firebat. So 2 patrons versus this board, handled very nicely by Firebat.
Mm-hmm. This will give the battle rage value, though. So
notice that McKee's at 29, by the way.
So maybe that did matter, but I think Firebat forewent an attack to keep him at 30. So he could have chipped away the armor. But yeah, that attack did give him an extra card, which in this instance is going to be a Fiery War Axe, which could be the difference between him holding on to a patron and him not. He could preserve both of his patrons if he wants to take 13 damage.
Oh, he's got a Whirlwind here too, so Whirlwind's gonna create 2 fresh patrons and allow these trades to take place.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised by the Frowling Berserker instead of the Fiery War Axe, to be honest. Simply because of what it means for his trades. I mean, being able to keep a 3-1 out, is that worth the development? I mean, maybe it is at this point. Firebat just used a ton of resources to handle the board, so the Frowling Berserker is much more likely to stick, I think, in that instance, and that's exactly what it looks like is going to happen.
Puts him on a clock. A little bit of a shorter clock.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, looking at the way the board shapes up, that the Frowling Berserker is way better than the Fiery War Axe, so props to him on that one. Firebat going to go for the Boombot kill on that Frowling Berserker. Oh, that was so close. As soon as it started to head towards it, I was like, no way. No way.
Even if it hit, that game was just looking really poor for Firebat. He was just using so many resources to effectively, he was like 2-for-1ing over and over again. Which is not what you want to be, especially in the mirror matchup. Like we said, first person to get those patrons out there, I dare say, propagate them. Is usually the one who comes out on top. But Firebat going to go down a game, and Shut Up McKee pretty with a 1-game lead. We'll see if he can close it out. Druid and Paladin left for him. Still all 3 left for Firebat. We're going to go into, what's this, an aggro Druid?
And 2 Druid of the Sabers is going to spell aggro Druid. This card does not show up in typical Druid builds. This is going to be coupled by Leper Gnomes, by Knife Jugglers. Fell Reaver could even be in this build. And you see he's actually going to pitch away both of his Druid of the Sabers here in search for a Fell Reaver, it looks like, with that Innervate in hand. And still a fantastic opening from him. He's got Leper Gnome into Darnassus Aspirant, even a coin for a second Leper Gnome if he wants to. You can even play those 3 on turn 1 if you wanted to.
Go for it. Oh, man. Please.
Coining out Darnassus Aspirant. Is he going to interact with these 2 Leper Gnomes? That's the question here. And he's just going to pass. More conservative play from McKee.
Yeah, I think this is the smarter option. Just because if Firebat doesn't have a way to deal with Darnassus Aspirant and you pick up a 5-drop, you can innervate it out next turn, which is a lot of times game over. But I still think this matchup is really good for the aggro Druid. And there's the Fell Reaver.
Oh, that's scary news. Both these Leper Gnomes going to get fanned away, but I don't think McKee even really minds that too much. If Firebat doesn't find an answer to this Fell Reaver, you are looking at a very quick clock. Sprint's no help.
Yeah.
And this is, I mean, if you saw that new 7/7 from Shaman, that's for 4 mana from Old Gods, Flame Reef Faceless, well, this is kind of a glimpse, I think, of what we're in for with that card, is giant minions before people can handle them.
Yeah, he can even keeper it next turn to get rid of the... yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. Okay, there's a Force of Nature gone. And a Mounted Raptor. So Force of Nature can be a big deal. If all of the combo pieces are milled, it means you can calculate how much damage is going to be done next turn. So
nice draw.
Yeah.
Another night on the
this is going to be tough to handle. I think Firebat needs a Blade Flurry. Oh my gosh, down to 15.
Yeah, well, he does. Yeah, just find a way to deal with it.
Pretty good.
But he's already taken so much. He's at 15 health. He's taking a guaranteed 3 next turn. Alright, keep it the girl. There's a Savage Roar. Living Roots, okay. Gonna get one more card out of the way. Try and mill as much as possible before this Fell Reaver goes down.
Second sprint stings. Dr. Boom gets picked off from the burns.
Alright, well, he's looking for second Savage Roar. There we go. And second Fell Reaver. So now ShutUpMcKee is going to have to end the game the old-fashioned way with just one Force of Nature remaining in his deck as sort of that burst. And
hey, I'll take it.
Oh, my goodness.
I'll take it. Brutal draw. Hey!
I got one of them. That's actually one of the best pickups in the deck just because you need a minion. If you picked up another spell there, Firebat would just basically be re-daggering up and passing, which is just not what you can afford to do at this stage. But ShutUpMcKee is basically just a Force of Nature away from winning the game. He wouldn't have it this turn, but yikes.
Goodness gracious, the damage is so real from McKee's side. Now, if he's just going to charge straight away, Firebat's going to be set to 3 with needing a top deck to stay in this game. And I don't think that's enough.
Nope, that's not enough. He's dead just from hand. He'd have to clear the board and heal up, which is not going to be enough. And, I mean, this is a pretty clever way to remove the board from Firebat, but it's just not going to be enough. And that's going to be ShutUpMcKee going up to a quick 2-0 lead in the series. Oh, and he's going to play it from the top! Oh, no. The tilt factor.
Always affects world champions.
Yes.
Up 2-0, though. Just 2 very aggressive starts from McKee have very quickly put Firebat on the back foot. He needs to win 3 games to 0 versus this Paladin. But take a look at the way his decks are right now. So he's got Rogue, which matches up pretty well versus Secret Paladin. He's got Patron Warrior, which matches up pretty well versus Secret Paladin. And if that's Freeze Mage, that's going to line up pretty well versus Secret Paladin. So there still may be some good hope here. And with that Blizzard and Forgotten Torch, you better believe that this is Freeze Mage. But that's a Justicar Trueheart in ShutUpMcKee's hand right now. And that's kind of telling of a mid-range Paladin.
Yeah, but all 3 of the decks that you mentioned also happen to be good against mid-range Paladin. So, and some of them, in fact, even better, I would say, with Rogue and Freeze Mage being better against mid-range Paladin than they are against Secret Paladin. So, I still think ShutUpMcKee's not in that great of a spot. And Firebat, that last deck with Control Priest, he could just be going for a lineup that's just really good against Secret Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, it's always smart to bring a lineup that has one particular deck in mind that you really want to target. You can still win the other games that you play versus other decks, but you have one matchup that's so weighted towards your favor that you can actually shut that one out. And it looks like that's what his game plan is.
Yeah, sounds like a good game plan to me. And
Job's done.
yeah, this Haunted Creeper has been seen in mid-range. This is sort of the deck that Dog was running in the One Nation of Gamers feature tournament that we saw a week ago, feature tournament number 2, where he ran a single Haunted Creeper in mid-range Paladin, along with Justicar Trueheart. So this deck also can be run to counter lots of different types of control decks. It does well against Control Warrior. A lot of times it can do well against Priest because you have longevity on your side. And yeah, but against Freeze Mage it just does so much worse. You don't pressure nearly as hard as Secret Paladin. You do have Quartermaster, which can sometimes use some unexpected bursts, but you just don't really have much. You can't really reload as much. You don't really have those swing cards like Secret Paladin does. So it's basically an uphill battle the entire way when you're playing as a mid-range Paladin against Freeze Mage.
Yeah, not only that, but Firebat hasn't really seen anything that would indicate that this is a mid-range deck versus a regular Secret Paladin right now. So, given the way that ShutUpMcKee's hand is constructed right now, I don't think he's even going to get that sign for a few more turns. So, it seems like he's going to continue to play this as though it is a Secret Paladin matchup, which is kind of similar in the same vein. Just kind of stall at the board, draw a bunch of cards, and try to kill everything they play. But ShutUpMcKee's putting together some pretty big assaults here. You know, this whatever this secret is going to matter quite a bit.
Yeah. Does have both secrets in his hand at the moment. Okay, it is Ice Barrier. That's going to be good. Pulling that out early is what you want to have happen. A lot of times you want to have more control of your ice blocks. But still a turn away from Blizzard. Can use a Frost Nova here. But doesn't want to take the extra... okay.
Yeah.
The Forgotten Torch on the Knife Juggler.
I think having the Ice Barrier in hand, plus the Ice Barrier that activated on board, I think Firebat feels like he's got enough time to just disrupt the damage that Shut Up McKee is bringing, and then follow up heavy afterwards. You know, Frost Novas are going to be so good for key turns later on in the game that you don't necessarily want to burn them. If you have to, it's a different story. But just peeling 5 damage off the board this turn by killing the Knife Juggler, I think he's pretty happy with that deal. You know, 17 is still a fairly safe life total. He's not under a ton of pressure here. And now the Frost Nova looks just as good as it did the last turn. So still plenty of time to set up and continue to build the board state as he wants it to until he starts hitting those better turns.
Yeah. Definitely say so. And Shut Up McKee is starting to run out of cards here. I think Firebat still probably doesn't know what type of deck this is. But Firebat still... His hand quality isn't amazing. He does have a lot of stall, but he needs some more cycle. He needs to find the burn. He needs to find the Alexstrasza to close out the game. Even though 17 is a good life total, he still needs to find a way to piece together that damage before this board gets out of control.
Really aggressive Consecrate from Shut Up McKee here. I mean, I almost think that Owl could have been on the menu that turn. I mean, obviously, he wants to save the Owl for Doomsayer just as much. But when you see Firebat use a Frost Nova and he doesn't have Doomsayer, that's kind of a giveaway that he likely just doesn't have that card in his hand.
Yeah. Maybe he feels like he needs to save the Owl for a Doomsayer that's going to come eventually. Because a lot of times a freeze effect plus Doomsayer will lock you out of the game as a mid-range paladin.
Oh, that's a Tyrion.
Tyrion! On turn 8!
Put your faith in the light. Firebat is under some real pressure here. He does have tools to continue to disrupt this, but does he have the time to disrupt it, stabilize, and then also burst McKee out of this game?
All right, well, Arcane Intellect's going to get him further. Okay, so give me his last Frost Nova here before Doomsayer comes out. Doesn't feel that great. He only has 5 mana left to work with, so Ice Barrier and maybe even ping off the Powder Shredder, but that won't reduce that much power, potentially. You might even feel like he needs to cycle and throw the loot hoarder on the board right now just to try and get closer to a victory here, because Alexstrasza pretty much guarantees him a victory as soon as he draws into Alexstrasza, because he's got the time. As long as the block isn't popped this turn, he has the time to be able to play it and have the block and enough burn to be able to close out the game. So there's 8, 13, 15 damage on board, and he'd have to get through 17 total damage in order to pop the Ice Barrier and the Ice Block. So not quite there.
Gosh, I'm curious if he's... I mean, the place feels so weak from Firebat. I think I would realistically consider Iron Begowling that loot hoarder.
Can't really do it now.
Yeah, I mean, now it's too late. He's just kind of going for the damage here. It's Firebat hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Block's still up this turn. So, I mean, this could give him just enough time to fight through this.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
now McKee's board is full as well, unless he wants to trade in a minion here.
All right, Acolyte of Pain. Can he get the Alexstrasza? Nope.
Play this turn.
Right,
How much
George.
damage is that in hand?
That's a lot.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 25 damage in hand. I wonder if it's better to just play for the burnouts at this point.
What would be... I mean, he doesn't really have much burn. He could draw a Roaring Torch next turn.
Looks like he's going to go for it.
Shut Up McKee seems a little bit confused by that play.
I mean, that one looks a little bit confusing, does it not?
Yeah, it does.
You're 29, your opponent just threw a Forgotten Torch at you. That's that's going to make me perk up just a little bit and kind of go, what's happening here? So now the Iron Beak Owl on the Acolyte Pain looks much better, but
Well,
he can't get two juggles. No, he could just pop the block, but I don't know about this.
That's going to give Firebat a lot of draws the next turn. Actually, yeah, because there's a taunt on the 1/1, so he'll get 2 additional draws. But I don't know if he can... Oh, no, there is no juggle because he's silence.
Yeah. The Ice Block gets popped. Firebat gets at least 1 card draw. Does have an Ice Block. That's enough damage. Does he have the time to cast all this now? Ice Block sets him to 7 mana. He can use Fireball this turn. That gives him 3 mana left. He gets to play the Roaring Torch afterwards. Then he goes Fireball, Frostbolt, Frostbolt, Ice Lance. I think Firebat just won this game!
I think you have to... I think you Frostbolt this turn so he can't heal for 2, right? Because if he heals for 2, then he's out of range. If he draws a True Silver Champion. Because next turn he has 16 damage. Oh, no, either way.
18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 18. Yeah. So either way, even with a True Silver Champion. So this is maximum. He doesn't even have enough room for a Loatheb.
Wow! Unbelievable! I cannot believe Firebat won this game just by putting together 30 damage from his hand.
That's the strength of this Torch Freeze Mage. Sometimes you just go face. You don't even need Alexstrasza. The win condition is so much less linear with this deck as opposed to the old. I've been calling it standard for a long time, but now it's sort of rotated out. The old Freeze Mage with Antonidas with no Forgotten Torches. So very well played by Firebat. Realizing he's out there with that Forgotten Torch to face, drawing into burn in a timely manner, and able to put himself on the board. So Shut Up McKee might be on the ropes now.
Wow, I mean that's step 1 in the comeback victory, and that's gotta feel like such a good one to win.
Yeah,
I mean he was so close to dying for so many turns, and McKee was just a couple points of damage away from doing it. I mean, like Keeper of Uldamon or Blessing of Kings might have been enough damage to end it.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're moving to another matchup that looking pretty good for Firebat. This is one of the matchups that isn't quite as good. I think this matchup is a little bit better against Secret Paladin than Midrange Paladin, just because of equality. Equality can shut down a board full of patrons, whereas a Secret Paladin, once a board full of patrons is made, they have no way to deal with it other than the old-fashioned way of just throwing minions into it. So I like Shut Up McKee's chances a little bit more now that we know it's mid-range, but this is still a rough matchup.
Yeah, that Fire War Axe pickup is such a good one, too. Anytime you can answer a Knife Juggler straight away, and then potentially answer the next threat and just have a big patron turn waiting for you, it's pretty much the dream.
The dream. Still not a reliable way to get more patrons, but
To
can
propagate them.
I tried really hard not to use the word. Now you put it back in my head.
He's going to propagate his mana here and propagate his board.
Yeah.
Trying to set up to propagate his weapons, that Despite, and then propagate some patrons.
Mm. Indeed. Indeed he is. It's exactly what he's doing.
You look a little uncomfortable, TJ.
This is a propagation nation. We're propagating all over the world.
Yeah, Battle Rage incoming for 2 on this turn. And second patron not welcome. Second Fire War Axe not welcome. So is going to have to wait a little bit before he gets full board control, and a great turn to get these patrons active. Pretty heavy hand, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, needs another Whirlwind or an Inner Rage. Somebody start fighting back, but Shut Up McKee doesn't really have too many great plays himself. He can attack into the Armorsmith and heal his Shield of Minibot back up to a 3/3, up from a 3/1, or he could do this exact play that he just made right now and float a couple mana, which is Hero Power plus Zombie Chow. So I'll just go with that line of play. There's the Whirlwind.
That is a fine pickup if you're sitting in Firebat's spot. I'm taking the Zombie Chow. Back up to 30 life, which isn't always a benefit if you're playing with Battle Rages in your deck, but...
Is it better to take out the Zombie Chow there or the Shielded Minibot?
Well, if you tech the Shielded Minibot there, you're able to kill both. If you tech it with the Armorsmith, you're able to kill both. And so I think what he's just trying to avoid this turn is just his opponent having too many minions out. So when he rolls into Patron, everything looks pretty bad for him.
Yeah, I guess either way he can kill off both, though, with the whirlwind effects and the extra attack.
Missing that juggle is so bad for ShadowMcKee too. He's about to lose his whole board and face down 4 patrons now.
Oh, yeah.
That juggle was so important.
And another whirlwind to follow up for the next turn if this board isn't removed, which, unless ShadowMcKee does draw an equality, it isn't going to be removed. So Firebat looking to be in a really commanding position, and ShadowMcKee just has like 1 out in this situation.
Yeah, kind of just slumps in his chair too, like, yep, I did this on the first game, and now it's happening right back to me.
Yeah, McKee is probably behind him just yelling obscenities right now. He's like, shut up, McKee.
I told you not to make your screen name that.
Oh, man. All right, well, Outdoor Peacekeeper just sort of stops the bleeding for now, but... Fireback.
Dr. Boom.
Yeah, slam Dr. Boom, trading the 1 health patron.
Dr. Boom's an excellent play here.
Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah, I will make a 7/7 and make boombots that hit for an average of 5 damage on their death rattles and deal 2 more with their combat. That seems okay. Probably Berserker are just going to add more to the board at this point. I don't think... McKee has to draw a quality. Like, if he doesn't draw a quality, I think he's just dead.
Or he could just be dead this turn.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Just a little bit off.
Yeah. If that Boombot... No, he still would have been off even if the Boombot had hit for 4 on the Tyrion. But he plays a quality... Or he plays land hands this turn. He's dead the next turn just from board. So
yep.
He needs a quality right now, and that's not an equality.
Second Doctor... The follow-up Dr. Boom is usually not as good. So we're going to game number 5. Very quick and decisive game from Firebat. ShadowMcKee has to win one of these games with his Paladin. He's lost 2 in a row now.
And it's all going to come down to Oil Rogue versus Midrange Paladin, which is, if we think back to when Midrange Paladin was incredibly dominant in the meta, Rogue was considered the deck that was one of the strongest counters to it, with multiple board clears on small stuff, Phantom Knives to take out Muster for Battle, Blade Flurry, rest in pieces, to clear off those bigger boards. It's just a strong deck, a lot of tempo tools.
Yeah, you can say rest in peace all you want from Blade Flurry. I'm still sore over Arcane Golem.
He was so young.
I mean, he's just dead now.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do with it?
I'll find a home for him.
I hosted a tribute to it at the beginning of one of my streams. It was a bunch of pictures. There was a bunch of pictures with me and Arcane Golem hanging out, like at Caesars and by the pool and having Thai tea and
Outback Steakhouse. That's where I'd take Arcane Golem.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
It's going to be Backstab here and SI7 Agent. 2 damage and get something on board. A little bit curious by that. Firebat could have just gone Backstab SI7 Agent, not dealt 2 damage and kept his dagger fresh.
Yeah.
So interesting that he's favoring the damage so heavily in this matchup. I mean, that is something that you do need as the rogue in this matchup, though, is you do need to deliver that damage. And so if you wait too long to start pushing through, you can kind of just be a little bit short. So he hasn't seen True Silver Champion basically at all up until now. And so he may not have just had that card on his mind even. But True Silver Champion is so good versus Rogue. The only minion it doesn't really effectively answer is Violet Teacher.
Yeah. And even then, he has a Consecrate in his hand, so he could like wait a turn for Violet Teacher to sort of go off and then wreck it. So Firebat doesn't feel too comfortable playing an Azure Drake into a True Silver Champion, but you got to play a minion into that thing eventually because it's going to get value. You can't just sort of hope and wait. He can just remove this board without playing it and maybe wait for a turn where he can utilize the spell power a little bit more efficiently.
I wonder.
So this is tough.
I think it's something he's thinking about. What's kind of awkward too is if he chooses to not play Azure Drake, it makes Muster for Battle a little bit harder for ShadowMcKee to actually play, which is kind of interesting to think about. but I think he needs the card draw more than he needs his opponent not to play Muster for battle. I mean, he's got 2 copies of Fan of Knives in hand. Plus, it does deal 2 points of damage as well, and it gets the True Silver Champion off the board. So you're eventually gonna have to do something to set up a minion because it's got Tinker Sharp Sword Oil in hand. He needs to find a minion anyway, and so the digging I think is just more important. So Fan of Knives still looking super strong here. Firebat just digging for that damage. Poison. He's got so many spells, but he doesn't have anything to really couple it with.
He's got a lot of damage too with Deadly Poison plus Tinker Sharp Sword Oil plus Blade Flurry. So once he gets to that point, then he's gonna be able to go from 0 to 30 pretty quickly.
Yeah, down to 23 for McKee. Turn 6 is looking pretty dead, unless he picks up something. I imagine it's going to be anti-Killbot. That's a pretty good one.
Baby!
Now, that being said, Lotheb, the timing of Lotheb in this matchup, this is one of the few matchups I think that the timing is super important on Lotheb. You can actually just use it to shut it out in one of their lead turns. Here, instead, it didn't really do anything. Firebat just would have played Azure Drake anyway. And so now it's just setting up kind of a trade here for him. Not really too much benefit. But he does have big follow-ups to it. And I think that's really what he was thinking about, was how it looks after he Lothebs. He's rolling into Dr. Boom, and he's rolling into Tyrion afterwards. So Firebat going to have to piece together a ton of damage. And this hand is looking... This is slim pickings.
Slim pickings. Well, Fan of Knives is a good start, but you're going to take so much damage. These boombots can be incredibly impactful. Wow, Shadow McKee looks frustrated by that. Oh, wow, that Fan of Knives took out...
Oh, that Fan of Knives dealt me 6 damage.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's looking like Violet Teacher and potentially prep something. He needs to propagate his tokens.
Yeah.
So that way he can get some damage going here.
He needs to start teaching.
Poison for sure. I wonder if he ever is thinking attack. I don't think he is. If your opponent has this strong of a hand and they have Tyrion, I think this is a spot where Firebat may be willing to kind of chalk this one up. But it looks like he's going to take out this Doctor Boom, drops to 11. Eviscerate. 2 more tokens. Oh,
that
prep Flurry. He's got 2 copies of Flurry, so this makes more sense.
Yeah, and this deals damage to face as well, so he could be setting up for potential lethal. There's 6 damage on board, plus a potential 14 damage from hand, but
it's going to turn a second Eviscerate enough.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness! I think if the Tinker Sharpshooter falls in the right minion, that Firebat's got this.
If it falls on, it's a 4 in 6 chance, so a 2/3 chance that this falls on it. But he still has to get through that Divine Shield. It falls on one of those.
Oh, Nelly. I mean, it's easy to get through the Divine Shield. You just throw a 1/1 into it.
Yeah, but how does he... What's the most efficient way to do it? I think it's the Violet Teacher.
If you attack with your face and Blade Flurry, it's 4 damage, sets him to 15. You have 8 on board, that sets him to 7, then you have 2 Eviscerates. It's just lethal.
Oh yeah, lethal, yeah. Easy lethal.
Yeah, Firebat's going to 3-0 this mid-range Paladin. Shut up. He comes back from a 0-2 deficit, and he's moving on.
Craziness. And that's Firebat. It seemed like that was Firebat's strategy from the get-go. You look at his deck lineup, it just wrecks Paladin, mid-range Paladin and Secret Paladin alike. So despite Shadow McKee going up, he just looks absolutely stunned. And Firebat's going to move on to the round of 64. Unfortunately, that means Shadow McKee is going to have to tell McKee to shut up one more time because he's been eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, single elimination tournament here. And wow, I mean, just what a comeback. And it all started with that Freeze Mage where he was so close to death on so many turns. Yeah. And then just burned McKee from 29 to 0. Like, that was the start of the entire thing. And I cannot believe he actually won that game. And then the Patron Warrior game, that one was a little bit unspectacular. He just kind of burped out a bunch of patrons. But then this Rogue game, last card, last point of mana, lethal.
Yeah, with little bit of health left. He didn't have much. If he wasn't able to piece together, there could have been a chance for Shadow McKee to piece together a lethal of his own. So, really cool series, though. Firebat going to be moving on. Coming up next, though, we have a really big matchup here. It's actually going to be Reynad taking on the Rat. So 2 well-known players in the community. Of course, the Rat player for Splice. And I'm looking forward to that matchup. We're going to have to go to a quick break before that. During the break, make sure you guys head over Still giving away that CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC, so head over to the website, either by heading to geico.onog.gg or clicking that banner down below. But just a small break before we jump into the next match. Don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers. We'll continue right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone PAX East Major presented by One Nation of Gamers. Of course, sponsored by GEICO, Video Game Borders Network, CyberPower PC, and our hardware partners for the event, DX Racer, Razer, and Asus Republic of Gamers. I'm TJ, and I am joined once again by the one, the only, That's Admirable. What an intro. And we're about to jump into Reynad versus Thrad. This is probably the highest profile match that we've seen so far today. And we saw Reynad play earlier, but what are your thoughts on the Rat as a player in general, for players that might not know him? Interesting, but I believe you're muted.
Indeed, I am. Very strong player. Very competitive player as well. I know he practices a lot with 6-0 and Osaka. Two of the strongest European players in the world at the moment. Very consistently can be found in the top ranks of Legend. You know, a lot of times I log in, he's got a single digit next to his name. Sometimes he's got 4 digits next to his name, but it's usually because he's trolling around with some decks on his stream during those times. But you know, very aggressive player at the same time too. Likes to be on the offensive, try to keep players off balance, force them to use cards in ways that they're not necessarily comfortable using them, and then use that for windows of opportunity to attack. And it's a style that I'm a big fan of. And can kind of mix it up at the same time and play heavy control decks, and just he's very well rounded. And honestly, it's kind of a surprise to me this guy hasn't been winning more tournaments, but just been focusing a lot on his ladder play. Does pretty good in the opens as well. But up there in the leaderboards for points in North America as well. I mean, this is a guy, if you haven't been paying attention to him, he's certainly one of the ones to pay attention to. And this match, certainly a big one for both of these guys.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Reynad win a match earlier in the day. And it was a match where it was pretty one-sided in his favor, other than the game number one. So, Reynad not in recent past known for his tournament performances. He just hasn't really been participating in many. You know, he's a busy guy. He's got a team to run. But we'll see now that he's got an opportunity to sort of prove himself. And granted, it is a single elimination tournament, so even if he does get eliminated, it doesn't say too much, just because of the variance. But this is a chance for him to sort of reprove himself as a really strong player, and going up against the Rat and beating him would be a good opportunity for him to showed that he's still got it what it takes despite having to run an entire organization.
Yeah, I think the thing that to me that's most impressive is just the fact that he's brought what I consider the 4 strongest decks in the metagame. He's brought Druid, he's brought Aggro Shaman, he's brought Zoo, and we haven't seen his Warrior yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be I'm guessing it's Patron Warrior. But just we've seen like 3 different Warrior decks in the past month that have been creeping up. But either way, Warrior's still a very strong class right now. And to me, that's the impressive point. Is he's just brought what I'd consider the strongest lineup right now. Where the Rat is actually bringing Paladin and Mage in his lineup. And I know that he's a big fan of Paladin, thinks that you can build it with just a couple different changes to tune it to whatever matchups you expect to face. So I'm going to be very interested to see how he's actually built that one. I know that if he expects to see Secret Paladin, that a copy of Repentance could potentially be in this build, as well as a Ragnaros. But his Mage deck is also going to be one that's really interesting to me. I know that he has a lot of practice on Freeze Mage, but again, likes to be a very aggressive player. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Tempo Mage from him either. And looking at the way the lineups are panning out, I feel like this is Reynad favored right now. That Aggro Shaman looks like it's matching up very well versus 3 of these classes, potentially. I'm guessing that he's going to go ahead and ban Warlock from the Rat. But I think Reynad's got the advantage based on the lineups.
If we're looking at a lineup that we're calling like the 4 best decks, it's hard to say that it's not favored, I'd say. So we should have the bans in just a moment. But while we're waiting, guys, if you are at PAX East, if you're on the PAX East floor, One Nation of Gamers has built an app that you can use to actually play against your friends or other players at PAX for some cash prizes, some Razor gear. It's called the Battle Zone app. So if go ahead and search on your app store Battle Zone Beta. If you're at PAX East, what you can do is you just log in, you put your battle.net ID in there. There's a ladder with a leaderboard and all that stuff. You can compete against Hearthstone, against other players that are playing at PAX, and win some cool prizes. So, like I said, Battlezone Beta, search for. You can also head over to the GEICO Gaming booth. They'll help you out there and show you around, or go to play.onog.gg for more information about that as well. So I checked it out earlier. Unfortunately, not at PAX, so I can't play against people. I was trying to search for players on my own Wi-Fi, but unfortunately, nobody in the area. But a really cool thing. So if you guys want to have a chance to win some prizes, play some Hearthstone, make sure you guys head over there and check out that app.
I personally am at PAX right now, and I'm playing against somebody right now, and I just won an awesome prize. So TJ's right.
Yeah. Just
Sorry you couldn't be here.
Sweet Razer headset.
Sorry you couldn't be here, buddy. We're having a great time.
Yeah, I really miss it over there. What I need is a green screen that's right behind me so I can simulate it. A green screen would just be like a recording of you just walking around in the background. Like that would be my.
You green screen in the Twitch conference that they're having, like at the front, like with DJ Wheat and Seltzer, they're like hosting all these panels.
That's me. I even have my my Twitch shirt on, so I'd fit right in.
You may notice I changed things up today. I went with my black T-shirt again today
instead of the very, 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 very dark brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks almost identical to black. I like the change, but we do have the bans in. That means that we should be jumping into the match shortly. But it is Warlock ban for both players.
Yeah, not a surprise. Again, I think Warlock's just probably the strongest class. I know that the Rat is definitely going to consider it the strongest class that's out there right now. It pays a lot of attention to the statistics of the game. Knows that deck is just very powerful and wins a lot. Not only that, but he knows that Reynad's bringing Zoo if he's paid attention to the first match that happened there. And Zoo is a very frightening deck to play against. It could just have such strong draws that you can't do anything about it. Furthermore, I think it's probably just going to match up well versus his lineup. With the Warlock ban, I think it's a little bit more weighted towards the Tempo Mage. But we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, Tempo Mage and Paladin are going to do very well versus Druid. And I know that Tempo Mage has some game versus Aggro Shaman. And it's got some good game versus Warrior as well. So I still think it's Reynad favored. I think that just the Druid and the Shaman are matching so well versus the Paladin that this could very easily be Reynad's.
Yeah, I'd say so. The Rat's a player who sort of latches on to decks also. And we remember him, if you remember the infamous best patron player in the world, a little gig that he did. A lot of players called him that, and he also called him that. And now he's sort of latched onto the Zoo deck, and that's what he's been using to climb the ladder. And so Reynad, if he's been paying attention to that or knows that anything about him, then he knows that that's his style. So Tempo Mage, look at it in all of its glory.
Not a surprise to see it. Reynad, copy of Flame Tongue and Lava Shock in his hand, as well as Doomhammer Knife Juggler. We'll have to see how he decides to put together this hand. I would venture to say that Reynad knows that this is Tempo Mage based on the bans. And so because of that, is going to want some early action as well as stuff to kind of handle the pressure that's going to be thrown back at him. Great opening hand for the Rat, too. Sorcerer Apprentice, Mad Scientist, Arcane Blast, Ragnaros at the top end. That's a new one. But Reynad's going to start off this one quick. He's got Sir Finley into potential Coin Leper Gnome.
Yeah, we'll see what his options are. That looks like a steady shot to me, but those are all 3 good options. Life Tap, I'd say I'd rank them in Steady Shot and then Shapeshift and then Life Tap, but this is a Tempo Mage, so it could be more board focused. I was going to say maybe taking Shapeshift is a little bit better, especially since he already has Doomhammer in his hand, and Shapeshift basically pays 2 extra mana to turn Doomhammer into 2 extra damage. So effectively, once that's played, it's the exact same as Steady Shot, except it also gives you an armor. It can interact with the board a little bit more. So I do agree with the Shapeshift pickup here, given the situation, given Reynad's hand.
Yeah, I agree with it too. I mean, typically Steady Shot's going to be your best one, but the ability to impact the board with the Druid Hero Power matters a lot. I mean, you think about Shaman and you're like, oh, this is a face deck. It just goes face a lot. Not always the case. Aggro Shaman does a lot of trading to invest into its board positions. That way it can get repetitive damage out of the presence that it has on board. And that's a really important factor. And it may not be like that big of a deal, but being able to flex your hero power around that can have a pretty significant impact. And so I think that's like sort of the tiebreaker between those two. And when you consider the fact that he does have Doomhammer, I think it's just superior.
Yeah. And that's one of those things you were talking about, using the spells here, using his cards to take a little bit more control of the board. We do have a secret up. It is going to be Duplicate. We can't quite see it, but it is Duplicate. So that secret doesn't help too much in this matchup. It's a little bit slower. You don't get a sort of immediate board impact like you do with Mirror Entity, or you counterspell even more so after a coin is played.
Yep. You can kind of tell the live tournament experience here, difference between the two players, where Rat is like sitting very far forward and focused and not paying any attention to the camera that's capturing him, where Reynad very sit back, relaxed, understands the camera is a big part of what's going on. I mean, it's a really small, subtle thing, but I think that's like I feel like it's such a big thing to take note of. Yeah. Reynad looks so calm and collected, and the Rat looks very almost nervous, I'd say.
Making sure that the camera is low enough to capture that his top 2 buttons are undone.
I'm certain that's exactly what he's thinking about right now. He's like got it loaded up on the side, and he's like, perfect position. There we go. TJ's going to love this.
That's exactly what he's thinking. I know it. But secret up, Reynad doesn't know what it is, hasn't tested anything, so he's got to be worried about counterspell, he's got to be worried about Mirror Entity, and he wants to make sure that this Doomhammer is going to come out as quick as possible. So, actually just going to trade in. Okay, so we're going to go with the coin Doomhammer next turn, especially after seeing this Duplicate. Going to know that that's going to be out of the way, but he's going to be dealing with a lot of damage being represented on board. He hasn't put much damage. He hasn't taken control with minions in the early game.
That is a big draw from the Rat. I actually really like this play from Reynad too. He plays around the most potential secrets when he plays it this way, and gets actually pretty unlucky, I think, to run into Duplicate in this situation.
Yeah.
He played around Counterspell, played around Mirror Entity, didn't play around Duplicate. It happens to be Duplicate, and then the Rat also draws Water Elemental to follow up.
Mm. All right, well, this presents quite a bit of an issue here.
Just a minor one.
A minor issue, because now Reynad just doesn't have a efficient way to deal with this. He can Lava Burst, coin Hero Power, and hopefully develop a minion the next turn against the Rat developing nothing. And, yeah, that's his only out. Or he can Lava Burst, Lightning Bolt, which seems a lot worse.
He could also just take some hits from the Water Elemental. I mean, at this point, the Water Elemental is just, it's going to get value some way or another, whether it's the investment of your entire turn, the investment of your card economy, or just the fact that it's, just a big, tough presence to deal with.
Or
And
all of the above.
I think this is again probably his most effective way to deal with this is just to continue to play it a little bit slower, take his time, understand that the Doomhammer is providing a lot of longevity in terms of his damage, and if the Rat doesn't piece together a good assault here, that it could be enough to win the game just by taking it slow. But 2 Sorcerer's Apprentice, I do know the name of that card, into Arcane Intellect. This gives the Rat a lot of cards. And a 3rd Sorcerer's Apprentice.
That's a free Arcane Intellect next turn. But I can imagine that Raynad's going to trade in here to at least one of these. And, yep, that's what he does. He can't afford to leave too much on the board because the recurring damage is going to be a little bit too much. That's a lot of burst. And the Rat just going to continue to draw into some more burn spells. 2 mana fireballs. There's a free flame cannon.
Yeah, Arcane
There's
Blast,
a mad scientist.
This is looking really bad. This game snowballed really hard, quite literally because it was duplicate, and then the Rat also drew Water Elemental. The Water Elemental was a jackpot draw, and Raynad just found himself in this position. Does have Doomhammer Rockbiter. That's 10 points of damage, but I don't think he can use that right now. He's just going to have to continue to clear this board presence and hope for the best afterwards. It's going to be a Lightning Bolt into 2nd Doomhammer swing.
Yeah, just trying to get rid of that recurring damage, but I just don't think it's going to be enough because the Rat even has the wow, 2nd Water Elemental right off the top. And
it's going to shut off that Doomhammer too. And this is kind of like one of the differences I think that the Rat would put in here. You know, I've seen so many different builds of Tempo Mage. I've seen Piloted Shredders. I personally have been playing a lot of the spare part version recently. And the Rats come with Water Elementals to try to offset turns just like this one. But it's a lot of damage incoming from that Doomhammer. 14 points. I'm sorry. 12 points of damage. He's going to take out the Water Elemental as well. And down to 15, he's not going to like seeing this Ragnaros.
Yeah. You know what? I don't blame him. I wouldn't have liked seeing it anyway. At this point, this is where I'd button back up that top button.
Hey, the perfect draw.
Yeah, exactly what he was looking for. This is actually looking a lot like the game 1 from Raynad's last series. He still managed to win, but the game 1 was just brutal. It's out of the control, not in his favor. So it's not lethal quite yet.
Oh no, that's lethal.
Well, in his eyes.
Yeah. In his eyes, it's not lethal.
Yeah, so he's going to keep trying to fight back on the board here. Hopes to take out, but Knife Jugglers aren't going to snipe out their brethren. That's going to be the Rat. Taking game 1 pretty convincingly with Tempo Mage. Of all things.
Water Elemental being the real big difference, I think, in this one. The first one was just so brutal to Raynad's Tempo. There was really not many turns where he had opportunity to recover. I mean, just the fact that the Rat was cranking out Sorcerer's Apprentice, had effective spells to use afterwards. He did what Tempo Mage does. Keeps the tempo.
Yeah, exactly. So the Rat's got Druid and Paladin remaining, and he's got to be pretty happy because Tempo Mage is probably his least consistent deck out of his lineup, assuming that Secret Paladin and Zoo are the other two. Because Druid and Secret Paladin can win against just about everything, where Tempo Mage does have matchups where they struggle with. So now Raynad's got to fight back, even though you mentioned a little bit earlier, and we talked about it a little bit, you said that Raynad's lineup's probably favored. Even with that considered, the Rash has got strong decks overall, and you can't underestimate that.
No, you never can. I mean, that's a lot of what it comes down to, too, when you have two very strong players facing off against each other. The draws can decide a lot of it. Oh, that is an aggro druid, too. Whew, this matchup is so tough for aggro shaman. I have played on both sides of this a lot. And something that the druid does very well in this matchup is you kind of go 1-for-1 with your early cards, but then you have Druid of the Claw and Fel Reaver as your turn 5s. And those provide so much damage when the two of you have to fight for the board constantly, and it doesn't really end up in one player's favor. It's just kind of back and forth. Having that large threat on turn 5 is the tiebreaker. And so because of that, knowing that this is aggro druid, if I didn't know this before, I definitely would have said that the Rat was favored in this matchup just because of the power he has versus Shaman at the moment. But wow, what a different kind of game. I mean, normally I think Druid is favored versus aggro Shaman anyway, but this one in particular.
All right, well, this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. I feel like Druid also has a much more consistent board presence early on. They have more likely to draw into creatures that they can play in the early game, as opposed to aggro Shaman, who has a lot larger of a percentage of their deck is spells. and they can use spells to fight back on the board. But like you mentioned, just having the reload, having the powerful drops on turn 5, even if you just line up any of those with a Doomhammer, if you line up Druid of the Claw, if you line up Felweaver with a Doomhammer, you'd always, or almost always, rather take either the Druid of the Claw or the Felweaver in place of it in such a fast matchup. So
that's a good one.
Yeah.
Innervate in the hand is always welcome at this point. The Flame Tongue Totem here, I actually like the Flame Tongue from Reynad because he's got Argent Horse Rider ready for the next threat. And if the rat doesn't really have significant action this turn, you could even just cast Feral Spirit afterwards. Or maybe just even Rockbiter Totem. I mean, it opens up all of his options for the following turn.
Another night on the prowl.
Now, if he just chosen a Rockbiter, sure, he would have gotten 2 damage out of that Abusive Sergeant, but I don't think that's really his concern at the point. So, just a 3-2 for the rat. Going to be a little bit more patient with this Innervate. Looks like he's eyeing Druid of the Claw next turn.
Yeah. The Feral Spirit does protect his Flame Tongue Totem, so it's sort of a necessity, but it also does mess up his curve.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a little bit painful. I mean, charge the Druid of the Claw into the 2-3, run the 3-2 over the 4-3, and then it's a 4-2 versus a Flame Tongue Totem and 2 mana.
Yeah. He'd have to just Rockbiter next turn, and then you're just all sorts of vulnerable, giving complete initiative over. He would have Doomhammer for the following turn, but once again, we're going to be in a situation where the 4-drops, the stronger overall curve is really going to matter.
This is tough. That Overload really mucking up this game plan. It does have Doomhammer available, but again, he's going to be facing down Knife Juggler and a Stealth 3-2, so not able to clear up the entire board. And if the rat manages to draw another 5-drop, you are looking at a tough spot for Reynad.
You're going into turn 5, so there's really, you can charge in hopes that you can just take out the Flame Tongue Totem, but going into turn 5, you're most likely going to see Doomhammer. So we'll have to see, though. It is a choice, like a consideration going into this turn to try and go for the 50-50 and take it out. And he is going to go for it. Doesn't hit it.
Not today. He's going to put some damage on it, though. Mm-hmm. Set it up for the hero power next turn. It looks like you're lined up to spend the 3 mana in your hand plus the hero power. But we've seen Reynad have to use Doomhammer defensively for quite a while now. And while I don't think it's bad to use defensively here, I think it's definitely in his favor. Typically you just want to be ahead on board and use that card to clock your opponent.
Well, the rat's just showing small stuff, but he is going to be able to take out the board here. But Reynad, even though he hasn't put a single point of damage on the rat, he hasn't taken too much damage, and he also has card advantage, and his card quality is okay, and he's got the recurring damage from the Doomhammer. So I'd say he's still in a pretty good spot. It's just going to be hard to tell. Right now, they're both so low on cards that the rat could just, brick on his next 2 turns, or he could draw into the most impactful cards in his deck on the next 2 turns, like Felweaver, like the second Druid of the Claw.
To me, the fact that Reynad has been able to get such effective use out of the Doomhammer and have Lava Burst back behind this, I feel like it's just such a big advantage to him. Like, he takes another 6 damage this turn, drops to 14, has Argent Horse started to trade into the Darnassus Aspirant, and then play Tunnel Trog back behind this. Rat's investing his hero power into the 2-1, and then Reynad clears up the rest of it with Lava Burst, Doomhammer, Abusive Sergeant, and has the board.
Dude, this Lava Burst,
though.
Wow.
Yeah, not too surprised by that. I mean, Argent Horse Rider and Abusive Sergeant it's pretty similar to the same thing. It doesn't take as much damage this way also from the Doomhammer. So this is a totally reasonable alternative. This actually might be a little bit better too. Oh, awful draw for the rat. Yeah, this game boiled down to Reynad just being able to fight the board so well and then follow up with the Doomhammer to check the last couple of threats that it just went massively in his favor. And that's kind of like the power of Aggro Shaman in the aggro matchups, is that if it can go 1-for-1 and then have Doomhammer, you make up all the advantage that you would have normally had by having a stronger curve just by having card advantage.
Yeah. The rat's still in it, though. He can negate at least 1 damage a turn with the hero power, and he can probably buy 3 more turns in order to draw into Force of Nature. But it's going to be really tough because Reynad's going to be doing quite a bit of damage per turn. And that's if he doesn't even draw into additional burn, or he doesn't get a taunt totem over his next couple turns. It's like so many things have to go right here for the Rat if he wants to piece together a win.
Yeah, so this is actually a turn where Reynad needs to start counting that damage and see how long it's going to take to actually kill the Rat. Because ideally, if he can't kill the Rat in the next couple turns, he'd like to get a Taunt Totem on board so that way he doesn't die to Force Nature Savage Roar.
Yeah.
So this turn is going to be spent calculating what the next 4 or 5 turns look like. And it looks like he's done it pretty quickly. He's going to start rolling totems.
Even Spell Power Totem has a lot of value in this situation, just because every point of burn that you draw does 1 more damage. So he's just got to make sure he pieces together sufficiently. His Doomhammer only has, effectively, 8 damage remaining, unless he draws into some sort of altering effect, like Sir Finley into Shapeshift or Rockbiter Weapon.
Not willing to expend any more life, and I can't blame him. If you are at 12, the Taunt Totem will not play around Force Nature Savage Roar as much. And in this situation, he's just trying to keep himself as a high life total as he possibly can and try to disrupt the Rat's damage. I mean, the Rat looks like his hero power is aimed at that 2-1 right now. Wow, actually draws the Force Nature too. This is going to come awfully close. Reynad needs to roll a Taunt Totem. And he needed that attack to happen as well.
Oh man, it's Renet's gonna have basically a 50-50 chance to draw into a Taunt Totem. He's got 1 chance this turn, so it's gonna be a little higher than that because he's got a chance this turn. It's a Healing Totem, so next turn he needs a Taunt Totem.
Well, next turn he's gonna have lethal on this board too. I mean, he's pushing a lot of damage this turn. Yeah, Lava Burst is going. He's not actually using the Lava Burst this turn.
Okay.
It takes right at 13. I mean, he's still threatening here though. He's got 6 from Lava Burst, 3 from the Tunnel Trog. That's 9. 2 more on the Tunnel Trog. It's 10, 11. 12 with the Haunted Creeper. And then 13, the Rat needed, looked like Innervate this turn.
He's still alive, I think.
Silence the Tunnel Trog.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh, he is still alive. Reynad needs a Taunt Totem here, and it's 50-50 right now.
He's dead, even with Taunt Totem now. He managed to put it in. So that's going to be the game going over to the Rat. Oh, man. Even with the Taunt Totem, he's still dead. And that would be Reynad having to trade into the Keeper of the Grove, which would mean he'd give up damage on the board. Wow.
Wow, you're right. He's dead. That's unbelievable. He needed Feral Spirit this turn. He needed quite literally exactly Feral Spirit.
Yeah.
Could he have won this game? I don't think he could have. Like, if he would have Lava Burst for 6 last turn, he'd have gotten an extra 2 points of damage under that. So the Rat would be at 6 this turn, and Reynad would only have 4 points of damage. Yeah, I mean that Keeper of the Grove shut off the ability to win this turn unless Reynad had drawn a burn spell.
Yeah, I think that was really well played by both players. I don't think either player could have been more efficient with their damage or more efficient with their lines of play. So maybe we can go back and nitpick, but that was a well played game, and that's going to be the Rat.
Wow.
Going over, picking up that Force of Nature actually ends up being huge.
Yeah,
because that was his only out, and he also needed to pick up maybe just Keeper of the Grove would have been his only way to survive there at the end.
Would have been okay.
Oh yeah, Druid of the Claw would have been okay as well.
Second Force Nature to clear, maybe.
Yeah, so he did have quite a few ways to survive, but he needed a way to survive plus the other Force of Nature or one Force of Nature to be able to win the game. So well played at spotting his condition and going for it, but that's got to be pretty brutal for Reynad. And moving into game number 3 here, Rat has a 2-0 lead, which means he's on match point. Reynad looks like it has a Control Warrior.
Yeah, Control Warrior for Reynad, and you saw a copy of Repentance in the Rat's opening hand. So alongside that, I imagine we're going to see a Ragnaros in here as well. This is going to be kind of aimed at fighting the Secret Paladin Mirror very well. If you play Mysterious Challenger and get Repentance going into their Mysterious Challenger turn, you have a major advantage at fighting that battle. And in the meantime, it's going to be Double Deathspite, Fiery War X Slam, Revenge for Reynad versus Avenge, Knife Juggler, Blessing of Kings, Pilot Sugar, and Tyrion for the Rat. And I know the Rat's got a ton of experience in this matchup as well. But with this kind of opening hand, Reynad's going to be able to kill so many things in a row.
Yeah. This is the hand that you're looking for. Lots of weapons. Lots of weapons. Still needs to draw onto some minions to fight back on the board, especially with Piloted Shredder. Needs to pick up. Ooh, that is
Not
maybe
a
the
good
worst.
turn 3.
Yeah, maybe the worst draw on the deck. Yikes.
Yeah, he's going to play the Redemption in hopes that Reynad is not going to kill the 1/1. It's kind of representing like Noble Sacrifice Avenge, I think, with a play like this.
Yeah.
And he's going to want to play Pilot Shredder and hope that Reynad prioritizes the Pilot Shredder. But I think Reynad's going to go ahead and attack here too, because the time that this is a varied secret, when it's not Noble Sacrifice, you get information from it. And the times that your opponent has Redemption down, you get mega rewarded. So I actually really like this call from Reynad to go ahead and attack here.
Yeah. But we're starting to get into those scary turns. Blessing of Kings is going to push it out of range of that Fire War Axe and the Death's Bite.
Sludge Butcher can kind of slow this down a little bit, but this pressure is going to very quickly mount.
Yeah. I'd say so. At least Starseeker still challenges what's on the board, and he gets to keep the coin to push out more stuff in the next coming turns.
There goes the match, the Golden Monkey into the deck. He's got a golden coin there, too. Just noticed that.
He does.
An all golden warrior deck.
Yeah, warrior decks aren't as wallet warrior-y as they once were, because you don't put quite as many late game legendaries in your deck as you used to. Well, you can.
It's the official term for it.
Yeah, but if you, as long as you have golden Elise, I mean that's the important one.
Well,
then-
warrior E.
Yeah,
Is that hyphenated at the end of warrior E?
yeah, exactly right.
Revenge comes out for the rat. And 7-4, not going to be checked by anything this turn. Whirling Zap-O-Matics to drop. That is almost certainly going to force Bash.
Yeah,
That is a terrifying one. Sludge Belchers sets a road hump into this. Does set up the Revenge next turn, so I kind of like this. Take 3 damage, set up the Revenge.
yeah, a big old road hump. Is there anything that he gets punished by? I don't think so.
Iron Beak Owl.
Yeah, that'd be 14 damage.
Blessing of Kings number 2, maybe?
Yeah, but even then, you'd still be able to. You wouldn't be able to remove it, I suppose. But that would mean your opponent would probably push a lot of damage. Maybe put you below 12, perhaps.
Yeah, Rat's going to hang on to Knife Juggler here. Wants to have something back behind in case he gets brawled or revenged in this spot. Time 17 for Reynad. I wonder if there's ever a chance that he's not using Death Spite this turn. I suppose there is now with the Bash. Like, if you just bash, your opponent drops a 1 health and you revenge it away.
Yeah, but you also have to factor in the Avenge. Right? That was Avenge.
Yeah, that was Avenge. And I think Reynad's anticipating this being something else. So where this lands is actually really important this turn. Lands on the worst one.
It lands on the best one.
Is it?
Yeah, imagine if it had landed on the Whirling Zap-O-Matic and brought it up to 6 attack, and you couldn't remove it.
Oh, I meant the worst one for the Rat.
Oh, the worst one
Definitely
for the
best one
rat.
for Reynad,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah. I agree.
5 extra damage. Eating 5 damage a turn is not comfortable, though. Yeah, another secret. That secret is Repentance at the moment.
Mhm.
We saw it play there from the Rat's hand.
No minions for Reynad, though. He's basically just got removal. Is removal going to be enough?
I don't know. Tyrion's back behind this, too. This is
Yeah.
going to
And
be
even
tough. I mean, I'm anticipating revenge right here. Armor
you know
Shield
you-
Slam's like so good, though.
Yeah, if you know you're going to be in a good spot. You know your opponent's not going to reload the board if you use Revenge here because they only have 1 card. So I think you just go ahead and Revenge. Shield Slam's got a lot more value.
Yeah, I agree, especially when you get Shield Block in your hand. Now, the debate on coin armor up, this is actually kind of a tough one, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's going to conclude doesn't need to go ahead and do that, and that's going to be Tyrion for the Rat, putting his faith in the light. Last card from his hand that he had left. This does not feel comfortable. Just replace Deathspite.
Replace Death.
See what I mean? 4. He doesn't even have the mana to do that, actually. Yeah, he's got to dig. Deathlord's got to be a welcome draw at this point. That looks really good right now.
Yeah, it's just gonna block damage, and even though it'll get rid of the Divine Shield, though. Hopefully, you get something pretty inconsequential from the Deathlord, or she's gonna take a lot of damage.
Yeah, Keeper of Ultimite's drawn. No difference here, I'd say. Just run over the Deathlord. Eating the Divine Shield, I think, is the important thing for him right now, because he needs to be able to get off a Shield Slam, and he needs to also get some value from the Deathspite. 6/6 lands on the board from that Deathlord, though.
Who cares if it doesn't pull secrets? It's still a 6/6. Reynad doesn't draw a Brawl, and he only has one of those Shield Slams to remove something big from the board. So I can imagine the Rat here is just going to load up. You can't really afford not to. He's thinking about it, but I don't think he can really afford to hold back at this stage.
Yeah, it's kind of a fine balance. I mean, you have to think about, too, like, if you're winning this badly, and the only way for your opponent to really get back in the game is with a top deck, you know, considering what the board looks like, if you just hold back, you know, how much of a difference does that make? And here his holdback is going to get punished just a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
But this is still a really tough spot for Reynad. I mean, he's facing up 12 points of damage on the board. He's only got one removal spell, and the rest of the thing is just road humps. He's just got time. You know, he has to have this build to something, or eventually the advantage can build to an insurmountable point.
Yeah. This is
He's making the most of it, but it's just a tough spot.
He's just buying time, really.
Oh,
man.
Nelly.
But it has the potential to just hit a 1/2, which isn't that good. You sort of want to guarantee that rag's going to have a good target, but
yeah,
I guess
it is much less about it being played this turn and much more about him having access to that card right now.
Yeah. Slam. Can cycle through more, and Reynad is starting to build up a bit of a health pool here, build up a bit of an armor pool.
Now, all these 5/5s are very welcome right now, I'd say.
Yeah, especially Shield Maiden, because not only is it 5/5, it also puts him even further out of range, and eventually Reynad's just going to sort of outvalue the Rat. He's going to have these big minions, and actually, I was about to say the Rat has a lot of dead draws still left in his deck since he hasn't played a Mysterious Challenger from hand, so he's still got a lot of secrets left.
This is the time where you turn your life total into a resource. Use these Ashbringers to start taking out threats, and then just drop the Ragnaros and let this pound the damage in the meantime. This is a tough spot for Reynad. He does not have a way to answer this Ragnaros right now.
Yeah. He does have potential removal here if he draws into... Oh, Harrison Jones!
That's got to be a welcome draw right now.
He needs a removal spell or a big game hunter for this Rag. Shield block, he can still pick up a second Shield Slam. I do believe he has one. This is going to come down to it. He can go for sort of the consistency here and play Shield Maiden to try and soak up some Rag shots, but... oh, man. Brawl as well.
It's pretty brutal. I mean, at 20, I still don't think he's quite comfortable, but it's getting to the point to where he's so close to turning the corner. I mean, the fact that the Rat still has, you know, a couple noble sacrifices and a competitive spirit potentially left in his deck. You know, a big brawl is going to change the way this board looks. And the Rat's going to continue to play as though Brawl's not there. I don't know where you want this Ragnaros shot to go.
Face!
I mean, face is good, but is the Harrison better? I mean, both of his options, both of his targets are good right now.
Face is best.
TJ knows it. I wonder if there's ever an argument for trading here.
It's too late now.
Yeah, 8 to the dome.
Correct line of play.
Yeah, this is going to be the brawl for sure. And I'll tell you what, Reina needs that 5-1 to win.
And he needs Rag not to win. Okay. I'll take it. Decent outcome for Reynad.
Well, it's going to be a tough
Middle of the
turn
road.
next one, too.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a way to answer Dr. Boom next also. And he's second right now. What's better here? He can coin Shield Maiden. Is there any? He's thinking if there's anything that kills him. If he plays Deathbite, will he die? But either way, he doesn't because. Yeah, either way, he plays around it because there's a minion not on the board, so that means Blessing of Kings is in and out. So he finds it, and Deathbite also activates Execute if something big is played that he can't deal with just a Deathbite. So smart play.
Yeah, well, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Shielded Minibot as well. I mean, this is looking like need Execute, need Shield Slam. Bingo.
There she blows.
Now, the problem with this is that he's still threatened to take a lot of damage from these Boombots. And if he chooses to use the Deathbite first, he's investing the rest of his turn into Shield Maiden, Arm Up, Shield Slam. So he can clear the Doctor Room either way. But he's got to think about, does he want the Shield Maiden to ever absorb damage here from the Boombots, potentially, and try to sacrifice the 5/5 for the extra life?
I think he needs to keep the Shield Maiden around to have something to contest on the board, because other than, Fire War-Axe and a Grom, he doesn't have a way to deal with a reasonably sized minion should his Shield Maiden die if he uses it as a way to absorb damage. Now, Shield Maiden getting killed by the Boombots, I guess isn't too likely, but it is a definite possibility. So he is going to go for hoping the Shield Maiden here is going to absorb damage. There's also the chance that he just holds onto the Deathbite and doesn't attack.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he's going to do.
I don't think that this is bad by any stretch of the means. I actually think this is really good, because one of the draws he's weak to, if he chooses to use the Deathbite, is Muster for Battle, which the Rat has not played yet. And this deep into the deck, that's not that unlikely of a draw, and he's going to have a way to answer it eventually. So holding on to this Deathbite, I actually think is probably the best play.
Yeah, and this means that Muster for Battle is not playable. These Boombots could be a big deal. Taking out this Shield Maiden could mean a lot for the Rat. It'd mean that his Loatheb would be protected for 2. That means he can attack him with Minibot.
Yeah, I mean, just start tokening up. Doesn't want him. I don't think you want to Muster for Battle straight in that Deathbite. It looks like. I mean, this is a prime board to get Deathbite onto.
3 mana, Lights Justice. Yeah, the Justicar Trueheart should probably lock out the game when it's played. Also, Reynad's going to just try and put him on a clock here. Throw down the Grom, force him to deal with it. Just be level with a 2/2 on the board and start swinging in for 10. And that Boombop does 1, so I don't think the Rat's got a way to deal with this at all in his deck. Even if he draws Blessing of Kings, that means he's still going to have to spend that health attacking.
He needs to draw a Quartermaster.
Yeah, that's what he needs.
Yeah, well, here we go. Grom has put a big clock on the Rat at this point. It's about to tank up.
Yeah, he can just armor up, tank up, armor up again. He's going to gain 6, which means he's going to go up to 15 life. There's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 damage represented on board, so there's not a single card in the deck that can kill him, except for Quartermaster. And Reynad's thinking right now, is the Rat just that crazy enough to put a Quartermaster in his deck? I don't think there's anything else that kills him. He would need 6 damage from hand. That would have to be able to go through Grom Hellscream. So that means Avenging Wrath isn't a possibility. Blessing of Kings doesn't kill him. Divine Favor into Blessing of Kings plus True Silver Champion would kill him if he only played 1 card.
It's looking like he wants to play the Fiery War Axe or potentially even to execute this turn as well. He's just going to armor up and then come to this grand tournament that we're having here at PAX East, the Hearthstone Major, and tank up.
Tank. Puts him at 5. So I think this is just a win for Reynad. Oh, Mysterious Challenger could block things. Can he trade in here?
Oh, I can't clear the whole board, though.
Yeah. But
Now,
he...
the Rat's perspective is that he can isolate the Grom. And so his goal is going to be to isolate the Grom, push as much damage as he can, play Mysterious Challenger, hope that the Noble Sacrifice will keep the Grom from blocking this. But Reynad's got Fiery Orax in hand. We're going to game number 4, boys.
Indeed.
Reporting for duty.
Can Reynad mount a comeback in this series after a brutal start going behind 0-2? The Rat's still going to have to find a win with Secret Paladin. Reynad's 2 decks remaining are Aggro Shaman and Druid, I think was his 3rd deck.
This is eye for an eye. Can he die?
Get down!
If it's eye for an eye, you concede out of respect for your opponent.
Is this going to attack? Armor Up would have prevented eye for an eye from tying this game, I think. Tank up there. That would be way nitpicky.
Yeah.
The critical turn of this game was Reynad holding on to the Despite when he was facing down the Boombots and the Shield Maiden. If he had chosen to use the Despite that turn, he wouldn't have been able to mount the offense to actually push for the damage to win. So holding on to the Despite that turn and just eating the damage from the board was actually the best play he could have made. Like, that was what was needed to win that game. Very good move from him.
Expertly played. And that means we're going to a game number 4. Reynad's going to throw out the Druid, and the Rat, once again, still trying to find a win with that Secret Paladin.
Yeah. Well, Swipe is definitely a good card versus Paladin. But Wild Growth Innervate, I imagine he wants a little bit more action with this. And the Rat, meanwhile, I imagine everything but this Shield and Minibot's going to get pitched back.
Yeah. All right. Maybe some argument with the coin to hold on to Mysterious Challenger, but probably not against Druid. You really need to just have board presence early on, and a lot of your win condition focuses on you taking control of the board before they do. Because as soon as the Druid takes over the board, you're just 1 or 2 turns away from being comboed out of the game. So we're going to have to see. But of course, the players are going to hold on to their entire mulligans. This does seem customary. You don't want to give any additional information over to your opponent. And sometimes the amount of cards that you hold on to or throw away can determine that.
He's going to keep Blessing of Kings and the Mysterious Challenger. Wow. The Shielded Minibot. Okay, so this is something that's really interesting. I'm guessing the Shielded Minibot has greatly influenced the way that the Rat feels like this game's going to end up panning out and wants to go for turn 2 Shielded Minibot and turn 3 Blessing of Kings to offset the tempo here. Reynad's going to have turn 2 Pilot Shredder, though, to start contesting this.
Did he already mulligan away and the cards just showed up as green to us? Or did he really keep those? Because that's a crazy keep. I mean, I understand Blessing of Kings sometimes. But Blessing of Kings and Dr. Boom, I think that we were just getting a little bit of maybe a graphical error and that the cards were still green. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
I mean, I guess if your plan is to curve into Mysterious Challenger and you think like you have the cards to do it, but keeping those is not a bad thing. Like, you do ensure that you have them. Goodness, it feels like a very greedy keep. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and trade into the Haunted Creeper here. That's gonna take an opportunity to Cog Hammer.
Right into the Harrison Jones.
And Mana Axe gonna stick around. That belongs in a museum. That card economy is welcome right now too. This hand was looking very, very scarce.
Picks up a play to make for next turn as well with the Druid of the Claw. Has combo plus double swipe. This is looking good for Reynad now that he is probably not going to lose control of the board, and he also has combo. So once he starts putting on that damage, it's going to stick, and he's going to be able to close out the game, likely on turn 9.
Yeah, losing that Cog Hammer was brutes.
Should I?
And now he doesn't even want to use the coin because he wants to be able to coin out Mysterious Challenger next turn for the highest possible power. But without the coin, his play basically just boils down to Blessing of Kings and trade in. He can also just Shielded Minibot and Haunted Creeper and effectively just hope his opponent, hope Reynad doesn't have a swipe.
Yeah, this is looking tough. mean, how does he make a play here that generates a board presence eventually? I mean, I guess it's just shield a mini-bot, Haunted Creeper, and hope your opponent doesn't really have a strong response. You trade into the Mana Addict here? Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Still kind of a tough spot for Rainhead. I mean, Druid of the Claw is definitely looking like a good play, but that 2/2 shielded mini-bot.
He can completely move the board here, but he's using a lot of resources. He's basically using up his whole turn. He plays Wrath for 1, and then he swipes. Or he can Hero Power into the shielded mini-bot and swipe. His hand going into the next turn isn't amazing. I guess he does have a way to deal with the Mysterious Challenger, should it come down. But Wrath for 1, I think, did have some merit there to try and cycle through his deck, maybe draw into some more threats, potentially a BGH to make the clear the next turn quicker. But looks like the Rat's just going to forego the Mysterious Challenger and try and take control of the board. He figures, well, a swipe was just played.
2 juggles into the Harrison means it dies too. So this might be a force here from Raynad. I mean, he may be forced to swipe this again. And if he swipes again, that's going to give Rat a very clean couple of turns. Not only that, but the knowledge that 2 swipes are gone really changes the way that you can play your hand.
Yeah, Raynad could also just... I mean, this turn he could swipe face, put Rat down to 16, and Hero Power down the Knife Juggler. Then he'd just be like 2 damage to the face away from being able to close out the game with Force Nature Savage. But you always have to factor in the Mysterious Challenger. And even though your opponent had a chance to play it last turn but didn't... Okay, well, he doesn't decide to swipe face.
Yeah. I think this is okay. I mean, if you're going to get the charge damage for Druid of the Claw next turn, like if that's the plan you anticipate, swiping the Knife Juggler just saves you a few extra points of health.
Do those points of health really matter, though? Okay, well, if he's going to Wild Growth, then it makes sense, but... I don't know. Okay. That's what he goes for.
I'll go through. We'll give him early access to combo. Mysterious Challenger's coming down, though. And this is unchecked, unless Raynad wants to use combo, which I guarantee you, using combo to clear is not in his mind right now.
And it is a full tree.
Yep, so able to clear up the token. Very important here. He knows the Repentance is down. So, charge in here. Takes him to 15. You're 1 point of damage off of really getting this done. But Raynad anticipated this really well, which was Hero Power into Wrath for 1 into Druid of the Claw. So that was the intention with the Wild Growth, was to make sure that he got this clean turn.
Yeah.
So good foresight. Ooh, Innervate gets picked up.
Where shall I strike?
The Rat's got another copy of Noble Sacrifice in his hand.
But is he going to play it? I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't. You're at 15, which might make you feel a little bit comfortable, but how comfortable? I mean, he's also going to have to trade in this Mysterious Challenger into the Druid of the Claw to play around combo. So... And is he going to have enough time? Is he going to have enough damage to piece together before Raynad, eventually combos him out? He will be able to play Dr. Boom this turn. He'll have to trade. He'll be left with 17, 18, 19, 20 damage on the board going in the next turn, plus Blessing of Kings from hand would be 24. So, if we have perfect information here, we see that Dr. Boom plus Noble Sacrifice is the best play that he can make along with trading. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Wow.
So Savage Roar off the top would still do it.
He needs quite literally Savage Roar and Savage Roar only. Wait, is Living Roots enough?
It is.
12, 13, 14. No, it's still only 14 points damage.
Oh, 14 points, yeah. Yeah. Because of the note, yeah. Damn.
Okay, so what are the other options here too then? I mean, can you clear off the Mysterious Challenger, deal enough points of damage to face, and then hope to rip a Savage Roar next turn? Like, force Nature Savage Roar this turn. Use your face, clear the Noble Sacrifice. Put a tree into the 10-5. Go ahead and Living Roots, finish it off. Deal 8 points of damage, drop the Rat down to 7. Have Druid of the Claw for 4 points of damage out of hand.
You also just don't know what secret it is. He could have just gone for it.
sees Noble Sacrifice. Oh, he can charge Druid of the Claw into 10-5 and use Living Roots as well, and then have Force Nature Saboteur or Innervate Hero Power from 15 next turn as well.
Yeah.
So this actually ensures that this was a way better way to do this.
Where shall I strike?
Oh, he gets it off just in time, too. Yeah, much better setup from Reynad. Good spot from him.
Yeah.
And the rat needs a taunt. This is taunt or bust.
That's not a taunt.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I see 16 points of damage and then no way to survive. Wow, excellently played by Reynad. This is absolutely perfect play at the end of the game.
Very impressive. And the rat has to suspect that he's dead, judging by the lineup plays from Reynad, keeping him at 15 health, making sure that he had that there wasn't enough damage on the board to kill him, but that Reynad would still have enough the following turn. Reynad knows that there's no Noble Sacrifices left. Sludge Belcher would be just about the only thing that could stop him from winning the game this turn. Very well played, and that means we're going to a game number 5. This series has definitely delivered on all fronts.
Woo! What a game.
Yeah.
Just absolutely perfect. God, you gotta love games like this, TJ.
Yeah, and this means that it's going to come down to Secret Paladin versus the Aggro Shaman from Reynad. If I remember correctly, based on the bans, both players banned Warlock away. So this is one of those matchups that's going to be really close. A lot of players tend to agree that this matchup is a very close one in regards to who's favored. So it all comes down to this.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the Shaman's got to be favored in this matchup. In addition to the rat having Repentance in his deck, he's also got a copy of Ragnaros. And neither of those cards are really contributing to the early game, where it's like that's where everything comes from, is those few early stages of the game. As much as I would love to be able to attack with my hero power from Savage Roar and then also hero power again and attack a second time, your hero power doesn't give you Wind Fury. So Reynad did not miss lethal on the turn where it looked like he had lethal. Would need to attack twice with his hero power in order to get it. Perfectly played from him. I will continue to stress that. An opening hand from the rat, Repentance, shielded me about Blessing King, so I imagine he's pitching back that Repentance. And Reynad again draws 2 Doomhammers. With Shaman, wow. This is so brutal.
Yeah, he's going to need early game creatures. You stressed it earlier. This matchup is all about the early board. Whoever takes control of the early board tends to win the game. And that's a much better hand from the rat than Reynad has, unless he picks up like a Tunnel Trog right now. And that doesn't look like a Tunnel Trog to me, so this is going to be an uphill battle for Reynad. Going to be tough. Going to be tough.
Yeah, debating coining this Totem Golem here. He's faced turn 1 Secret. The rat's got shielded Minibot into Muster for battle, which is a tremendous opening from him right now.
It's also Repentance up. So if he coins out the Totem Golem, it's just going to get eaten up by the shielded Minibot. It's only going to get 3 damage in, and it means Reynad's not going to have a play for turn 2 unless he picks up a 1-drop, which he does have 5 minion 1-drops and 4 spell 1-drops in the deck. So it's still like a third of his deck is 1-drops. But, you never want to be in a position where you're relying on that to get you through the game.
Yeah, the rat even picks up options for turn 2.
Yeah.
But I think I like the Haunted Creeper just a little bit more because it's getting you on the board better. Reynad, no action on turn 2. This opening hand has been so brutal for him so far. And the rat picks up Mysterious Challenger to add to this. Turn 4 looks good, turn 5 looks good, turn 6 looks good. This game might have ended just now, TJ.
Yeah. There's a 1-drop.
Feral Spirit going to help clean up this entire board here. Unless the rat can pick up something even better to do on turn 4. He's going to trade his whole board. We'll be left with Shield and Minibot and a token afterwards versus 2 mana from Reynad. So Lothab going to come down, shut off any spell potential behind that, and the Mysterious Challenger. And rat at 25. Gotta be feeling comfortable.
Yep. Still, though, it's got to piece together the damage to win. Reynad, if he draws minions to fight back on the board, and lots of burn. It's possible, but it's without a...
Yeah, this is a stronghold from the Rat on the attack here, too, actually. Using the shielded mini-bot and the Light's Justice next turn, let Reynad do the trading for you, should he want to do that. This is a much better play, because it keeps his presence on the board, which means he gets to continue attacking. And that's something that's really important, is to not isolate your Mysterious Challenger when hitting any of these turns, because not only do you have Competitive Spirit to buff them all up, but it also just means that you're getting repetitive damage here. So taking the sacrifice of that little bit of damage that he just took yields him more damage later on. So this was a really good play from the Rat.
He does take 2 extra damage, but right now that is pretty inconsequential. He is playing Lotheb on a turn where Reynad's going to play Doomhammer anyway. Can Reynad piece together enough? He does have Rockbiter. He's going to put his opponent down to 19. If he draws into second Rockbiter, he does have Crackle. It would be 16 damage plus a guaranteed 3 from Crackle with 4 mana the following turn. There is a possibility, but that would mean he would have to dodge Mysterious Challenger, which we know that's not going to be the case. So he's going to need an extra turn beyond that, which is going to be tough.
Yeah, Rat's taking his time and counting up all this damage here and seeing if this Haunted Creeper matters or not. And I think the push is what matters the most from him right now. Just again, the fact that the Competitive Spirit is coming from that Mysterious Challenger next turn, it represents so much extra damage. So I think his time to kill is actually looking like it's 2 turns right now. He's got turn 6 Mysterious Challenger and a turn after this. So Reynad's got what looks like 2 turns to kill the Rat. And with Crackle in hand and Rockbiter, I definitely think it's possible. 19, 18, he's got 10. And I mean, a Lightning Bolt looks like it could be enough here. Unless the Rat decides he wants to trade into this Haunted Creeper. I mean, not trading into the Haunted Creeper right now enables an extra 5 damage from that Doomhammer.
Yeah.
He's going to trade into it. Is he going to preserve life total, or is he going to trade into these Haunted Creepers with the space?
Well, you also have to keep in mind that there's that Noble Sacrifice that's up.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he's going to need to clear off these 2 in some fashion or another. The question for him is there a difference between him being at 17 and him being at 18?
I don't really think there is. Especially with...
Between Crackle for 3 and Crackle for 4?
Yeah, is there a difference between him having, 2 extra damage on the less on the board next turn after Competitive Spirit? Will he still have lethal if he trades away one of the 1/1s? So he opts to just go for the 17 attack. We'll see.
Yeah, it locks things out. Reynad doesn't have damage yet. This one's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 at maximum right now because that Noble Sacrifice it's up. If he attacks, he enables more damage. Like, can he Crackle for 6 on the Mysterious Challenger? I mean, they would just stick around. Well, in his mind, the fact that he only sees 3 secrets right now, it means that the Rat's got some combination of secrets in his hand. And he doesn't know that it's Redemption. But if he knows that it's Redemption, a Crackle for 6 will actually buy him another turn. Or even a Crackle for 5. Maybe a Crackle for just on the Shielded Minibot would work, too. 11, 12, 13. Crackle on the Avenge target. There's a lot of different ways that this can happen, actually.
Yeah. Depends where this Avenge falls, though. Where's he going to go? Goes on the Shielded Minibots.
Still 17 points of damage, actually.
Yeah. He can roll a Taunt Totem. Would that block enough? There'd be 7 plus 6, 13, 14, 15.
That was the last one's Competitive Spirit.
Yeah.
It's a taunt. Doesn't roll a taunt.
No. And Competitive Spirit will close out the game.
Very, very close set from these two. Honestly, it was an excellently played match by both of these. Either one of them could have come out on top on this one. If Reynad didn't have such a poor opening hand in this one, I dare say he would have won this match. But the fact that he opened up with Totem Golem into nothing, into Feral Spirit that gets eaten by the board, into kind of nothing, into Doomhammer was just not enough. His opening hand needed to be a little bit better, but made the most with what he had. I mean, the fact that he even had a chance to climb out of that situation is pretty astonishing.
Sort of rough for both players to run into a strong opponent in such an early round, being the round of 128. But The Rat moves on to play another day. Unfortunately, that means Raynad has been eliminated from the tournament, but not without some great games that I'm sure he can be proud of. Coming up next, we are going to continue, I believe, with the round of 128. We do have a matchup between Super JJ and Anthony. So that should be a really exciting matchup. Super JJ is always a fun player to watch. Once again, make sure you guys head over to the website, enter in for your chance to win a Cyberpower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. There's a banner right below the stream that you can click on or bring it right to the website, and the form is right on the front of the screen. Also, of course, if you're at PAX East, make sure you check out the Battlezone Beta app. Just search for Battlezone Beta. And I think we do have the winners for today, but you can participate over the next 2 days at PAX. Focusol, Genius Panda, Deus, Neuro, and Heisenberg were the winners for the app ladder challenge today. So if you're going to be there the next couple of days, make sure you download the app and start playing. You could win some prizes too. But we are going to take a quick commercial break before we jump into the next match. So don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major at PAX East presented by One Nation of Gamers will continue right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers. My name is TJ. I'm joined by ThatsAdmirable. We're pretty far into the day now. We're still in the round of 128. We saw an intense series between the Rat and Raynad, where the Rat came out on top. And now we're going to jump into Super JJ versus Anthony. Super JJ, of course, bringing Rogue. ThatsAdmirable, tell me what you know about this mysterious man called Super JJ on Team Kapowski.
Well, Super JJ, I know, is a player that's very well known for his rogue play. But something that really interests me about Super JJ is the fact that he is willing to make deck building choices that are so based around what he believes his opponents are going to bring. And you see that influenced in all sorts of his gameplay. I've heard him say things before like, Priest is a very good class if you know exactly what your opponent's going to bring. And has brought Priest in those situations to back up those claims. In a tournament like this, I don't expect him to be bringing Priest because he's got against such a wide open field. So what I would kind of expect from Super JJ in this event is to kind of play his comfort picks, the classes that he knows he's playing best and that he can bring big, powerful plays against people, and not try to focus so much on actually targeting what's going on. Because when you're in the big open fields, there's a much larger variation of what you're going to be playing against than if you play in a 16-man tournament that's very stacked, and each person is like an expert at what they do. So him bringing this lineup, I mean, I know he has a ton of experience on all four of these classes, so not really a surprise to see him bring these to this event.
Yeah, and Anthony, on the other hand, he's bringing, once again, we're seeing players bring just strong decks. And Druid, Secret Paladin, Zoo Warlock, and some type of warrior. I'm just guessing here. We don't know for sure that these are his decks, but that seems to be a common theme. So we should be jumping into the match momentarily as the players are selecting decks. But Super JJ has had a pretty good start to 2016. We'll see if he can continue that sort of role moving forward. Be a great win here for him to at least place highly in this major. Curious to see, again, what type of decks coming out from Anthony. If he is changing it up a bit, maybe with Murloc Paladin, which we have seen one of today. Maybe bringing a slower version of Warlock. We haven't seen any Demon Handlock today. Could change that up, bring that as well.
Yeah, kind of touching on your his fantastic start in 2016. Actually, late in 2015 is kind of where things started for him, where he won Seat Story Cup. And also won the Time to Win Invitational. And then moving into 2016, you're looking at second place in the Aces Republic of Gamers and a 10th anniversary tournament, as well as a top 4th Curse Trials. And also made top 16 at Insomnia 57. So off to a fantastic start for him. And I know he's been doing very well on ladder as well. They're putting a lot in the Hearthstone. And expect to see more of the same from him.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. And the players are starting now. We should be jumping in the match in just a moment. Once again, we'd like to give a big shout out to GEICO, of course, the title sponsor for the event, as well as Video Game Voters Network, who have been on board for a large portion of the 2016 circuit. Big shout out to CyberPower PC, and of course, DX Racer, and the Aces Republic of Gamers for helping us supply some of the hardware for the major at PAX East. The One Nation Gamers 2016 circuit is 70,000 total prize pool now that we've added on this 10K major over the course of the year. So lots of great things to happen even after this major, but we still have a full weekend of matches. And we are going to jump into the first one here. Super JJ versus Anthony. Already on turn 3 here, and Super JJ is roping out.
Yeah, did have a little bit of a spectator issue here, but Super JJ, kind of a tough turn in front of him, honestly. It's like, Violet Teacher is one of those cards you would love to save the coin with it, so that way you can get that little bit of extra value. But getting the 3/5 body on board just a little bit earlier is going to be an impact. And Anthony, meanwhile, turn 4 Emperor Thorson, it looks like from him, and he's got Dr. Boom, Black Knight, Druid of the Claw, Big Game Hunter, Cyber Drawer back behind. And JJ's hand full of ways to blow stuff up. But this one's going to require double deadly poison and attack. But that does give him a strong board presence. Anthony doesn't have swipe. And this is the kind of situations that Rogue often finds themselves in versus Druid. You take a little bit of damage, you snag some tempo, and then get repetitive damage out of the guys you get on board to make these big pushes later in the game.
Yeah, definitely. That's sort of the name of the game here. And Anthony does have some reasonable plays. So Black Knight's going to struggle to find some value. It's basically just going to be 5-mana 4/5 in this matchup. But Druid of the Claw is going to stop some damage, but playing a Druid of the Claw on taunt against a board that already has a presence from a rogue, it's not something that you want to do. And this Super J just has all the options in the world. He can develop the Azure Drake, attack in and trade one of the 1/1s, still preserve, not play too much into swipe.
Oh, even a preparation.
Ooh.
Keep that 5-point dagger handy. That's exactly what he's going to do. 5-point eviscerate, get 2 tokens. run over this Druid of Claw and start smashing in for damage. This was a great turn for Super JJ.
He's got all the tempo in the world. And Dr. Boom can be pretty scary, but those boom bots are going to be not nullified, but definitely have a chance to just be duds if they hit one of these 1/1 teachers. And a Van
He's got 24 damage this turn.
Oh, he's at 24 health. So that's just going to be game.
Wait a minute.
Is it? Oh, no. Wait,
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Did I count this wrong? 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I think he was lethal this turn. I don't think it matters too much. I mean, he's just got a ton of damage and he has all the presence in the world on board.
Yeah. Would he have had room for lethal?
He plays the SI7 agent first. You go South Sea decking SI7 agent Eviscerate afterwards.
He had 5 or 6 minions on board with the 1/1.
Yeah, I've seen this happen from Super JJ from time to time. He gets in kind of a groove and starts playing really quick, and just finds strong lines of play, and just follows through on them over and over again.
Yeah.
I'm ready to learn.
I'm always a big proponent of slowing down a little bit, but I don't think it's going to matter too much this game. I mean, he's just got so much card economy to work with.
Yeah.
And again, could have traded into 1/1 first. Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he actually wanted the board space. Yeah, I guess this is actually better. You get more damage this way.
Yeah.
So, down to 2 for Anthony. There is no hope in this game for him to survive.
Well played.
Yep, and that's going to throw out the well played, and regardless, pretty much most lines that Super JJ would have taken would have done it. And he's going to Savage Roar into an Azure Drake, Honorable Sudoku, and Super JJ takes game 1. Very strong start for him with the Coin Violet Teacher into just a string of incredibly powerful tempo plays. And Anthony really, despite having that turn 3 or turn 4 Emperor Thorsan, was never able to get his footing. And nice easy win for Super JJ in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you see Violet Teacher hit the board, too. It's why it's in these rogue decks. They make such good use of it. It is a major priority kill. Basically, kind of when you're facing any deck, but especially when you're facing rogue. And so if Druid can't answer that immediately or be able to play Emperor Thorsan into big follow-ups, they just fall out of the game.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we're going to go into game number 2 here. Anthony once again throws out the Druid and Super JJ playing the Patron Warrior. And this matchup is classically, players have tended to lean towards the Patron as far as favorability goes, but Druid just has decent win rates against even its least favorable matchups, so it's really close. Can't really count the Druid out. Patrons, what they're looking for is either early tempo or looking for lots of patrons very early on.
Yeah, pretty easy to do, too, sometimes when you have the right hand, but this hand is just kind of working on a little bit of a different margin. 2 Acolytes, Frolic Berserker, Shredder, Inner Execute. Looks like Frolic Berserker's a play this turn. Just get something on board and start punching away. But I think there is an argument here for Acolyte as well. Just Acolyte and then have Inner Rage to threaten a couple threats that are happening.
Yeah, you're turned away from Keeper the Grove. So Acolyte of Pain could challenge. This does give away to Anthony that Super JJ has multiple turn 3 plays. Or that, or he played the coin by accident.
Yeah, I'm curious what's going on with the play this turn.
Yeah.
Could this be a spectator issue? Nope, he's just really thinking about it. Yeah, it goes with Frolic Berserker. Really tough turn from Super JJ. But I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, I like the Frolic Berserker. I definitely would go with Frolic Berserker first.
Yeah.
Let the pain speak to me.
Interesting. All right, well, throws on the Acolyte of Pain now. Decides not to use the Inner Rage, so this could get traded into or Wrath down. But Yeah, in doing so, that would mean the Father Berserker would get buffed. So opts to hold on to that. Hopefully, being able to use that to in combination with patrons later on. Super JJ does have some pretty good turns coming up with both Paladin Shredders, so he's going to be pretty happy to see that Anthony is not really going to be developing too much this turn.
Yeah, just Wrath take out the Acolyte of Pain. Deny as many card draws as you can, but Super JJ's hand looks so strong versus this. I mean, just even interraging the Shade, I think, is a reasonable consideration right now.
Yeah, holding on to the Execute for something a bit larger, and being able to just protect your Paladin Shredder. You're going into turn 5 here, so what are you expecting? Probably a Druid of the Claw. So, Druid of the Claw, you can push through it. It would force an Execute out. But Anthony does not have a 5-drop, so he's going to have to Paladin Shredder, maybe in Living Roots for the 1/1s.
Yeah, this is going to be Pilot Shredder matching up again, and then Living Roots. So no real advantage, I'd say, to either player at the moment. Both of them kind of hunting for that one turn where they get a big swing.
Yeah, it looks like Anthony's a little bit closer. He's got Emperor Thor's Hand, which is a card that has to be answered going into the next turn. Super JJ hasn't drawn into any of his pieces yet for making patrons no weapons so far yet either, so can't use weapons as a form of tempo. So yeah, I was thinking Paladin Shredder, but filling up the curve and also putting the Acolyte on the board to try and cycle a little bit more, draw into those weapons, get closer to those patrons. This is sort of what he needs to do at this point.
Yeah. Chooses not to trade patrons. I'm sorry, not trade Shredders with Anthony here. Just letting his Acolyte bite the dust to this. Looks like he's hunting for a better Battle Rage turn with that attack on the Pilot Shredder. I mean, could have traded into Anthony's Pilot Shredder and tried to turn his board into a liability via that Acolyte of Pain. And Anthony's just going to take this opportunity to Savage Roar. Oh, Haunted Creeper spawns. Yeah, it's a very interesting play.
Ooh.
Yeah, wanted to see what dropped from the Shredder before he decided to attack the Armorsmith there, I think.
Yeah, if it was something that had to be killed, even like a Whirling Zap-O-Matic or I don't know. The only thing that would punish him there with the sequence of attacks would be maybe a taunt. Unstable Ghoul would have been a really big punish.
Doomsayer.
But it's just Doomsayer, yeah. But Doomsayer, he would have just... Yeah, I guess Doomsayer, he would have gone face. So I do like that play. Making sure that he saw it first.
Yeah, Pilot Shredder, Unstable Ghoul for Super JJ's.
The Black Knight!
The sickest value!
I'm waiting for the patch notes where if Black Knight has a target, he glows orange. Oh, I didn't realize that my opponent had a taunt.
Oh, he's actually got a Black Knight. This Unstable Ghoul. I mean, I guess where else are you going to get value from this card in this game? And then gets to trade a 4/1 Shredder up just a tad. Oh, baby! Oh, jeez!
Hello!
That is great news for Super JJ.
Yes, it is. He doesn't really have anything to do this turn, but just resetting the board is definitely strong play. Strong play. Getting a Doomsayer out of your own Piloted Shredder. Incredibly strong play.
Dr. Boom's going to hit the board. It's pretty much checked by what Super JJ's got in hand. Second Execute pickup, no help. I think he needs these Boombots to hit base.
Yeah.
More than 5.
He can also just, if he wants to play very risky, he can just throw the Grim Patron out there. Hope one of those Boombots smacks the Patron up a little bit.
I don't really mind that play, honestly, because he doesn't have an activator for it right now. And if one of the Boombots hits the Patron and doesn't kill it, that's going to start turning things. And if that happens, Super JJ will win the game.
Yeah. Be a calculated risk. Maybe a little bit unlikely, though.
Execute's going to come in first.
Well, he knows that's happening, so he can make that play and evaluate further.
He's going for it. I like it. Here we go, boys.
It's a 1 and 3 to hit the patron, and then he also needs a 2. Oh!
Ah, he gets 7 points damage.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that also sort of protected his Frothing Berserker, but we see a couple of nice little keepers here that are probably going to take this sucker out.
Second keeper pickup could have been important here. Hey, how about just kill it with the Boombot? Oh, not quite. So Keeper and Lotheb are going to be the play this turn, it looks like.
Yeah. And now Super JJ's got to fight back. This is not a good hand. Patron cards by themselves are not great. You need to sort of combo them together in order to have any sort of effect. Battle Rage, especially with 7 armor, is just not going to do him much good at all.
I bet he needs to take his time on this one. Is Wrath or is Keeper better? I think the Keeper's better given what you just saw from Super JJ. I mean, the fact that he's so quickly grobbed into your 2/4, it kind of spells a lack of answers in hand. And so I think you're anticipating a hand almost exactly like he has right now. So the Emperor Thorson, not really extreme value right now. It's just a 5/5. And the fact that it's a 5/5 is actually doing some work here. So this is, I think, pretty likely to force execute. He may just be able to take the damage, though, and save the execute for a better time. But does he want to give it 2 Emperor activations? I don't think he does, so just going to go ahead and use that. And it looks like Dread Corsair. Dread Corsair is just going to die to what's on board, though, so maybe it's better being held at this point. Yeah, I think I like holding it.
And in a top-tick battle like this, Druid's almost always going to come out on top because their average draw is so much better.
Oh! And it's why it's ticking down to 1 draw instead, because that is brutes.
Yeah. And he's even going to be able to cycle with a 1 mana Wild Growth. And this is spelling bad things for Super JJ.
Yeah, but I don't know if this one's recoverable anymore. I never found a good spot to get Battle Rage value. Didn't draw his weapons early on. The Grim Patron got picked off by the Boombot. You know, once it was going towards the Grim Patron, there was a 50% chance it propagated the Grim Patrons. Or
Propagated!
or just killed it outright.
Yeah.
Maybe a glimmer of hope.
What's a lower measurement than a glimmer? A sparkle?
Glint?
A glint?
Spark?
A glint of hope?
No, sparks can be really powerful. Glimmers aren't very powerful.
Yeah. A thud of hope?
A single piece of glitter gently reflecting the light of the setting sun of hope.
A stone of hope?
Only the most fantastic of analysis from me and TJ today.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, these players, it just seems like Super JJ has been pushed out of the game, but he's going to hope for a miracle draw. He's going to hope for that stone of hope to turn into a boulder of hope.
Dread Corsair's just the man to do it.
Yeah. Biding his time. I don't even know what he's hoping for at this stage. He's got to have... He needs multiple draws over multiple turns. And he also needs Anthony to just whiff on everything. But Druid's never going to whiff. And... So... He's also has no executes left, so even if he manages to find activators for this patron, this singular patron that he has in his hand, he's not going to be able to fight back on the board enough just to make these suckers stick. So he might as well, though, stay in the game, regroup, try and focus on, what deck am I going to throw out next? Let me just try and erase this game from my mind. There's a slam.
Go like Vanilla Sky here. Goes into the tank and he's like, this game led to like a wonderful opportunity for him somewhere down the road. JJ, open your eyes. Now he's in the 1-to-1 situation in real life, back from the think tank.
Yeah. Yep. So still has Patron Warrior, still has Mage left remaining. Anthony, guessing it's Secret Paladin and Zoo Warlock, but it could be anything. Could be anything. Could be Flood Paladin. Oh my goodness gracious! It's a Zoo Warlock.
A shocker. We haven't seen many of these today. It's going to be Freeze Mage for JJ, though. Again, not really a big surprise. I feel like he's just bringing his comfort decks. And that's exactly what we've seen from him so far. We've seen Rogue, we've seen Patron Warrior, we're seeing Freeze Mage. Super JJ is going to play the decks that he has the most experience with and that he believes he will get an edge over the open field of this event. And I don't blame him for that. He's come this far. He's tied at one game apiece. And this is a fantastic matchup for him. I mean, Freeze Mage has done all kinds of hurt to Zoo for just, I mean, since the beginning of Hearthstone time.
Yeah. And Anthony's just going to go ahead and coin out the Nerubian Egg, which is pretty good against both Tempo and against Freeze, because against Freeze, it interrupts the sort of like turn 2 Tempo Doomsayer, which is not that popular against Zoo, because they have a lot of sticky minions anyway, and Frost Nova Doomsayer can be devastating if it's allowed to go off later in the game. But against Tempo, especially with both activators, it basically makes it so no matter what their turn 2 play is, whether it's Sorcerer's Apprentice or Mad Scientist, you have an answer to it. So it's a little bit weaker overall against Freeze, but still okay.
Yeah, Abusive Sergeant, not a bad option. 3 Abusive Sergeants in hand. 3 Abusive Sergeants!
How can there be 3 Abusive Sergeants in his deck if there's only 2 Abusive Sergeants in the world?
It's a good point. Second Novice Engineer. Looking for that Frost Nova, and there it is. Woo! That's a good draw.
Yeah.
Something you're always looking for post Nerubian Egg is for Frost Nova Doomsayer. It's like, that's how the deck operates on efficiencies. You grab that tempo back, you draw a bunch of cards, you've delayed their damage so much that they don't have time to kill you afterwards.
Yeah. So Anthony going through the motions here, he just pick up Mortal Coil from the Dark Peddler, so that's going to allow him to cycle. Key cards in this matchup that you're looking for, of course, Ironbeak Owl for the Doomsayer, and Lotheb, of course, to lock it out. But this is going to be a lot earlier of a Doomsayer than you're usually expecting. Once the Freeze Mage resets the board, Zoo Warlocks can refill, and he will have 2 1/1s from the Spider left over, so...
That hand is looking really bad right now, though.
Can you even Mortal Coil your own Dark Peddler? Yeah, this is going to allow you to cycle a little bit more. You might as well utilize the mana now while you have extra. It's dying anyway, so you might as well cycle it out.
JJ doesn't really pick up anything to draw cards with, though. So he's going to have plenty of time here, and he's got 6, 10, he's got 14, he's got 24 points of damage in hand. So actually, if he gets to turn 10 and he doesn't sit under Lotheb, he can win the game.
I like starting to ping face there, especially if he's playing the Torch version, because a lot of times you can just close out the game with damage. And that 1/1's not presenting that much damage. It's presenting what? Even if you leave it up for 4 turns in a row, it's presenting 4 damage. And you're not likely, but you're looking for board clears. Like, you're not going to pick off 1/1 at a time. I mean, I guess it would have been punished by Defender of Argus.
That changes things.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, Super JJ just got some calculating to do now. So before, what it was looking like is his game plan might just be hope to draw an AoE spell, throw burn at my opponent's face, and then Pyroblast him on turn 10 when I live, which still might be the plan. But with that Alex Strauza draw, he can give himself so much more time by clearing the board right now. So that's the plan he's going to go for here. He's looking at Alex Strauza into launch some burn, into launch more burn, and hope that he can live for that long.
Might need to pick a Night Lock, though.
Yeah. This is looking kind of tough, especially with the Nerubian Egg down now. The AoE looks a little bit weaker. And the Knife Juggler is just representing so much damage.
Super Dude is still healthy, though. He still is at 28. There's
That's
an
a welcome
Arcane
draw.
Intellect. Nice pickup. Into a Blizzard. Can't use it this turn. But Blizzard plus Doomsayer next turn. But then the Nerubian Egg does present a problem.
Yeah, I think Frostbolt and Ping here is fine, too. Just Frostbolt the Knife Juggler. And then your follow-up for Alex Strauza, obviously you have to get the Pyroblast off. So then once you Pyroblast, if you live the turn afterwards, you just double Isolate Space and Ping.
I wonder.
Can you hope to survive that long? Do you need to play around Lotheb? Do you need to play around, Burst from Hand? There's so many things that you have to factor in. But sometimes you have to just not overthink it and just stick to a game plan, because his hand is not that big. There's not that many options. You can try to play the long game and set up for a Blizzard next turn instead of setting up for an Alex Strauza next turn. but that seems a little bit too safe. So Frostbolt, paying off as much damage as possible, set up for the best board possible for you to play Alakshaz the next turn, and go from there.
Yeah, I like the Doomsayer. I mean, again, it's just absorbing damage as well. I mean, this has to be checked in some way. So I think it's the intent here. Just buy time. Oh, there's Lotheb.
But JJ would be happy to see that this turn, because then it makes this play real easy.
Yeah, I think it's a lot less about whether or not Lotheb is good this turn, and whether or not, and more so what Lotheb represents, like say post Alex Straza.
Yeah. And
It's a lot of damage from two knife jugglers.
yeah, and Anthony's gonna be
Put this apple on your head.
pretty heads up here, not play the Lotheb. That'd be the end of his his game.
I'm actually not sure he could play another minion this turn either. I mean, if you get Frost Nova on a full board, oh, it's gonna look ugly.
He needs to keep room for the Lotheb. Regardless. And that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, with that torch draw, I wonder if JJ's actually has the damage just to push here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If he gets Lotheb, that could lock him out, though. Whew, this is dangerous.
I wonder.
Yeah, I think that Lotheb might have actually tilted this game in Anthony's favor by quite a margin.
In a matchup that usually comes down to the Freeze Mage winning one turn before they die, Lotheb buying an extra turn for the player on the other end is usually all that it takes to swing the game. So we'll see. Alex Shaws is effectively using your entire turn to deal 6 damage. You're putting 8 in on the board, but the 8/8s usually aren't that effective when you have to go through taunts and you don't really know what's sitting on the other end. You have a lot more control over the spells that you're using. Ooh, it looks like he's going to go for a Blizzard.
Yep, I don't mind the Blizzard here. I mean, you're definitely shutting off a lot of damage with this.
Yeah.
2 pings for face, but no way to avoid that. Oh, Leroy Jenkins comes in hand.
That could be a big finisher. Especially since Super JJ has not drawn into an ice block yet.
Yeah, this is Lotheb for sure.
Yeah.
Still missing a couple points of damage is Anthony, though. I mean, you guys have Gormok in hand, so if JJ didn't kill anything, he would have the damage for this. Oh, he's going to play Flame Imp. Flame Imp, I don't know if Flame Imp's better than the Imp Gang boss. I guess the Imp Gang boss could fill up your board. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. He'd be 1 damage off lethal if he gets the Flame Imp, Gormok, and Leroy Jenkins next turn if Super JJ pings the 2-1.
But that's if JJ spends its entire turn pinging.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think he played the Flame Imp. Flame Imp also, though... Oh, man, this is so tough. There's an ice block.
He still needs time, though.
Well, he can ice block and ping. So I think that's the play. I mean, that's probably the only play you can make. You can Ice Lance and ping. If you think you can buy an extra turn for ice block. Like, you can Ice Lance the... But that gives up burn. Oh, wow. No, you can Ice Lance the Lotheb, ping off the 2-1. You're leaving only 8 damage on board. Next turn, you can just start throwing spells at the face. Frostbolt, Ice Lance, ping your opponent's face, and play the ice block. And then you set yourself up for a Power Blast the next turn.
Yeah, so the risk of dying is the only thing that comes in that. If your opponent has 8 damage on board and you're at 24, they need 16 from hand. They need Leroy, power overwhelming, and then an extra 2 points of damage from hand on top of that. So I definitely think this is the right play in that regard. I mean, there's just no way 16 damage is coming out of Anthony's hand, given how the game's panned out so far, I don't think.
And this is
Like,
the
that would just
only turn that you're vulnerable.
Yeah, this was a very good play from Super JJ.
There's that slight moment of panic when you see that targeting arrow hover over your face, where you're like, "Oh God!"
He just
And
throws
then-
two dark bombs at you, and you're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah. And you know your opponent's been holding on to 4 cards for a long time. Both those implosions, both those in-game bosses. So, just ice block, throw spells at the face, and call it a day.
Set that pyro. And unless there's Keys and Mystic in Anthony's hand or a second like Brewmaster Lothab or something just crazy in his deck.
Yeah. And he's just going to put him as low as possible, I suppose. Might as well. If somehow he finds another Lothab. Oh, wow, just going to fill up his board. That's smart.
Oh, that's actually a really smart play from Super JJ, because now he actually can't lose to Keys and Mystic unless Anthony can also blow up one of his minions and have Keys and Mystic.
Yeah. Which is very unlikely for both of those things to happen.
Super JJ's just been playing so well this game.
I wonder.
Yeah, and that is going to do it. There's no way that Anthony can piece together a victory. Could pop the block at 1, but he should know that he's dead, especially since he saw a fireball go towards his haunted creeper.
Yeah, Implosion Zone guy. Give himself some room, but it is not enough. Pyroblast from Super JJ, 2-1 lead for him. One more game to go.
Indeed. And that's going to be with Patron Warrior. So we'll see if he can find a win. He's going to be going up against a Zoo Warlock. And I believe the last deck was Paladin. So 2 matchups, if it is Secret Paladin, that are very winnable for a Patron Warrior, especially the Zoo Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, Zoo is going to come down to whether or not Anthony just has like an incredible start versus a lackluster start from Super JJ most of the time. And for the Paladin, if it is Secret Paladin, well, we saw that matchup earlier. It is really tough for Secret Paladin to win. They just all of Patron's answers kind of line up so perfectly versus it that unless you just have absolutely insane draws, it is so hard to recover from them just disrupting your board position.
Yeah. I'd say so. And no weapon so far for Super JJ, so that's sort of the key. Oh! Hello. That just changes things slightly. The Despite, one of the most powerful cards in this matchup, one of the most powerful cards in the class, one of the most powerful cards in the game.
That's a good discover, too.
Yeah.
Just 2 cards you normally play in your deck. Thanks, Dark Peddler.
Shout out to Corruption, though.
What a fantastic card that one is.
Put this apple on your head.
And AzumoQT finds its way into Anthony's hand, too. Not really too big of a surprise to see, given the Leroy has been in his build. I know the Leroy version has fallen out of favor with a couple of players at this point. But in AzumoQT, Chalky ran this in the top 8 of North American Championships. And this is a build that kind of originated in China and has really done some work since. That card is terrifying on certain board states. This even might be one of those board states. Like, it might just be totally fine to drop the AzumoQT here. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And gets a Divine Shield and a Taunt. Not quite the positions I think he wanted them in, but still
Hoping for
doing
the
well.
hoping for the double Divine Shield is what he was hoping for. But still, this adds a lot of pressure onto the board. Even just that 3/2, the Divine Shield from the Flame, it makes things really tough. So he wants to hold on to that Despite, but doesn't really have an opportunity to.
Yeah, I'm curious if Patron is actually your best play here. I mean, everything looks so rough. Like, this is the kind of start that Anthony needed, where he just went drop into drop into drop into another drop. And it's kind of just what he's had. Super JJ is just playing Armor Smiths to try to absorb some damage and hope for the best in the meantime.
Yeah. Make sure they're at full health.
Oh gosh. Oh, that is a huge draw for Anthony. Oh my goodness. I don't think there was a better draw in his deck, TJ. That was perfect for this turn.
Yeah, lines up nicely. Able to take out both of these armor smiths. And now it's going to be hard for Super JJ to fight back on the board. And I think Anthony's just going to hold on to the Abusive Sergeant so that if a Whirlwind comes out, he still has a better Sea Giant turn, potentially. And Super JJ can start removing this board. He can Whirlwind, and he can fire War Axe and armor up, but he's not developing anything. And that's another activator for Grim Patrons gone. He would have used a Despite, he will have used a Whirlwind. And then his turns for the next couple, or his plays for the next couple of turns aren't looking good. He'll be left with a Battle Rage, a Paladin Shredder, and a Grim Patron in hand. Which is not what he wants to see.
Yeah. I mean, it says the Fiery War Axe. It's just... If he had one more mana to play the Piloted Shredder, this would look okay. But instead, he's in a situation where he's forced to take 6 points of damage here, potentially more if Anthony has the right hand, and then hope that 2 Grim Patrons is going to be enough off the draw. This is going to be so hard. I don't know. He doesn't feel like he can take the 4 damage, and frankly, I'm not sure he can either. Like, eating an extra 4 here is a very big deal.
Yeah. Dark Peddler potentially finding some extra burst. Does find a Reliquary Seeker, but not really any burst. Young Dragonhawk with an Abusive Sergeant in hand. I don't know.
I think the Abusive Sergeant's getting played this turn. That's just me. Cogmaster does get activated by Enhanso Mechano if he's got a second copy.
Yeah. Reliquary Seeker. Doesn't seem like that sucker's ever going to get more than a 1/1, but it's possible.
Just going to go with Haunted Creeper this turn.
Really would have liked to see the young Dragonhawk. Really would have liked to see it.
Everyone works for TJ, including the players. Pilot Shredder armor up, 15. Still lack of action. Super JJ's hand. He has really not been able to put together much this game. And that means this is a Sea Giant turn. And there is no answer in Super JJ's hand for the Sea Giant at the moment.
Yeah.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
This is brutes.
This could be a Gormok turn.
Yeah, I could even Gormok the 3/2. That's totally fine as well. I think I'd like to see the Sea Giant more and just trade in the 2/2 afterwards. Like, the difference between an 8/8 body and a 4/4 body is pretty massive.
Yeah. One dies a Despite, the other doesn't die a Despite, which is a pretty big distinction between 2 cards if you had to make one. And Super J is going to dig with the slam here, but he needs exactly Execute if he wants to find any way to come back in here.
Just roadblock with the Sludge Belcher and hope for the best, but this is going to be a second Sea Giant. For,
That's
my. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Barely off.
Yeah. But still, these are some fantastic trades that are going to happen here. And
Could have hit a second Power Overwhelming with this one. I mean, he's just got all the options in the world.
yeah,
He's not going to go with second Sea Giant. Wants to save the Power Overwhelming instead. 8 crashes in. I don't think Super JJ can win this game.
even if he finds an Execute, I don't think he could find a way. You might as well just play the Reliquary Seeker. I don't think you're ever going to find an opportunity to play it after this, but double Battle Rage for 1 in the hand, and Super JJ, there's nothing that he's going to find that's going to keep him in the game. And he's going to force to tap out, and we're going to another game number 5, the second one in a row, back-to-back full-length series.
Yeah, Super JJ has been having a couple of rough hands in some of these games, especially with the Patron Warrior so far. I mean, he just has not had kind of the hands that we saw earlier, like from Firebat, where he just had turn 5, make 4 patrons go. And another game where makes a bunch of patrons from, his opponent made 6 patrons on one of those turns. It's going to be Secret Paladin versus Patron Warrior. And that opening hand from Anthony, True Silver Champion's very good. This matchup does help answer a lot of these early game threats. Super JJ, once again, a little bit light on anything to really do. He does have Unstable Ghoul into Falling Berserker, but it's Whirlwind and Execute back behind. Looking for Acolyte of Pain, Despite, Grim Patron. I think Acolyte would probably be his best draw at this point.
Yeah, I'd say so. Shielded Minibot. A welcome sight for Anthony to pick up on that turn.
Oh,
and
boy.
wow. Oh,
It's a
man.
pretty gosh darn good one. This hand went from pretty mediocre to pretty darn insane for Super JJ. Looking like Coin Keeper of Uldamon is a good one here.
Yeah. Muster for Battle would be a great pickup in a normal circumstance on turn 3, but doesn't do him much good this turn, so I do agree with you. Still a hold onto a curve. Lotheb, not going to have Cord Mysterious Challenger, but still has a turn 5 play with Lotheb, and a turn 4 play with either True Silver Champion or even Muster for Battle if there's nothing to kill.
See how GG plays this one. Wonder if there's ever an argument for Whirlwind to execute and then attack for 12.
A lot of merit to that one.
I don't think I like that one very much. But that's what my brain saw first. So we'll go with Deathbite. We know that one's a lot better.
Yeah.
And trading. Not trading only gets punished, I think, by Coghammer or maybe Blessing of Kings in this spot. Looks like he's going to trade. He isn't too concerned with damage. If Super JJ keeps control over the board, his hand is looking so fantastic to handle what gets thrown at him.
Wow. I mean, but he missed 12 damage that turn. So
He did miss 12 damage.
So a little bit unfortunate for Anthony to find himself, or for Super JJ to find himself in a spot where he's 12 more health away from killing his opponent, but does hold on to some more resources. Still has to hold on to these patrons for an extra turn if he wants to get a little bit more value out of them. That's exactly what he's going to do. But Lotheb's going to put a wrench in that plan as well. And there's also a True Silver Champion that has to be taken into account.
Yeah, this is looking like turn 7 is where the Grim Patron's going to line up, coupled with Whirlwind and Execute on that turn. But by that point, Anthony's going to have so much development. And like if he plays a Lotheb this turn, he is shutting off the Grim Patron play for this one. And if he follows up with a Mysterious Challenger afterwards, that's a lot of pressure he's going to have.
Yeah, that is. Well, he's opting to play the Secret Keeper and the Blessing of Kings over the Lotheb. So that's a bit interesting. It lines up perfectly into the Deathbite swing plus the Whirlwind. I think you have to sort of be expecting patrons going into that turn.
Well, Anthony clearly was not expecting patrons going into that turn. And now he loses Secret Keeper, 4 patrons get summoned. And I'm not really sure he has a way to completely shut this off. Even if he Lothebs here and attacks, Super JJ can just simply propagate his Grim Patrons and keep going afterwards.
Just propagate him. Ugh.
What is that noise?
Propagate me, Captain.
Ugh.
He does only spawn 2 patrons, so he doesn't have a way to deal with this Lotheb. So there's a chance that these patrons are going to go away. So maybe Anthony had this all planned out. Maybe he wanted the patrons to come out. Maybe this is all planned. Maybe this whole game is scripted.
Maybe it's pre-recorded. I don't think there's a chance. I'm putting a show in my head right now, guys. Don't worry. I think there's a chance that Super JJ doesn't Whirlwind this turn, but I certainly think it's a lot better. Like if he trades in a Grim Patron, goes to the Whirlwind, trades in the 3-1, he has a 3-2 and 2 3-3s with an Execute and a Battle Rage in his hand. What play looks better than that to you? Yeah. Even if he doesn't trade, it still looks better to me.
Yeah.
2 3-3s, a 3-2, and 3-1. Like he loses 2 3-3s, but
There's pretty much no other play. And
yeah, I mean, it's a Battle Rage for 3 next turn. This is incredible for him.
yeah, and Anthony is going to be able to play the Mysterious Challenger now, so Super JJ has to deal with it. And he's running out of activators. He has Inner Rages left in his deck. He does have a Deathbite left in his deck. But none of these patrons are going to survive a battle with a Noble Sacrifice. So there's second execute.
Oh my.
Unstable.
That is such a good draw.
Yeah.
So anything to buy time and continue to propagate your Grim Patrons.
Yep. Do you want to answer the mysterious challenge for this turn?
I don't know if you can effectively. I mean, if he
You have to
chooses to
trade
answer,
your patron, yeah.
yeah, which that defeats the purpose of the unstable goal. Something that we haven't noted, by the way, there's a Nerubian egg in Anthony's hand.
Yeah, it's an egg secret paladin. It appears. We did see a dragon egg in the mulligan too. Did we?
I don't,
Or
I
am I
don't
thinking
remember
of a
seeing.
dark? Or am I thinking of a dark peddler? It was golden. I don't know. I've seen a lot of one drops this match.
I don't recall if it was a golden dark peddler from the game before, or a dragon egg on this turn. You're getting old, TJ.
I think it was a dragon egg. I'm 60% sure. Ooh, so
There's just no option here for Anthony. It just looks so brutal.
yeah. Super JJ's put himself in a great spot. And Nerubian Egg does absolutely nothing. I believe they refer to that in the industry as jack squat.
Let me think.
So he can attack in here, play muster for battle.
No, we can't play Muster for Battle. There's a 3/3 patron.
I don't think you have a choice.
Oh my. Well, we're going for it, boys.
You have 2 muster for battles. What are you going to do? Play egg and then pass? You got to start fighting back on the board somehow. There's no more whirlwind effects left, but he can trade in. I mean, you still have a noble sacrifice, so
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just start chipping in, I suppose. Chipping in for 11.
Any merit to the Armor Smith first here.
Well, let's play down his play. He's definitely going to execute this turn. Is he going to Grom? Is the thing. Is he going to Grom whatever gets avenged?
I mean, looks like it's his, if he's
It's a
attacking
1/1.
first, I think it's his plan is to Grom and execute.
Yeah.
So the
and then
redemption's
just
going to hit
face.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is fine. I mean, he does have over 10 incoming damage from the Frothing Berserker this turn. Ooh, that's kind of a rough one.
You could still Grom. You can Grom a 1/1 or Grom the 2/1.
And there's the execute.
Because if you Grom the 2/1 and you attack face for 11, you're basically
this
saying,
is-
well, you have to deal with everything.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, and that probably just going to lock it up. I mean, maybe a Sludge Belcher is the only thing that'll keep the game going for an extra turn. But even then, that might not be enough if Super JJ were to...
Well, I don't know. That Noble Sacrifice does isolate. He can't isolate the Grom now.
No.
Yes, he can isolate the Grom. Takes
Oh,
out
yeah,
the
Blessing. Yeah, Blessing of Kings, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking just from the board alone. No, he can't.
he can't do
Sorry,
it.
sorry, man.
It's not happening.
Yeah. He can, in fact, isolate the Grom. What a
He can
call.
also isolate the Frothing Berserker too if he wanted to.
Yeah.
So is going to isolate Grom. It looks like.
Yeah, he could even isolate the Grim
I wonder
Patron.
if actually isolating the Patron's better because he knows the Whirlwind effects are gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like isolating the Grom. Trading to it turn after.
Move quickly.
Yeah.
Wait, how did he do that? I
Hell,
thought he couldn't do that.
He can't. It's against the rules. No, he can't. Yeah, he can. Oh man. Well, this is still looking grim for Anthony, but at least he got rid of the propagation train, isolated the Grom Hell screen. Can Anthony start fighting back against these minions? I mean, maybe it's even just, yeah, he just play the... Ooh, okay. I was going to say, if he does this, he doesn't have enough mana, but he does have enough mana for execute. So they should just lock up the game. I don't know if Anthony can draw anything that's going to help him come out of this one.
Tyrion. Keeper of Voldemort, attack the pilot shredder into Doomsayer.
Or a one attack minion.
Kills off Grom. I think it's too little at this point. Like, honestly, I think Doomsayer might just be the way to win. Which it's very rare that I will ever reference that as being his only chance, but I think that's his only chance. Like, even if he gets to a point where he only takes 2 damage this turn, I think has a less chance to win in that situation than he does the other way around. Looks like he's going to go for keeping the board clean, though. Yeah, doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, there was a Pilot Shredder Doomsayer in this series that Super JJ had, but Anthony is going to fall, and that means Super JJ takes the series 3-2, moves on to the round of 64. Stays live in the tournament. Means Anthony, unfortunately, has been eliminated.
Yeah, very well played series from Anthony. A couple spots I think he could have tightened up his play just a little bit, maybe been a little bit more aggressive with some stuff. But for the most part, very excellently played. And Super JJ brings his comfort decks, performs very well. It's kind of exactly what you would expect from him in an open tournament like this one.
Yeah, I would say so. And so we'll be seeing more of Super JJ tomorrow when we commence with the round of 64. Next up is going to be Amaz versus Sam Stock. So another high-profile player. Amaz, who's going to be going up against Sam Stock, who we don't know much about. But once again, guys, still doing the Cyberpower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC giveaway. Click the banner below or head over to the website, geico.onog.gg. Also, the next open tournament for the One Nation of Gamers 2016 circuit happens on April 30th. So right on that same website is some links to sign up for that open tournament if you want to get involved, have a chance to win a $1,000 prize when that open, and $70,000 we given away over the course of the 2016 ONOG circuit. So head over there during the break. But we'll be back in a few minutes. Amaz versus Sam Stock. Don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major action by One Nation Gamers right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers, and brought to you by GEICO and the Video Game Voters Network. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by That's Admirable. We've been going for about 6 hours now. We're getting through that round of 128. Keep in mind, we're going to be broadcasting throughout the entire weekend. Today, tomorrow, and Sunday for this $10,000 major with 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points on the line. Admirable, we're about to jump into Amaz versus Sam Stock. Now, Amaz hasn't been seen too much in the competitive scene lately, but give us the scoop on this player, this owner from Archon.
Yeah, so Amaz, a very similar position that we touched on a couple matches ago, where just he's got a team to run. That's a big amount of responsibility that's going on for any player. But despite that, still been playing a lot of ladder, still been doing okay in some stuff. Been a little bit quiet so far in 2016. The bulk of his success came very early on in his career. Like in 2014, he won Millennium House Cup number 4 in 2014. I Am Shenzhen. He also took that one down, as well as the VGBN Next Ramus release tournament. And in 2015, it was late 2015, took down GEICO Brawl number 2. And then a couple of top 8s and some second place finishes during that. But in the meantime, been a little bit quiet. So to see him actually kind of step back into tournament play, I think this is a really exciting thing. I know that he actually went to another card tournament in Albuquerque about a week ago for that one. And now he's here at PAX East. I'm curious if he wants to step back into the tournament light at this point.
Yeah, and you talked about his 2015 finishes. I am the Katowice. No, Katowice, where the Legendary Series.
Yeah.
Legendary Series took place. He actually took second place, got defeated by Orange, and then right after he lost to Orange, he hired him.
Yeah. And then shortly after that, Hoy won an event and didn't get hired by Archon, and that was a big surprise to everybody.
Yeah. And that sort of broke the chain, I suppose. And Amaz just started to cut everybody off there. He's like, "There's too many tournaments. We don't have enough spots." So he decided to cut him out, and we'll see. Sam Stock has a little bit of surprise for us, I'm told. So once we jump into the game, you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about. But I'll just leave it at, I'm very excited to see what type of play this guy has in store for us. The players are selecting decks, so we should be jumping in to the match momentarily. Looking at their deck lineups, pretty similar to what we've been seeing throughout the day. Amaz, Druid, Paladin, Shaman, Warrior. And Sam Stock does have that Mage, which could be a wild card thrown in there. We've seen a lot of different variations of Mage today.
Yeah, the fact that he's banned Druid here tells me this is likely to not be Freeze Mage. I'm sorry, not likely to not be Tempo Mage.
Yeah.
Completely misspoke there. Apologies. Tempo Mage performs fantastic versus Druid, but he also has Warrior in here, so maybe telling you that it's Control Warrior. And do see Mad Scientist, Water Elemental, Dr. Boom in that hand. So kind of curious. Maybe he banned out the Druid in fear of it playing against the Warrior deck. That's something that's totally fine in that regard. Sam Stock, look at that cosplay.
Oh, yeah. I hope we could get a little bit of a zoom down on his camera. Like if we can, pan over his entire ensemble there. But yeah, he came to compete at PAX East. He came to take down the Amaz in style.
I want to host a tournament where the entry is you have to be cosplaying in order to play in it.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Then no matter who you lose to in the tournament, you've always lost to a role player.
I personally am a role player myself. I think it's a lot of fun. You guys should give it a try.
I like to role play as a Grim Patron and propagate myself. It's really,
I need more TJs in my life.
Great fun. Imagine if I propagated myself. Ugh. Can't even imagine the possibilities. But
I'm excited.
Yeah, getting into the match here. Sam Stock. What did you mention earlier about the whole Druid thing?
That it
the
was
whole Druid Tempo Mage thing.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a little bit interesting that he would choose to ban Druid if he's playing Tempo Mage.
I think it's incredibly interesting because you mentioned how it's strong, but I think one of the very specific reasons why you bring Tempo Mage is because of how popular Druid is.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But that being said, I do think it is more telling of what his warrior class is if he bans Druid at that point. He also just may not want to play against Druid. I mean, that's totally reasonable too. I mean, there are people who just hate playing against that class and just don't want to play against it, period.
I also do not like playing against Druids. Yeah, it could mean he has a control warrior. And has more confidence in his tempo mage. Wants to give his control warrior a little bit of a better matchup. So there's a lot of things that could play into it. Amaz now in an interesting situation. He's got what you sort of want as far as aggro shaman starts go. He's very minion heavy, but can he piece together these minions enough? And can he deal with this water elemental, which is going to do recurring damage? 6 health is a big mark for an aggro shaman to take out. And will he be able to use his Doomsayer effectively if he can?
That's a second water elemental, as well as a Flamemaker and Flame Cannon this turn. I think I want to see the attack first. Not quite sure. Wow, both juggled right on that knife juggler. Amaz is in terrible shape in just 2 cards being played this turn. Oh
yeah,
my
I think.
Gosh.
Yeah, I don't know. I was about to say that's poor sequencing, but if you know that your flame wakes are headed right for that knife juggler, that's fantastic sequencing. But
Look at the play, look at the moves. Faker, what was
God.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Maz is way far behind now. About to lose basically his entire board and face down 2 water elementals at this point. This is going to be tough stuff to come back from.
Yeah. Or, he won't.
No, this is still fine. I mean, nothing's really threatening your board here.
Yeah, but you could have protected the totem golem, I feel. I don't know. I guess it still trades in a little bit weird. The totem golem would have to go into the water elemental, and it would be frozen for the next turn, so you still have the tempo advantage. What it does do is it ruins his curve, I think. Because next turn you would have had a great fireball plus counterspell turn to remove stuff off the board. You still would have protected your Flamewaker even more, because now the likelihood that it dies is even greater, and you would have extra water elemental. So, I mean, it's still fine, but I just don't think it's optimal.
Yeah. So he's just going to kill the water elemental with Argent Horse Rider, and then attack face for 3. Oh my gosh. This is looking brutes. I don't know.
These wakes are just nuts. These missiles from this Flamewaker are just on point.
Yeah, and at this point he's just free to do whatever he wants. He's got counterspell down. He's got the board. He's on a life advantage at the moment. Doomhammer could be interesting, but I think Amaz is under too much pressure this game. It really came down to playing Water Elemental into Feral Spirits, and then Flamewaker Flame Cannon, clear the whole board. That was the turn, I think, that seized the game for Sam Stock in this one.
Yeah. Alright, so Amaz's going to try and get value from his totems now. And I just don't know if there's going to be a way for him to push through. He's just dead next turn.
Yeah, 2 fireballs. 14, 18, yeah, just 20. Well, it's not every day that you lose that quickly to Tempo Mage, but sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sam Stock taking a very convincing game 1. Water Elemental seems to me like it's been one of the... Whoa!
No!
Slow down. Yeah, Sam Stock, I think all that happened here was he didn't account for the spell damage on the fireballs. I think he was counting them as 6. And that's what drew him to this position. Still pretty impossible for him to lose, though. I mean, what could Amaz do to still win this game? He'd have to draw Elemental Destruction right here.
Yeah. He would. He would have to. No such thing as mislethal. Only hilarious extended BM. Yeah,
Certainly it's enough this turn. What if he is just really BMing Amaz too? He's like, look, dude, I can just take however long I want to kill you. Just sending the ultimate message.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's gonna do it though. Sam Stock locks up game number 1. Very convincing. win. Like I said, Water Elemental seems like it's been a very powerful card so far this tournament. I actually don't think we've seen Water Elemental get played, and not have a significant impact on the board.
Yeah. Oh man, well that's going to be Sam Stock going up a stock, and he's got Paladin and Warrior still left remaining. So I'm curious to see what these decks are. The Warrior deck is the one that I'm, the most reluctant to try and make a guess for. Judging by his ban, we predicted Control Warrior, but it could be Patron Warrior, and it still would be strong. Secret Paladin was what I was definitely going to guess for the Paladin archetype, and that's exactly what it's going to be.
Yeah, not a surprise to see Secret Paladin. Repentance, second Repentance of the day that we've seen in Secret Paladin as well. We saw the Rat playing it earlier, who was victorious 3-2 over Reynad. He's a very, very close set between the two of them, with some really fantastic play. Sam Stock, meanwhile, opening hand, not too good. Noble Sacrifice, Double Muster for battle, Dr. Boom versus Amaz, who's opening up with Haunted Creeper, Knife Juggler, Abuse Sergeant, a couple of Rock Biters. This game could get ugly very quickly if Sam Stock doesn't get a good draw here.
Yeah.
That's a decent one. I mean, being able to reset the board position. Consecration is honestly a card when I'm playing Aggro Shaman that I have struggled against for quite some time. It's just like I take the board so convincingly and then I get consecrated and I'm like, wow, back to square one.
Yeah, a lot of times you don't expect it as well. Secret Paladin, sometimes they only run one. Sometimes they don't run a consecration at all. So it's not something you can actively play around. Even if it's a 2-of, sometimes you just have to throw it out there and, ask the questions, force the answers type of situation. So Maz, still in a good spot, but consecration could punish him heavily. It depends on his next couple draws. It is going to sort of be like a reset board. He will be able to push some damage, but how much does he want to commit?
Is he playing this Tunnel Trog? That's the question I have. I mean, now that you hit the Taunt Totem, your Tunnel Trog actually gets preserved through Consecrate. So it looks like he's going to go to the Abuse Sergeant. Just wants more power on the board. And this is the juggle, just goes 5 to face. Consecrate's going to be so brutal here. Whew!
Oh, baby. And that's going to be... Oh, we're only a turn away after this one for Mysterious Challenger, so after his next turn. And once Mysterious Challenger comes down, it's really hard for Aggro Shaman because they're on such a shorter clock.
Whoa! That's a big draw from Amaz right now. That Doomhammer could really put some hurt on this game. This is going to come down to whether or not Sam Stock can get enough damage to actually kill him right after the Mysterious Challenger.
Yeah. Can he piece together enough, though?
He needs the juggles to hit this Tunnel Trog. He needs all of them to hit this Tunnel Trog. Well, that's not going to do it. So he is going to be taking at least 6 points of damage. I'm sorry, at least 5 points of damage this turn.
Well, 7.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to clear the Knife Juggler. Knife Juggler is super threatening.
I'd imagine
but that being,
so.
I mean, he's got enough burn in his hand to even make up for the investment on it. Maybe he just trades in the Tunnel Trog.
I don't think really preserving the Tunnel Trog means much at this point. You miss a damage, but you also save a lot of health. Well, not a lot, but 3 health could be a big deal in the long run. Amaz also needs to account for how much damage is he going to have. If he goes face with everything here, can he still lethal his opponent next turn through Mysterious Challenger?
Through Mysterious Challenger, no, because Noble Sacrifice is going to hit the board. But outside of Mysterious Challenger, he can. Yeah, just going to pay the life.
If he double Rock Biters and crackles for 6, that'd be 14. Okay, so he'd still be 1 off.
If he draws Double Sacrifice, Sam Stock really needed to not draw Double Sacrifice that turn. I think it's actually one of the ways he could have lost this game. But now look at how much damage Amaz is facing down. Like, can he break through this and not die? This is 14 damage coming from Sam Stock this turn.
And that doesn't even account for the fact that he could have Burst in his hand. Do Sir Finley Murgleton and find a healing hero power. Or he could even ping something off the board. I don't know. You're going to have enough mana next turn to do everything, to double Rock Biter, Crackle, and Lava Burst. So it's just, will he die? And he'll take the damage from Noble Sacrifice, which means he'll be at 15. And like you said, so much damage staring at him from the board. Wait, that's even more. Because there's going to be...
He's calculated something here. You can see him counting on this one, so I think the Avenge landing on the right minion is important.
What's the last secret?
Repentance.
No, because he had 5 secrets and a redemption in his hand, so he's double redemption. Okay, I got scared there. Whew. Usually people only run 1 redemption. I was thinking maybe there's an eye for an eye.
The Avenge hitting the Mysterious Challenger, I think, wrapped this game up for Amaz. I don't think he has a way to recover from that.
Yeah, he's going to have to crackle down the 2-1.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's still 17 damage incoming this turn. Amaz, game number 2, he's going to fall. And I wonder if it's because he took that 3 extra damage. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. He would be at 1. So Samstock drew the Knife Juggler this turn, which would have given him a good chance to actually win this. But put Amaz in a position where he traded in the Tunnel Trog instead of using his life total. He could have actually lived through this turn, even despite the way the Avenge fell in this one. That's a close one. I don't know. I think that Amaz just needed to fade Mysterious Challenger on that turn 6, and he had that one wrapped up. But paying that extra life, even though he was at 24 when he did it, might have come back to haunt him.
Samstock is chugging his way along to victory here against Amaz. He's just 1 win away. He has 3 opportunities to find a win with Warrior, and that would be, a great accomplishment for him to take out a player of Amaz's caliber. But with a Dragon Warrior,
wow, that is.
Will it be possible?
That is some brave stuff. 2 Azure Drakes find its way to hand alongside Alexstrasza champion Ysera. Meanwhile, Amaz Finley, Haunted Creeper, Totem Golem, and Crackle in the hand. We'll see what he gets from the Finley here. Looks like it's going to be Smork Shot or Life Tap on the menu right now.
Against the control decks, I think Life Tap. Just because you sort of need those cards, but oh man,
this is a powerful start from Samstock.
Get him, Samstock!
Wow, he just goes face.
Smorking. Oh my god.
Says, let's go.
Champion of the people.
I'm going to attack right back. No real option here. Fiery War Axe. Looking like it's going to hit face. Wow, Samstock is bringing the beats. Amaz down at 21. This honestly isn't that bad of a play versus Life Tap. Versus Life Tap, this is kind of a situation where if you put enough pressure on them, maybe they can't Life Tap as much as they would have liked to. The problem with this is that he's now stranded his hand. He really has nothing to do. So Shield Block's going to absorb 5 points of damage, but now what does he do with his Fiery War Axe? I mean, he's got to take out the Totem Golem here, right? Okay.
Wow. All right, well, Samstock does have some plays coming up in the next couple turns. Twilight Guardian into Azure Drake, into Shield Maiden.
That's a little bit of burst damage in hand.
Oh, yeah, just a casual potential 22 damage.
It's like Druid combo.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Except this one costs 4 cards. It means you have 6 less mana to work with on the next turn.
Yeah, Teletrog Lava Burst trade in. We'll see if it's going to be Haunted Creeper or Finley. On this board, it's going to be Haunted Creeper. Wants to go a little bit more wide. The fact that he's seen dragons, I think, takes away from the possibility of Brawl. Just that little bit extra. Fiery War Axe to answer the Teletrog, as well as a Shield Block. Could go for Azure Drake. Shield Block first. That spells out. I guess Alexstrasza is champion.
Hit him in the face, Samstock.
No, he's not going to do it. So Tunnel is straight up here, and now this is the turn where I think Amaz really starts to get rewarded. I mean, he's getting repetitive damage out of all these little 1/1s he's played. He's able to go a little bit wider with the Feral Spirits at this point, and then he's just going to continue to Life Tap and find the burn he needs to win this game. Samstock has really got his work cut out for him at this point.
I wonder if this deck runs Brawl, this Dragon Paladin deck. Or Dragon Warrior deck, I'm sorry.
I'd be a little bit surprised if it does. Like, where do you fit the room in? Like, you have so many core cards that you need in the Dragon Warrior build, and then additionally to that, you're the idea behind Dragon Warrior is that you're the one taking the board. If you're losing the board, you're probably just losing the game.
I can take
Yeah.
the hit.
Shieldmane's going to be the play. That's going to be another open window for Amaz. This again going to continue to life tap, and we'll see if he wants to actually handle this Shield Maiden or just pushes the face. Looks like he wants to Lava Burst this.
Yeah, you're pushing a lot of damage each turn with just the residual damage from the minions on the board, so you can afford to throw some burn. Despite's going to be pretty good here from Sam Stock. He hasn't taken too much damage yet, but especially later in the game, Aggro Shamans can piece together lots of burst damage. This deck is so interesting. So interesting.
I don't mind Azure Drake Fiery War X here either. Just continue to play on curve.
Yeah.
Looks like he wants to have a stronger curve. Emperor Thorason's going to hit. And big discount, but not on too many relevant spells. Amaz got so much damage in hand. So minimum damage from hand is 12 right now. 12, 16, 17, 18, 19. He's got minimum 20 damage this turn. I think Amaz is going to rip a Crackle and then evaluate.
Yeah, I'd say that's a reasonable choice. Here we go.
And rolls 4. So minimum 21 damage coming total this turn if he wants to Crackle again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14. He would, if he rolled 6 on the next Crackle, he would win the game immediately.
Yeah. But is it worth the risk? Is it even a risk to go for something like that?
I don't think it's much of a risk because you're closing out the game right now against an opponent where you don't quite know exactly what they have. It looks like Feral Spirit is going to net him a similar amount of damage, though, in the coming turns. So just continue to go wide on board. At this point, he has so many little threats that how does Samstock actually deal with all of it? Like outside of a Brawl or drawing a Revenge right here, he's just not going to get through the board presence, and that's going to mean Amaz can close it out with the damage from hand.
Yeah. So Despite's going to come down now, but that will lock up the game for Amaz with minimum 9 damage in hand. All he needs is just a little bit of damage to stick on the board. I think he should have it. And I don't know what he's thinking about here.
Trying to think of anything that could happen, but I can't imagine. Like, I guess if Amaz's Crackle rolled 0.
Yeah. That'll happen.
Even if it rolled 0, he could still win the game.
No, he can't. Fresh off the press memes.
6, 7, 8, 9. Well, yeah. Now, even if it rolled 0, he can still win the game.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to be Amaz putting himself on the board, bringing this to at least a game number 4. For this match, this round of 128 match. Samsung still needs to find a win with this Dragon Warrior. We'll see if he can do it. Also has some pretty strong decks left, though.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is that now the Warrior deck's hand is kind of face up. Amaz knows exactly what he's getting into, and that changes the dynamic quite a bit. Like, I think he's discounted the idea of Revenge. I think he's discounted the possibility of Brawl for the most part. And so in the next couple games, I would imagine he's going to be a little bit more aggressive than you might normally see versus a Warrior deck, where you have to account for Brawl at times and keeping your opponent out of being able to activate Revenge and clear your whole board. Those are real considerations you have. But now he knows he just has to beat dragons. So if he can play really efficiently to the board, that's a win condition.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I'm not sure how this matchup usually goes. I guess Dragon Warrior can take control of the board, but do they have the enough removal to stop a Secret Paladin from getting the ball rolling? I think it's going to be the question.
Yeah, what a great opening hand from Amaz. In the face of no Fiery War Axe, his hand looks insane.
Yeah.
He's just going to go with Noble Sacrifice first. Knows that Alex Strauss' champion is part of this build, so going to try to protect from that as much as he can. Samstock, of course, going to use Alex Strauss' champion. And go face! Nope.
He wanted to. I'm sure he wanted to. He just threw it into that Secret Keeper for the lulls, but at this point, it looks like that these Secret Keepers might get a little out of hand. And even if you manage to deal with these, then you still have to manage to deal with whatever follow-up that Amaz is going to have to it. So he's going to have the Execute for 1, but then that Avenge is going to proc, and that's going to be a really buff lady.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what I was referring to, where if Amaz can just play really efficiently towards the board, he can end up with a pretty sizable advantage in these situations. So no action on turn 4 or on turn 3 for that matter. Just going to hero power and crash for 5. But Samstock doesn't have anything to do here either, so unless he picks something up, this is armor up pass. Blackwing Technician. Welcome draw, I'm sure.
Doesn't really do too much, though. I guess in combination with the Blackwing Corruptor, we'll be able to take out the Secret Keeper. But then you still have a lot of stuff to worry about. And if Amaz makes it to turn 6, he's got some bombs to drop on this board. So does Samstock, but the Mysterious Challenger is going to line up so nicely against any threat that Samstock's going to be able to drop.
Yep. Amaz has got the old 6, 7, 8. But we're missing the prerequisite to that one right now, which is 5. Muster for Battle would be an insane draw! What a huge draw from Amaz. Picks it up right off the top. Full board of minions. Wow.
And he is confident to be able to play that because he knows that there's no brawl. And even if there was, I think he still wouldn't hesitate because that's so much damage with the Knife Juggler on the board. And Amaz, even though he's had a poor game 1 and game 2 in the draw department, finally gets rewarded. And now he's looking really nice here in game number 4.
I don't think there's any way Samstock's coming back from this one unless he draws a brawl. Trade one guy in and make sure Noble Sacrifice has room to activate. If you have 7 minions on board, Noble Sacrifice will not activate. Very important play here. Drop Samstock to 15, and this needs to be the miracle right here.
He's got to have something crazy in this deck to throw out. Deathbite, not crazy. It looks like Amaz might be locking up another game here.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna lock it up. It's just so much damage.
And that means we're going to be going to a game number 5 once again. 3 matches in a row. That's what I like to see.
I love the 5-game sets.
Yeah.
They're my favesies.
Oh, yeah? We get to propagate more matches.
Yeah, trying his damnedest, but it's not going to work this game. One final chance with Dragon Warrior versus what Amaz can bring. Doesn't even need the 7 or the 8. Just the 6 was enough. Whew, that muster for battle.
What's Amaz's last deck?
That's really the question here. I mean, given what he's brought so far, I'm guessing it's Patron Warrior. Mm-hmm. Which I think Patron actually might struggle a little bit versus Dragon Warrior. Just because they have such efficient answers to 1-for-1 things. But I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't have a ton of experience in Kent's Dragon Warrior. It hasn't really been a major part of the metagame for quite some time now. It is full-on Control Warrior. Get ready to tank up!
All right, well, this matchup, I have absolutely no idea. I don't know what kind of late-game win condition Samstock runs. We could see a Varian Rin, but against Control Warrior, Varian Rin sometimes doesn't have that much of an impact just because of Brawl. You're basically just saying, here, have things to kill with Brawl after I played this Varian Rin on turn 10. No cares in the world! Get him, Samstock.
Samstock bringing the beats.
He doesn't even care right now.
He's like, you know what? I'm going to replace this with my Despot anyway. Might as well get 6 damage.
6 damage for 2 mana? Samstock's like, yes, please. If I were Maz, I would just equip my Fire War Axe and just do the exact same thing.
Spin him right back.
Just assert dominance over this matchup right now.
If he bashes here, that's legendary. Okay, Samstock gonna slow the pace down now. Honestly, I don't think that's like I remember back in the day we used to use Fiery War Axes quite literally just to control armor totals from Warrior because there just really wasn't that many targets to hit. And given that he has a Despite in hand and he's playing a beatdown deck, like taking 6 damage really isn't that horrible. Like it's just 6 damage.
Yeah.
He's gonna bash execute. That's a little bit aggressive here. Leading into what looks like Black Technician only.
Imagine for a second a world where Samstock had held on to the second charge, maybe even both charges of the Fire War Axe, and could bash and Fire War Axe the Elise down.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer holding onto the charges. I'm not going to say that attacking face is better. I don't believe that, but just trying to get the damage you can. Wouldn't have had to waste to execute. Shield Maiden going to come down for a Maz, contest the board very nicely, up to 14 armor as well. Fiery War Axe looking to perform some pittance here. So Emperor Thorson, a little bit scary though. I mean, Samstock's hand is full of threats right now.
Yeah, does he even have enough threats to pull out Varian Rin left in his deck? I mean, I know he has like Azure Drakes and Twilight Guardians, but those are all like Battlecry stuff. I mean, he might just have a lot of threats that he tops out at. But it's going to be hard. He's got to have these threats stick for multiple turns, and against a deck with as much removal as a Maz, I don't know if it's going to be able to happen. I'm really liking a Maz's chances here. Samstock once again going to have to throw out a big curveball in this match if he's going to want to fight for a win.
Yeah, I mean, you got to want to trade into that Emperor Thorson. I mean, is the Maz thinking maybe ever like despite it, use the revenge? I mean that maybe he's considering all of his options here, and I think that this is his best one. Oh baby, I think I know where that Despite's headed.
I know exactly where that Despite's headed.
Goes to 11 armor, crashes in for 3 and 4 more. I wonder if he's looking to get the Grom, just get the Grom active and hope that him have an execute.
I mean, he's consistent with his plays. He has Alex Straza. So he can, Alex Straza is very threatening. And then Grom is very threatening. Samstock, I mean, I said it earlier. Samstock's just demanding answers right now to everything that he does. Putting the Maz on the back foot. Showing who's the boss of this series. Ooh, Harrison Jones.
Feels like a good one to me.
Yeah, and Samstock attacking last turn plays around Harrison Jones. I mean, that's probably wasn't on his mind. But
that's going to be Ysera in the trade. So Maz is going to have to shield slam this turn, but does have a clean shield slam into this. Just living the dream.
Varian Rin plus Dream.
Oh, wait a minute. He just steals the Ysera, right? Just Sylvanas shield slam it.
Yeah. That's 2 resources used, but, classically in the old Control Warrior mirrors, Ysera was like that sort of win condition card, and I guess this deck is close to those old decks with a lot of late-game legendaries and things like that. I think you can afford to. You have both shield slams. You have execute.
2 resources used is not really 2 resources used here, because it's like you're using 1 resource to kill the Ysera and then just playing a Ysera of your own.
Yeah.
Like you're turning one of your resources into a Ysera, and I think that that's a pretty reasonable play.
Yeah. And he, like I said, he's got plenty of removal also still left in the hand. So it's not like he's using these removals and hoping that his opponent doesn't play another threat. He's using these removals and still has many more to back them up. So
Maz even going to attack with the Fiery War Axe right here to try to chip into the ability for Samstock to outright shield slam it.
Yeah.
Now Dream in hand is gonna put this Ysera back into Maz's hand. So kind of dealt with rip shield slam too. So now I'm curious if you ever use Alex Straza's champion and shield slam to just deal with it outright, or if he wants to save his shield slam and continue to get tempo with this, which it looks like he's going for the tempo play. And this variant, it looks really good, but Maz has Brawl in hand. This is going to get punished unless he just draws 3 cards. I guess that would be a way to do it. 2 weapons. Yeah, not a big punish from Brawl here, honestly.
Yeah, I think that was a good outcome for Samstock because he only got rid of 1 Battle Cry. And Shield Maiden, that 5 armor would have been nice, but a 5/5 Bloody Strong in combination with a 7/7, and he cycles through his deck, gets some more weapons. So that outcome ends up being pretty good for Samstock, but he's still got a pretty big hill to climb here in order to come out on top. He's just got to hope that his threats keep sticking, and he does have, he has Azure Drakes left. He has Twilight Guardians left. if all the removal is spent on these big guys, then there's a lot of mid-range stuff that Samsung still has that could maybe stick on the board for a couple turns, maybe allow him to piece together some damage. It's going to be tough, but it is possible.
I mean, ideally, you're using your removal on the bigger threats, and then you can spend your life total on the smaller threats. I mean, that's, I think, the ideal situation. Looks like it's going to be Acolyte Brawl for Amaz. Here we go. I know if this is Armor Smith, he'd be winning it, but Shieldmaiden lives today.
Yeah. And he's going to
attack and armor up. Yeah, it's a lot of life total to expend here, but Amaz really wants to hang on to his Execute and his Shield Slam here.
Yeah.
Wow, Dr. Boom joins the party.
Well, getting in the damage while he can. It's been the name of the game here for Samstock. Chipping in. He's going to get rid of the armor total here in its entirety, which makes room for Alex Straza and potential Grom Hellscream. Did Amaz give away that life total too quickly? I don't think so. He's still got a plethora of removal left in his hand. Still going to be tough for Samstock to pull this one out, but I mean, it's getting more and more likely as these turns are passing. It's like he never runs out of stuff to play, and I guess that's the strength of these Dragon decks, is they always have, you know, reasonably sized minions to throw out on the board. Amaz still hasn't found a chance to play Ysera again.
Yeah, not only that, but also he's dropped down to 22 at this point, which really changes the impact that Alex Straza has on this. Samstock's just going to go for Grom immediately, and that might have lost his big win condition here now. This is Execute and Ysera, it looks like.
Yeah. Alex Straza effectively did the exact same thing there.
Yeah,
Alex Straza did just as much damage, almost. Maybe a little bit less. Put just a big enough threat on the board. And he gave away Grom, because now Alex Straza heals his opponent. Or damages himself. He's never going to find another opportunity to play that.
Amaz just going to swing with his Death Spite, too. That's really interesting.
So weird. I don't even know what to think anymore. What big bombs does Samstock have left? He's got Chill Maul, he's got Dr. Boom. Did he forget about Alex Straza?
I don't know if he forgot about it. Just going to keep punching face. This is honestly looking pretty good for him. Slam has got to be a welcome draw at this point.
Oh my gosh. Alright, Samstock's still got plenty of cards left in his deck. It's not like this matchup's going to come down to fatigue. Amaz is already at 10 health. Just like, imagine if Samstock had played Alex Straza last turn and was able to hit him with Grom this turn, and then start swinging with the Fireworks even after that. He'd be so much closer to a victory.
Yeah, Mrs. Sarah's going to have to get sacrificed, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Amaz can afford to take the damage here. I really don't. Now, he might find, like, Bash, Shield Slam. He can't feel comfortable paying 6 life.
Yeah. Maybe Samstock held on the Alex Straza because he wanted to preserve Dragon synergy.
That's definitely a possibility. I mean, that's actually like a real justification now.
Like if he draws Alex Straza's champion, or if he draws a Twilight Guardian, getting that extra benefit might be worth to him keeping the Alex Straza around. But that still seems like so much damage wasted. But that is a justification for that play. You know, he did draw Chill Maul, so Chill Maul wouldn't have had the activation. This Twilight Guardian wouldn't have had the activation either if he had used the Alex Straza. So potentially just holding on to that to make sure that he has those Dragon synergies. So
wow, just gonna punch face too. This Acolyte is threatening. I mean, this Acolyte is threatening drawing 3 cards potentially.
Yeah.
Like if that Boombot hits for 1, this is. Oh my.
And a pretty inconsequential Boombot there. Might be looking at the beginning of the end for Samstock.
Yeah, I mean, his resources have dwindled at this point, and Amaz, hanging on at 9 life with armor up is totally fine. And at this point, Amaz says he's so far ahead that he's willing to risk this BGH dying for the sake of preserving his own life total. Oh, and that's a Justicar True Heart. That is exactly the draw Amaz was looking for. Now, at this point, if he can hang on to the board state and just preserve, he's going to be looking fantastic. Doesn't even play a weapon, doesn't want to risk Harrison Jones.
Even holds on to the Emerald Drake as well, which is a little bit interesting. Maybe just playing around every possible scenario, with Brawl being a possibility. But this is he could bash Shield Slam this turn. Revenge clears his own board, so that's a little bit awkward to use because he can't push through the Twilight Guardian.
Maybe.
Yeah, bash Shield Slam is a full clear. He could also bash, trade in, and then revenge to utilize one of the revenges.
Yeah, you get the revenge, then you get the Justicar on board as well. So you have a 6/3, you'll be at 15 HP with 6 armor on top of that. So then you have the Shield Slam access to basically every threat next turn.
I gotta move.
Welcome to the grand tournament.
It's just going to go with Shield Slam this turn, armor up, trade in both threats to deal with the Shield Maiden here. I'm sorry, the Twilight Guardian. 6/3 and 15 health with massive card advantage. Amaz has to feel comfortable here.
For the life binder.
Well, there's the Alex Charles as champion.
Yeah, but at this point, if that goes face, this is negated.
I have a feeling I know where that's going, Admirable.
That's scary. I mean, if your opponent kills that, yeah. And that's really where Amaz has finally turned the corner at this point. Now he knows that Samstock is basically out of resources. Amaz can quite literally just tank up for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah. He's going to find a BGH target here, though, which is going to be a welcome sight, I think. And Samstock does have some decent-sized minions still left. We saw both Azure Drakes, which haven't been used, which are also cycle into some bigger threats. Blackwing Corruptor as well. Is there a possibility that he can muscle his way into a win? Is there a possibility?
I'm thinking it's very slim at this point.
Amaz also has to be thinking that the last card in Samstock's hand is Deathwing, because it's a dragon that he's been holding on to since like turn 5, that he refused to play, that he didn't play before Grom. He has to be thinking that it's Deathwing.
I mean, I think that's honestly a pretty good read at this point.
Yeah, that's probably why he held off on a lot of things before too. So
John's gonna pay the 5 life here. He has to forego the tank up as well. But that 10-6 Grom is gonna start doing work.
Blackwing Technician doesn't line up well against a 10-6 Grom
At all.
It's
Maz running a little bit low on cards here as well. It's gonna be bash. Yep. 11. Go back to 15 and keep clocking for 10.
Yeah.
Woo! This damage is adding up very quickly. And this being the difference between investing on your damage early and then waiting and getting repetitive damage out of your card instead. So shield block. Man, these decks are so thin at this point. Azure Drake gonna make it even thinner. There's another copy of Azure Drake in Samstock's deck as well, and another shield block. And the cards that he has left are kind of utility.
Now, and there's the map. And it looks like Golden Monkey is drawn. Oh, no, it was just a little bit big for a different reason. But still, though, 10 damage a turn. And I don't think Samstock's going to be able to make it out from here. He plays Alex Strauss. He'll have to play it defensively, I guess. But it's pretty much locked in from there. And he is going to play the shield block.
Shield block setting him way back in fatigue now. He's got 1 card left, and Azure Drake's one of those cards. Oh.
Yeah.
Sludge
And a Belcher.
Very welcome. Anything to put on board at this point has to be a welcome draw.
Yeah, and this one's all but over for Samstock. It looks like Amaz is going to take this one. He still has Golden Monkey left in his deck. This is the last card from Samstock. It's got to be something big. It's a Blackwing Corruptor, which is not going to be nearly enough to fight back. and he is completely out of stuff. Amaz still, though, is going to think that this is Deathwing and draws the golden monkey.
I don't even know if you play it here.
Yeah, I think you just try and maybe, I don't even know. I think you might use this.
Well,
use the slam.
Mind you, the read that he has could be that the last card is Deathwing.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, that golden monkey is not getting played.
Yeah. Because he needs to hold on to that execute, because that'd be the only way for him to deal with a Deathwing. Unless he has confidence that his golden monkey is also going to pull a Deathwing. But tank up it is. He's going to wait until that last card comes out. He's going to wait until the last possible moment. I suppose there's actually no reason for him to play the golden monkey, if you think about it, just because Samsung has to play something this turn. Amaz is ahead on fatigue. He's got tank up. And here comes the awkward Alex Straza. Damage yourself for him.
Instead.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
That adds up very quickly. Second Sludge Belcher in hand as well for Amaz. Maz is going to... Looks like he's going to revenge this turn. I mean, if he revenges, it's pretty hard for him to lose to that last card, kind of regardless of what it is. Oh, he executes. So he's going for the golden monkey here. If that's Deathwing, that's a way to lose.
Yeah, he could have guaranteed himself a win regardless of the card if he had tacked in Revenge and then played Belcher. Because even Deathwing comes out, you're left with a 1-2 slime, you attack in. So, Architect for Fom is a really good legendary in a fatigue situation.
Yeah, this is going to just go ahead and play Alex Straws at this point, and Amaz knows now that he has this game locked up.
Yep.
Head in fatigue, head on board, head in hand. You can't ask for much more than that.
What do you pick? Yeah, land in a power.
Oh, +10, +10. Let's go.
Yeah. And Sam Stock watching his tournament hopes crushed as we speak.
I think Amaz is going to go for the Fiola Lantern.
Yeah. Also, Sam Stock's hopes of
Oh.
Sam Stock's hopes of being signed to Archon after he defeated Amaz. Also being dashed.
17-18 Rafam is not very easy to stare down when you have no answers to it whatsoever. Amaz is going to come back from a 0-2 deficit and move on to the next round, 3-2.
Yeah, and moves on to the round of 64. All of the sort of the high-profile players, I guess, have found victories today. So got a lot of very strong players still left in the tournament. Unfortunately, Sam Stock's run ends there, but had a lot of fun watching him. Had an interesting Dragon Warrior deck, his take on a Dragon Warrior, which is a pretty cool way to watch him go up against Amaz. Next match is actually going to be Kalento taking on Radlax. We saw Radlax play earlier in the day and managed to take a victory. And Kalento, which should be a great match. We're going to take a really short break before we jump into that. Head on over to the website. Check out the 2016 One Nation of Gamers Open, which happens on April 30th, which is the next Open in the circuit if you want to participate in that. Also, keep entering to win that Cyber Power Gamer Extreme 1000 PC and get your GEICO quote during the break. But don't go anywhere, guys. The continuation of the Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers at PAX East will return right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers. My name is TJ. Once again, I am joined by That's Admirable. That's Admirable. What a doozy of a series. Sam Stock so close to taking out Amaz. What'd you think of that one? I want to get your thoughts.
Well, the first two games looked pretty normal. Samstock just kind of beat him up and had good draws, and then Dragon Warrior came out, and you kind of caught a glimpse of why Dragon Warrior has not been a big force in competitive play. Just falls a little bit short. A lot of the cards don't match up very well towards the later stages of the game versus, I'm going to say, some Control Warrior mirrors, and just came up short on the damage. Had he played the Alex Straza earlier instead of the Grom, don't know exactly what would have happened, but was very aggressive in his attack, using resources a little bit recklessly, I would say, at times. But it did keep Amaz under some pressure. He had the right tools to dismantle the pressure, though, diffuse the situation, come back and take a nice clean win.
Yeah, so we'll be moving on to the round of 64, as well as many other players that we've seen throughout the day. Next match is going to be between Kalento from Cloud9 and Radlack, who we saw, I believe, take out Toaster earlier in the day. So Radlack coming off a win already today. Kalento's going to be coming in cold, but Kalento is no stranger to competitive play. One of the oldest and most decorated Hearthstone pros in the entire scene. He's going to be bringing Druid, Warlock, Warrior into this match with his Paladin band. And Radlock, once again, I'm going to be bringing Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior. His Freeze Mage, his Reno Freeze Mage has been banned away. Does that Mage ban let us know anything about Kalento's lineup? Does it give us any hints as to what Kalento could possibly bring? Because he has to know that this is Reno Freeze from watching Radlack earlier in the day.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly what that means for him. Maybe he's playing more of the mid-range warrior list at that point. Maybe he's got like a Zoo Warlock, and maybe he just doesn't want to play with it. Anticipated Druid getting banned or something, or maybe Warlock getting banned and having the Paladin kind of hanging out there. But he also could just be doesn't want to play against Mage. I mean, Mage feels like one of those classes where they just get insane draws. It's hard to do something about sometimes. But I'm not quite sure if it gives too much away about his lineup. I'm kind of anticipating the mid-range warrior when I see that. But I did want to talk a little bit about Kalento and having a very decorated resume. Just in case you guys were wondering, over $100,000 lifetime in cashes. First place at Buy Game House Cup 1. First place at DreamHack versus Tice in the finals of that one, DreamHack Winter. He got first place in King Win for Charity 2015. Got first place in the China versus EU. Helped lead the EU team to a very clean victory over the Chinese team. First place at Gamers Assembly. First place at King Win Pro League. First place at WCA Europe Pro Qualifier, and then a sprinkling of top fours in that as well. I mean, when you say decorated resume, you are not kidding. This guy's been a force in competitive play for as long as it's existed.
Yeah, definitely an impressive player throughout the course of his career so far. Radlack throwing out the Warrior. I think, was this the deck that we didn't see earlier?
Yeah, we didn't see Radlack's Warrior. It was banned away, and okay. I believe it was banned away. Anyway, I don't recall seeing Arc Thief or Fob at any point prior to that. But at least Starseeker is going to be in his hand, as well as Bash, Deathbite, Brawl, that Archmage we were just talking about. The Supreme Archaeologist, as well as Dr. Boom, just joined. And Kalento looks like he's bringing Reno Warlock, which is right up his alley. Kalento loves to play control decks.
Yeah, I've seen Arc Thief or Fob more times today than I've seen in my entire life prior to that. It feels we've seen like 5 of them already, but you can see Radlack looked a bit surprised by the fact that Kalento went ahead and life tapped on turn 2. I think Radlack was expecting a Zoo Warlock coming out, judging by the lineups, but it is going to be a Reno lock, it appears.
Yeah, I'm getting some running this Deathbite here. Fantastic answer to that card.
I would say so. Yeah, I'll agree.
This is where Kalento implosions his own imp.
Turns 1 imp.
Into
what is he going to do to that
2
imp?
imps?
He's going to propagate that imp.
Yep. I was just about to say it. Bloodsail Corsair would have been mighty interesting in this Discover. Instead, he's left the Power Overwhelming and Voidwalker. Blood Imp is not part of this Discover. There's a 0% chance Kalento takes Blood Imp.
Shout out to my boy, the Blood Imp.
Holla back.
Yeah. Power Overwhelming seems like a good option here. Boardwalker can block attacks from Despite, which has merit, but Power Overwhelming I feel like has a lot more flexibility in the long run. It also opens you up to a better Shadow Flame target, should he have that in his deck, which he likely does. Allows you to turn a bad minion into a good minion with Shadow Flame. So,
sort of. It kind of just kills it. It turns it into no minion afterwards.
It turns into a good minion for a very short time.
And then it dies horribly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It doesn't have a chance to die horribly. It just dies normally. It gets ready to die horribly, and then it just dies normally.
I will say that Power Overwhelming is looking like an interesting option here, but if there's one thing I know from watching Kolento, it's that he looks for different ways to play the game very often. And I've been so surprised by him in the past. This play looks pretty standard so far this turn. I mean, Power Overwhelming turns the Imp into something, and it was Discovered One. The Mind Control tech, a little bit interesting. I think that since he's seen Elise, he knows that Grim Patron's not going to be a factor in this match, so just get some stuff on board and start punching away.
Interesting options aren't enough for Kolento. He's looking for mind-blowing options.
Yeah, Radlac just going to go ahead and brawl here. He's behind the Zombie Chow. Got to be happy about that one.
Not going to find too much value out of Brawl in this matchup. I suppose later on. I wonder what version Kolento's actually running, though. If he's running a combo version or if he's running just like one of those value-oriented versions like we saw earlier with Jiraxis and without the combo. But he draws a natural Power Overwhelming, which leads me to believe that it is a combo version. It is a card that can be run without combo, but it's a lot less effective.
Yeah, combo does feel like something that Kolento definitely would bring. Is known for playing a lot of combo-oriented decks in the past, as well as control decks. They seem to be right up his alley. One of the first players to popularize Miracle Rogue. Kolento was kind of one of the first people to have a working version of Miracle Rogue. A lot of people had tried to use Gadgets and Auctioneer. Kolento had finally coupled it with 2 copies of Conceal and started cycling away. And that version really stuck for a long time, right up until they nerfed Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, Kolento was the player that Miracle Rogue players at the time went to learn Miracle Rogue. So that should say a lot about him. And this deck from Radlac seems to, it is Control Warrior, but it seems to have a lot more minion heavy and board-centric elements to it. He does have Elise Starseeker, but he also has a lot of these minions that you wouldn't normally expect. He does have Dr. Boom. He does have Paladin Shredder. He does have Archdief Rafam. So, I like it. This version's pretty interesting, I'd say.
Definitely looking a little bit heavier. Kolento going to snag some pretty decent tempo, unless Radlac chooses to take 7, which he is going to. And honestly, I think it's worth it at this point. If Radlac had chose to bash his turn, he actually was getting no development on board, and that could have been a disaster for him at this stage. I mean, the last thing you want to be doing is, when you're playing Warrior and you get to these stages, is rather than just relying on all your removal to answer everything, you want to have minions be able to provide pressure for you. So that way, if you're answering stuff, you're actually making progress on your opponent's life total. It's a very important thing to be having. And while 7 is certainly a high life total to pay, I think it's totally worth it here.
Yeah. He also has knows he has a lot of that health gain. So he's going to be able to get that life total back up. And he should know that there's not a lot well, there's potential for burst. He doesn't quite know what type of deck this is from Kolento yet, what type of Reno Warlock deck this is yet. So this play is interesting. He's got a lot of options here. He can start with Mortal Coil, or he could go in with the Hellfire play and use Implosion to clean up afterwards. But it looks like he's getting Implosion first. So, oh wow.
Don't mind this play at all. Get in your attacks.
Oh, I didn't see the Big Game Hunter. I'm just.
Oh, I was like, oh, you're really.
There's actually not many options in that play. All right.
Well, he still didn't have
what is he
options
doing?
for
He's just
it.
going to leave the Big Game Hunter up? That's crazy. Or he's just going to leave the Dr. Boom up? That's crazy. You know, after a long day of casting Hearthstone, sometimes your eyes just gloss over the most inconspicuous of things.
We've been here for about 7 hours now, bringing these games to you all day long, and we got 2 more days to go.
2 more days to go.
And they'll be even longer.
And hopefully we'll see even crazier things as we get further into the tournament. There's always that one guy that sneaks into an open tournament that has the most ridiculous decks that makes it to like the top 8. That's the guy that I'm looking forward to. I'm looking for the Sam Stock who refined his decks a little bit more and just made it all the way there. That's what I'm looking for.
I want a combination of all the crazy we've seen today. I want the Sam Stock combined
With Toaster?
with Toaster. We need the fine mix of all of them.
Yeah. Well, Colento's actually getting pretty close to piecing together a lethal here. He's got 3 plus 6, 10 damage from hand. He's got 13 from hand. He could power bomb me his Dark Bomb and go for a lethal opportunity.
Yeah, if that Boombot hit face for 4, he has lethal here.
Does
I'm
it make
curious-
it any more? Does he trade in the 2 imps to make it any more likely? He could guarantee that the Dark Bomb goes face. No, he'd have to.
Yeah, I think I like trading in the Boombot still, though, because if you just hit Jin, your opponent's dead. And the Boombot, if it misses face, still does some significant work. Now, the problem with that is if it hits for like 1, you may be regretting trading in the Boombot at that point. So I'm guessing he's going to make a safe play here. Just power overwhelming attack, play a threat down, and then just continue to hit face.
Yeah. Playing safe, still good. Radlack is still at a low health total. Colento is okay with playing the long game because he knows that he can still outvalue his opponent. He doesn't have to go in the plan of just killing him.
Yep.
And Fierce Monkey, yeah, this is a very minion-heavy deck. Very interesting to see.
Mech Warper's going to reduce that MT Keelbot, and that is critical.
Whoa! Is there any other mechs that are running this deck? He's already played a Piloted Shredder.
That's actually kind of funny. The Pilot Shredder is the other mech. A mech driving a mech. That's like a self-driving car. I don't trust those
Insane.
things.
We'll learn to trust him one day.
I'm
That's
from
what we
America.
are.
I don't trust machines. Haven't you seen Terminator, man?
Only cheeseburgers.
Oh, come on. I don't even like cheeseburgers.
They're not American.
I like ribeyes.
Well, there you go. Same thing, really.
I don't eat bad food. I just eat too much of it,
Yeah.
which is likely worse. Like if I just ate less food but also ate bad food to replace it, I'd probably be thin.
Yeah.
Just don't eat as much.
What's better, 5 pounds of broccoli or a cheeseburger? Probably a cheeseburger.
Well, come on, let's not get crazy. 5 pounds of broccoli! There's no way you're eating that much broccoli in one day.
Oh, man. Well, Colento still pushing some damage. Radlock keeping in the game just a little bit, though. He's still got to find a way to fight Archsthief for Fawn. What does he pick up? An Execute. So much removal, but not too much to use it on. He could clear out that Twilight Drake even without trying that Execute.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff from Colento. Just seeing if the Boombot pulls extra weight, has used Dark Bomb to develop his board. Radlack's side, I mean, this Twilight Drake has to have kind of a target on its forehead. The problem is, this is like what we've seen in so many of the Control Warrior versus Reno Warlock matchups, is that the Warriors just expend stuff turn after turn after turn, and eventually the Reno Warlock just sticks something to the board and it starts hitting. Now, the Justicar can effectively negate a lot of this damage. Like if he plays Justicar, just tanks up and then shield slams, he's gaining 4 armor a turn, while Colento's only got 3 damage a turn sitting on board. So the Hellfire can clear that up and activate the egg, but is that the way he wants to play that? I don't think so. He'd probably end up trading and playing a Sludge Belcher, or maybe just playing a Sludge Belcher into it. But the kind of the bigger picture here is that Colento's life tapping instead of gaining life. And so his extra cards are going to yield damage as a result of that.
Yeah. So he is going to take it out. Ooh, Doomsayer drawn. Okay. So he can kill off his own stuff here and push damage with Hellfire. But I feel like there's going to be a better place somewhere in there. I can imagine a tap first.
Yeah, I mean, I think tapping is definitely on the menu here. I'm curious if trading and then playing Doomsayer is like a reasonable play here. Like, you'd guarantee himself getting back initiative and get something out of the egg. The problem with that is that Radlack's only got 3 cards left, and he's going into a 4th card, so it's like, do you need to snag tempo back? I mean, there's a chance your opponent just doesn't really have anything.
Possibilities.
I'm surprised he hasn't tapped yet to evaluate.
Well, he's thinking about his curve, I think, a little bit here. So if he's attacking first, I imagine this is Hellfire into Sludge Belcher or Reno.
Yeah. All right, Reno Jackson it is. Puts more power on the board immediately. And, yeah, you're not worried about... It's not a combo deck. You're not worried about being comboed out after playing Reno. So I like this play. And Despite is going to be able to fight back, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage. He's going to be taking damage on the backswing of this. Kalento can protect the Reno Jackson with the Sludge Belcher. So... Still looking grim. Radlack might be regretting taking so much damage early on in the game by attacking minions so recklessly.
Yeah, I don't really know if he had much of a choice, honestly. I mean, it's just kind of the options that were presented to him. He's going to bash here to try to avoid any sort of crazy lethal that Kalento might have. Like, maybe he's anticipating Leroy or something and thinks if he lives for just another couple turns, maybe he can get past this. It also sets it up for the Despite next turn. Like, next turn you can attack the Reno Jackson, execute the other threat he plays, and play to Arc Thief for Farm with it.
Yeah.
I think the story here is that Kalento's just got too much card economy working for him, though.
Yeah. And imagine he just protect this. He saw the preemptive bash, Reno. So I'd imagine he'd just go ahead and play the Sludge Belcher just to protect it.
Yeah, I mean, execute looks awful here.
Awfully awful.
Big Game Hunter's no help. I think this is Arc Thief.
What do you even pick? You haven't even seen much AoE. You've only seen Hellfire, so you can't pick the mummies. You don't know if you're going to have a board left. You're probably not. So you might pick the... what's the Avenging Wrath one called?
Timepiece.
Timepiece. Timepiece.
If he doesn't execute here, he's actually kind of just dying.
Yeah,
He's
that's also
facing-
true.
Yeah, so execute Arc Thief, and takes the timepiece. But boy, is he working on slim pickings.
Probably just played the Sylvanas.
I have no
Seems like a
time
good play at this point. Just threaten to take.
Yep. And that way also if he chose the mummies, you just Shadow Flame next turn, steal the Archthief for fun. Even though it'd be at very little amounts of health.
Now, Radlack just kind of... His resources just kind of been ground down at this point.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, the Sylvanas is so threatening here. He can't even play anything. Like, if he
The
plays a
Shield Maiden
Maiden,
just gets traded in. You play the Timepiece. Your likelihood that your Archthief farm gets stolen too. Not super likely, but there's a good chance. You can trade in the Timepiece and hope. But I think you just gotta attack and armor up.
that would just be hoping for. Demon Wrath gonna be no help. Kalento getting a little bit low on cards in his deck at this point, but I feel like this is enough to close things out. I mean, I imagine there's a Jiraxis in here. We haven't seen a Faceless Manipulator. We haven't seen Arcane Golem or Leroy Jenkins. We do see an Abusive Sergeant now. So maybe all those cards are just tucked in the bottom of his deck. But I think at this point, this is kind of just more of a standard build. But he does have the Doomsayer in here too. So the Doomsayer to me would kind of spell needing to get the board clear so you have that initiative to set something up and then go into your big damage burst turn. I mean, maybe they're just all at the bottom of the deck. That's a possibility.
Yeah, and that makes this turn a little bit rough just because he has so many utility cards that he doesn't necessarily want to use.
Just trade and play Emperor. It's totally fine.
Yeah, you'd be left with a 7-2 on board, which is actually kind of hard to remove. Since he's seen both bashes, he's seen a lot of removal, shield slams, execute.
Looks like he's going to push instead.
Okay.
Yeah, 7 to Dome and just Emperor. And says, you know what? Deal with it. Boom! Yeah, this is probably an even scarier board than the one Radlack was just facing down.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I wonder if that changes anything. I think he's under too much pressure at this point.
Yeah. Even if he attacks and plays Shield Maiden, he's still under the same threat that he was of, just his stuff getting stolen. And he'd also be very close to just dying. I mean, he can Nefarian, or he can hold on to Nefarian, hope Kalento plays Jiraxis, hope that when he plays Nefarian, he gets Sacrificial Pact. He might want to conceal the Nefarian for future games if he thinks that he's going to lose this one, but now he could just let it get stolen and then Timepiece. This works too. There's a chance that this stuff doesn't get cleared off. Like the Emperor Thorsan has a decent chance of living through this. At least above a 50% chance.
Oh, that's a lot of missiles to face.
What?
And that's going to do it. Radlack has no way to fend off that damage. That's just some bad luck. But, hey, what can you do?
It always feels like there's less than 10 missiles whenever you play that. But not able to take out a single creature besides the Abusive Sergeant, which is rough. So Kalento's going to take a game up. And that's a pretty brutal loss just because you invest a lot of energy and you invest a lot of thought into that matchup, those long, grueling control versus control matchups. And then you lose and you have to start up from square one. And you have to find a win with that same deck that you just lost a long, grueling matchup with at some point in the series if you're going to want to move on. So those are the demoralizing losses. Radlack's got to sort of shake that one off and move forward. And now Kalento's Druid, which has a decent matchup against this minion-heavy warrior deck. Maybe not so much as a standard control warrior, because they don't have as many dead cards, I suppose, early on. But still, Druid just does really well against control warrior in general.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference being just the amount of cards that the Druid can draw while also presenting threats on the board at the same time. The fact that Azure Drakes draw extra cards. Dr. Boom usually requires quite a bit of attention. Ancients of Lore pick up 2 cards and present a 5/5. Every single turn, the Warrior is just answering everything, while the Druid just continue to play threats and just dig through their deck. You get to a point where the Warrior is sitting at a dangerous life total, and every single minion afterwards threatens lethal with Force Nature and Savage Roar. And so it takes the dynamic of a traditional control matchup where life becomes a resource, and it turns it into life being such a precious thing that the Warrior can't really execute its game plan. Cro-Magus gets drawn into Radlack's hand. We've seen Arc Thief Bomb, we've seen Cro-Magus, and we saw Nefarian in here as well. Very top-heavy build with his threats, as well as Gorehound, Fiery War Axe, Big Game Hunter. No real action early on for him. This Shade is going to get huge this match, I imagine.
Yeah, this
feels bad, man, Axe.
That's exactly what it is. Another Living Roots. Okay. This matchup's looking really great for Kalento, I have to say. Especially seeing those opening hands. Just not much in the way of stuff to fight back on the board for Radlack. He's going to need some lower curved minions. Bash doesn't help him much at the moment. Could be good in the near future. Kalento also, though, he needs to pick up some more minions. Having these spells with nothing to use the spells on doesn't feel great.
I feel like time is more on Kalento's side than it is on Radlack's. He's just going to go ahead and play Big Game Hunter here as well. Feels that his end game is enough to continue to combat Druid as long as he can stay on board. And Kalento picks up a Big Game Hunter of his own. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a longer one.
I think Kalento really wants to cycle with this Wrath looking at his hand, but he doesn't have a clean way to deal with the Big Game Hunter if he does that. He can just Living Roots Hero Power and pass over the turn.
Do you make 1/1s?
Oh yeah, he could make 1/1s, yeah.
I'm just going to play this.
Yeah, I really think you need to cycle with this.
Yep. I like the card draw here. If you're going to draw the cards, I also think you make 1/1s in this position.
Yeah. Oh yeah. One of those is going to trade in. If your opponent uses Revenge, he's killing off his own Big Game Hunter anyway, and yeah, smart play.
Warrior turns. This looks like a priest turn. Heal for 2 pass.
Nice.
Excellent. That shade just looming right now.
Sweat face.
I think he's going to end up concluding hero power here, but...
Mm-mm. Then he will conclude incorrectly.
There is some argument, I think, to innovating out the Druid of the Claw this turn.
I think there's some argument. Taking the swipe and pointing the red arrow at the face.
You've been watching a little too much of
Samstock.
Yeah, Samstock for our last match.
Samstock wouldn't have even hesitated.
I think when he trades here, this is going to be Unleash the Shade and then innovate out this Druid of the Claw. He's just going to hero power, though.
Surprised he
I'm really
unleashed the
surprised
Shade.
by this.
He could have had the same outcome as this play, just done one less damage, but kept the Shade stealthed.
Yeah, so
And
this
still
is,
had an extra 1/1.
I think
He gets
Kalento's
swiped.
getting this read from the fact that Radlac played Big Game Hunter on turn 3, and to Kalento that said, I don't have Fiery War Axe in my hand.
Yeah.
Because he did nothing on turn 4, he just armored up. So for him to actually have a Deathbite in hand, not a Fiery War Axe, I misspoke. For him to actually have a Deathbite in hand, I think is pretty difficult here. So this is a pretty fantastic read from Kalento, I'd say.
Yeah. Now he's got the option of playing Druid of the Claw or innovating out an Ancient of Lore. He could also play Druid of the Claw and innovate out a hero power in order to take out the slime that comes from the Sludge Belcher. But then he doesn't really have a play for the following turn. He won't be able to play the Ancient of Lore anymore. So
I mean, the fact that the Shade's already done so much work, I think it's fine to just not worry about it. Not worry about the 1/2 slime that much.
yeah.
Time waits for no one.
I'm just going to innovate out this Ancient Lore. Draw 2 is basically always on the menu for this card. This card economy very high. Easy trade for him. Second Ancient Lore he's picked up too. This is kind of what you see happen very often with the Druid decks. They just continue to draw cards. Warrior has to kind of slowly answer everything, take some damage in the process. No real follow-ups. Oh. One card off. That would have been such a fantastic draw. Last turn.
Oh, man. This is probably the slowest Control Warrior versus mid-range Druid matchup that I've watched in a long time. But Kalento's playing it pretty well, I'd say. Kalento's a player that always likes to take his time in his turns. He always wants to make sure, you talked about it earlier, he's always looking for interesting plays. And he's always trying to make reads, which is the mark of a good player. You never want to rush through your plays. And even in a matchup where you're favored, you want to make sure that you take that favored status and you push it a little bit further. And that's what Kalento does. So he's put himself in a good position right now. And Radlac's just on his back foot. He's been on his back foot since the get-go. Having to play Big Game Hunter early on turn 3 for tempo. Kalento making the reads. And now if Kalento ever draws Big Game Hunter, that's just not going to have an answer. Unless Radlac draws into a brawl, which it seems like he only has one of.
Fierce Monkey not too fierce here. Wow, what a draw. I'll tell you what, the swipe looks good here too. Just keep your board nice and clean. Bash for 5. You know, I would venture to say that Kalento probably wants to have Savage Roars in his hand when he plays this Emperor. And so when he swipes his turn, swipe is just not very good versus Control Warrior. You don't often find opportunities to use it. So hanging on to the Emperor, going into Ancient of Lore on turn 7, and then having extra cards in your hand for when you play the Emperor is totally reasonable here. Now that being said, Radlac's taking a lot of damage, and it's not going to stop. It's just Kalento continues to add threats, draw more cards, and just be a big nuisance. Now there's the Savage Roar to go with it. This game's all Kalento. I don't know if Radlac can even win from this spot.
I don't think he can. He can Shield Maiden and armor up here, and then have enough health to survive if there was an innervate combo. And also have enough armor next turn to shield slam something, but I just don't think that there's a way. He can take the risks for this one turn and play like Crow Magus, like attack it and play Crow Magus, because you're never going to be able to play it again. But you just can't afford to do that, and he's just going to try and gain some health, but this, like you said, this one's all but over.
I was just about to say, if he attacks and plays Crow Magus and he gets a shield block off the draw, I think that is an opportunity to win, because Kalento actually couldn't have cleared the Chromagus this turn. So that might have been Radlack's one opportunity to get into this one. Like, so very often you'll find players in positions where they have to take really big risks to have a chance to win the game. And I think Chromagus might have been the turn to do that, because going into this turn, it looks like Kalento would be dropping Emperor Thorson no matter what. So then he gets to duplicate the draw, drop the Shield Maiden, and then Shield Slam this Emperor Thorson afterwards. And that would have been actually looking like a pretty good shape, because the Chromagus is a threat. It will just generate a ton of card advantage.
And he would have gotten a shield
block too. I think that Radlack missed that one small opportunity to really win this game. And that is tough to look at.
Yeah. And he is going to be able to survive, though. He's going to be able to put himself out of range. And Justicar Trueheart might give him maybe even another small chance. But at the moment, Kalento just has reduced combo in his hand. If he draws an Innervate, he can go with the ever so scary double Force of Nature Savage Roar, which is a ton of damage. That's 6 Treants. That's 24. What was that? 26 damage from Force of Nature, double Force of Nature Savage Roar.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, gosh, that's a rough turn. I don't know direct answer to this, though.
You can Astro Drake. Maybe pick up something that can answer. Even if he doesn't, he can still play stuff. He can play the Druid of the Claw still. He can play Pilot of Shredder plus Hero Power still. So there's a lot of options still left for Kalento.
Nothing gets picked up. It's not too good. I mean, the 6/3 is going to actually get some value this turn unless Kalento decides to Force Nature, which even that I think is some pretty decent value.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just charging the 6/3. Preserve your Azure Drake. Oh, he's going to go face. I like this play. I like going for face here. I really do. So this puts Radlack in his position where he continues to threaten the life total should he want to use the Gore Howl, which the Gore Howl is basically the way he's getting back into the game here. If he was going to get back into the game. So I like the extra pressure here from Kalento.
And this is the turn where Radlack can play the Chromagus and not die to combo.
Unless the combo's discounted. I mean, he knows that Kalento has 6 discounted cards left in his hand.
Yeah. All right. He's going to be able to armor up, bring himself back up to 16. Innervate ends the game. Keep the Vigoro, however, does not.
It does silence that Chromagus, though.
Yeah. But what does he do after that is the question. You can play Loatheb. But that gets both of those get traded into once again. But I don't know if you can allow the Control Warrior to get multiple turns out of a Chromagus, or at least even one turn out of a Chromagus. So I think you have to silence it or deal with it, and silencing seems like the better option. But oh wow, just gonna go for the Dr. Boom into the Pilot Shredder, load up the board. He's saying, well, you can have one turn of Chromagus, but hopefully I just kill you, so it doesn't even matter. Double Sludge Belcher.
He's facing down so much damage, though. I mean, he doesn't have a way to actually clear off too much of the board, so I mean, the Sludge Belcher definitely does some work here. So Shield Slam on the Dr. Boom. It's 20 life. Play the Sludge Belcher. Where does the Chromagus attack?
Face.
He actually might be able to live if he just plays Sludge Belcher. Like, what if he plays 2 Sludge Belchers? Is that ever a possibility here?
That's a lot of attacks that you have to use to get through double Sludge Belcher. A lot of attacks. That's not where you wanted it to go.
Oh my gosh.
That's not where you wanted it to go.
Okay, that one only hits for 1.
All right.
So-
Well, I still think that. Wait, can he get through? That's a really awkward. You can keep her 1.
He might be one off lethal. I don't know. Let's take another. So the play I initially saw was silence, swipe, and savage roar, but that's not enough to push through. You're actually leaving Radlac at 1 HP then. So if you force your savage roars instead, 4-2, 4. You can't split the damage.
No, silent swipe and savage roar does it.
Oh, because the 1 extra damage from swipe. I wasn't counting the extra damage from swipe.
Yeah,
that does do it.
Yeah, so that is going to be it. So a good spot here from you initially. You just second guess yourself, and Clento as well.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
it's way over lethal.
He can actually get through.
I did this all kinds of wrong. I think I would have missed lethal this turn. Like if I had the full 75 seconds to think about it, I think I would have missed lethal that turn. Good spot from Clento on that one. That's why he has over $100,000 in cashes.
Yeah, it could be a little bit crazy with the reductions from Thorstein. But that's Clento taking a 2-0 lead. Only warrior left remaining, and Radlac just can't find a win with that control warrior deck. And now we're going to move into control warrior versus control warrior. And it's going to be Radlac's minion heavy version versus Clento, who I'm sure is running a more standard removal focused version of the control warrior. So I think the greedier list usually wins out in this scenario.
I mean, Gorehouse certainly does some work in this matchup. The question here to me is, I mean, we've seen a lot of removal from Radlac. He's not necessarily just more minion heavy. I feel like he's a lot less early game oriented and a lot more late game oriented. And that's where he's been struggling, was just in his early game. I mean, he's been getting kind of run over, and just answering, and not really having time to play any of his threats. In this matchup, you typically have time because the one thing the Warriors don't do very well is pressure you.
Yeah. Seems like he doesn't run Revenge. It seems like he only runs one copy of Brawl. No Acolytes of Pain, I don't think. He puts like Fierce Monkeys in that 3 slot instead. But Powdered Shredders.
Ooh, Harrison Jones. I was just about to ask if Harrison Jones was in Colento's deck. And he knows to say that for Gorehowl. I mean, that's another thing, too, is he's seen so much of Radlac's deck at this point that he knows he can hang on to the Harrison Jones for Gorehowl.
Does he want to draw? Is the thing. And the answer is going to be no. He doesn't want to get the extra draw. So I think that's a smart play. And he knows that fatigue could be a possibility in this scenario.
Yeah, it's a really interesting turn.
Despite over Fiery War Axe. I guess he just wants to be able to answer whatever comes out the next turn.
Here we go. It's going to force the card draws. That's gotta make Colento pay attention to this point now, because when your opponent makes that kind of play, they obviously have some sort of plan in mind. It's not like they're just attacking your Acolyte, going, "Oh, I could have hit it with Despite. My bad."
My bad.
He's got some, like Radlac has thought of something this game. And so Colento's going to take his time to figure out exactly what he needs to do to offset that and try to get an advantage from this attack somehow.
Brawl.
This turn.
I'm just throwing options out there. Get rid of your Acolyte of Pain.
I'm
Or
thinking
his
more
Mana
like
Addict. Either way,
Sludge Belcher?
win-win. Yeah, Sludge Belcher works too.
Fine. We'll play it normally.
Sometimes you just got to play off the wall a little bit, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I can take the hit.
Shield Maiden looks great on this board. Colento. Oh, early Justicar is so
That's
good
what
in this matchup. That
Yes,
makes Colento
it is.
scratch his head. I've never seen any emotion from Colento.
The biggest reaction you'll ever see from a draw from a single man. And he's going to go ahead and get rid of the Acolyte of Pain. And Justicar True Heart. You still want to play it on an empty board. Not to protect it, but just to... Yeah, I guess to protect it. That's the right way to put it.
I think he's protecting his Sludge Belcher more so than he is protecting the rest of his board. Plus, he does want to get rid of the Acolyte. He wants to have space in hand as well to be preserved. Answered by an early tank up from Radlac now. We got a game, boys. Get ready to tank up!
Oh, tanking up.
It's my favorite thing to do.
This weekend, 128 players will propagate themselves and tank up their way to a potential $10,000.
No holds barred tank up match.
The One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Major live from PAX East.
I'd buy tickets to that.
Sunday,
Every-
Sunday, and Friday and Saturday.
I want to see best of 7 tank up matches. Like, you can only play tank up warrior.
Just like hundreds of people hard mulliganing for Justicar Trueheart and Elite Starseeker.
Yeah, pretty tough turn. Like, yep, Harrison Slam. Does draw cards from Harrison, which is a little bit rough on him. Clento's definitely going to end up drawing a lot more cards than Radlac has this game, but it looks like he's also going to have a board presence to couple with that, which means repetitive damage. And if he can keep Radlac's life total from getting out of control, the extra card draws could be enough to continue to solidify that board presence and stay ahead, and make sure that when they get to those mirror match scenarios, that it doesn't get out of control for him. Now, that being said, he does Harrison into a Despite instead of into a Gorehowl. And so, I mean, this is basically Clento's ticket to launch the assault. I mean, I can't imagine a world where he doesn't play Justicar Trueheart this turn.
Yeah. Gotta start getting those tank ups going.
And he's hitting for 6 this turn as well. Plus, threatening 12 more on board. I mean, this is Radlac's going to have to do something to answer this. And we saw him brawl last time there were 3 minions on board. I'm curious if he's thinking the same thing here. Yeah. 2 brawls in hand. Pretty easy one, I'd say.
Yeah, so he does run double brawl. Okay. So, yeah, looking a lot more like the removal version, just cutting out that early game, like you mentioned. Also cutting out the cycle, which is a big thing to note. And going to keep grinding away. Artsy for Farm could be a big deal in this matchup. It's going to be tough to say, depending on the situation. But he also has Chromagus. He also has... What was the other big bomb that he put in the deck?
Nefarian.
Yeah. So Nefarian could also... It's basically just card advantage as well. You get 2 cards. Those cards can be really impactful. You can get double Shield Maiden. You could get Grom Hellscream. There's lots of things. Oh, no, sorry. You could get spells.
So many
You could
damage.
get Shield Slam. You could get Bash. It's getting late. Mine's slipping.
Knees weak, palms are sweaty.
Yeah. He's weak, brain is sweaty. So Gorehowl still putting in work.
Very clean attacks to this so far. The life total, I'm not sure it matters just yet. Like, I feel like he's right on the verge of it mattering a lot. But he's got so many top-heavy cards in his hand, or in his deck, rather, that I wonder if that's going to be the tiebreaker. I mean, the greedier player in these matchups does often win. It's, like, really easy to just plow out threat after threat and not really worry too much about it.
But yeah, finally finding a big game target. This matchup, it just seems like Kalento is going to have so many dead draws. He's definitely going to be hoping for at least Starseeker pretty early on to sort of fight back on the board. But he knows this deck, and he knows that he's going to have answers for those big threats that Radlac's going to throw out. So maybe he'll even hesitate on the Golden Monkey, just because he needs to have answers. He can't just rely on good legendaries to fight back on the board. Because legendaries that you choose to put in your deck are usually better than random ones. Yeah. So you want to find a good balance between, making sure that you have removal for those big threats.
I think I would have liked to see Radlac not play the Fierce Monkey this turn, just because it's such an easy trade for Kalento.
Yeah.
And Elise gets found too.
Yeah, that Fierce Monkey basically just dies to the Big Game Hunter, which, I guess you're trading a 3-mana minion for 3-mana minion, but that 3-mana minion also took out your Archdeep for Fawn. So,
which gave you a timepiece. Advantage Radlac.
Yeah. So Kalento is finding his important cards in this matchup in a pretty timely fashion. He found his Justice card within a reasonable amount of time, and now he found his Elise Star Seeker in a reasonable amount of time. So he's in a good spot. I don't know, this matchup's hard for me to predict because it's just hard to tell whether or not Radlack's going to have the oomph to get over sort of that removal and golden monkey mark.
This is going to attack with his Gorehowl. Play Shield Maiden and keep tanking up.
Mm-hmm.
So Gorehowl at this point has been kind of dwindled away. Yeah, God, Kalento's hand this is looking rough. I mean, he may slam here to not draw a card. But, now he's played Elise. I mean, I've heard this a lot from some players recently, too, where just power cycling to the Elise to the map is a better play than trying to win the long game.
Yeah.
Like, just getting the legendaries early and being able to play them and get stuff out of them puts a lot of pressure on your opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, so he might as well just equip this Fire War Axe. Start getting it out there. Start chipping away at the armor total. But what are both these guys going to do for the next couple turns? They both have just dead hands.
Just going to tank up.
No minions. It's basically just going to be, tank up pass. Acolyte of Pain's dead. Slam's dead. The Executes are dead. The Brawls are dead. You already have a weapon equipped, so Death Spite is dead. Oh, man. Revenge is dead. It's basically just going to be wait for the map. Or wait for a big threat. If you're Radlack.
Keep tanking up. Gosh, I love watching this. I don't know why. Like this is so exciting to me for some reason. I just love watching tank up.
Normally in Hearthstone, as the game goes on, one player gets closer and closer to victory. But in Control Warrior versus Control Warrior, both players get further and further apart from victory. It's a crazy thing.
Ooh.
That's really nice. Allows him to cycle through, puts that golden monkey in his deck, and Dr. Boom!
I don't know. Can he pass up a tank up here, though?
I don't know about that. He's seen one brawl. As far as he knows, Radlack doesn't run a second brawl. He's only seen one at a time. So he could think that Dr. Boom is going to be good here. But also, it's not that threatening. He knows that it's going to get removed because Radlack's been tank up passing. But what else are you going to play it? I mean, it's just like eventually you got to throw it in there.
Varian gets drawn. The problem with the Varian here is that he put 10 cards in his hand, so actually the space in his hand mattering quite a bit here.
Yeah. So I guess what do you even want to pick up from the Nefarian? Bash?
It's more just because it's an 8/8. Forces something and you can get spells from it. I still think there's just damage matters. Like being able to just, when you're doing nothing instead to do something, those points of damage eventually add up. And a lot of it comes down to the deck size. So if we could get a glimpse of how many cards are left in each player's deck, that'd be really nice for now. But in the meantime, it's going to be attack with Gorehowl, set Death Spite, and tank up!
He still needs to empty his hand a little bit more if he wants to play Nefarian. Because if he just plays one card a turn, he's going to perpetually be in the same spot.
I mean, he does have to work towards the Nefarian. That's not much of a question about that.
Yeah. You're right. He couldn't pass up the tank up. Absolutely right is what happened last turn. And there's Cro-Magus. But without a way to cycle, he can't guarantee that he's going to get recurring value from Cro-Magus or even a single turn of value out of Cro-Magus or a single card of value. Doesn't even have enough room in his hand to be able to use either Nefarian or Cro-Magus.
Wow, hanging on to the big game hunter here. This tanks the 7 damage. I don't mind taking the damage here, but I think I'd like to see the big game hunter. I guess he wants to kill the boombots and have big game hunter for a different threat, but how many, outside of Grom, are there really any other threats? I mean, maybe he's holding it in preparation for a big golden monkey play.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah.
Really thinking about the long game potential here. Maybe it's a bit greedy, but
what's the value of the average legendary going to give you? Is it going to be more than that? It doesn't seem like it.
No, you're bound to hit one though.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if your opponent doesn't have any minions that you hit with
I can take the hit.
with Big Game Hunter off a Golden Monkey, I would venture to say that that's a pretty bad Golden Monkey.
Yeah.
It's a lot of 3/4s and King Muklas and stuff.
Could be a lot of 6/8s.
You can actually even kill stuff if they play King Mukla. You just double banana it.
Yeah. Does have a clean removal here. Radlac doesn't have nearly as much health to work with, but he does have a lot more cards, and he is going to play Cro-Magus, so you know he's just throwing it out there to get killed, which doesn't feel great. But what else is he going to do? He can't bait out the removals any other way.
Well, that's the thing about it is that with the way that his deck is constructed, I think he's hoping that he eventually sticks the last threat. Like the Kalento just uses a bunch of removal on threat after threat after threat, and then eventually can stick one to the board.
I don't think he even has enough threats. I mean, we saw Grom, we saw Nefarian, we saw.
Have you seen Elise?
I don't think we've seen Elise from Radlac's deck, which scares me a little bit because if he doesn't have Elise, he's just not going to have a win condition. Kalento can just wait until he's used all his removal on all of this stuff, and eventually he's just going to fill his hand with legendaries. Double Crush?
Those are okay.
Yeah, basically just removal. Single target, hard removal.
Yeah, but I think I'd like to see him swing there with the Fiery Orax as well. He's got a second one in his hand, and he's coming up on a turn where he does need to be aware of his hand size.
Yeah, got to start denting that 71 health eventually.
You do have to still kill him. He has to die some way.
He does. Doesn't feel like it's possible right now, but it does have to happen. There is a chance. What's the maximum turn timer? Is it 50?
I don't know.
There's a maximum turn timer.
I've never personally encountered that, as I mostly play Face Hunter and Druid.
It's almost impossible to reach unless you are
Deliberately doing it.
Yeah.
Just execute, no surprise.
Yeah.
And we've breached the 50 armor total now.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get to the 100 health mode.
Steel bunker built around Kalinta's face.
You just have to play Timepiece.
You skip a tank up.
Yeah, but you discard a card. You either play Big Game Hunter or you over-equip your Fire War Axe. I guess you can just over-equip your Fire War Axe. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Timepiece has a bit more value.
So that's the reason I would have liked to see the swing last turn. Is this was so likely to be the case, but a minor loss.
There's the monkey.
I think he's playing it. He's got so many cards left.
Yeah, and he can just sort of tempo Radlac out. He's got so much health to work with. But Radlac has so much removal. Double execute, double shield slam, Big Game Hunter, brawl, double crush.
What now?
Yeah, deck size is going to matter a lot here, I think. But the life total matters a lot too. I mean, Kalenta's, even if he's behind in fatigue, I think he could potentially win this still. Like just from the fatigue war, I mean, not necessarily just from like being able to play stuff and attack.
Yeah.
See if he rips it this turn. I think I'd like to see him use it.
Well, he knows he's tanking up.
Yeah,
I guess he's going to wait a bit longer. Maybe see if a threat's going to come out. Oh, he does have Elise Starseeker. Oh, man. That changes everything. Now it's like who can hold out the longest. Like if you play Golden Monkey first, then your opponent has the removal. So it's such a it's such a I don't even know. It's a back and forth battle here. It's so mind gamesy because they both have hands full of removal. This is going to be crazy. Kalenta does have a substantial health lead though, and does have the Golden Monkey, so has that option a lot sooner than Radlac would. Such a tough play. Like I don't know if he's statistically more likely to come out on top if he plays Monkey first and just pushes through the removal. He might just wait. I think he has the health total. He could just wait for fatigue. Like you said, deck size matters here. If Kalento's, even or even just a little bit behind on fatigue, he can just go for the fatigue game and just hold on to his monkey until the very last moment.
Yep.
But if he's behind in fatigue by a good amount, it's hard for me to see the decks from this point of view. Then he might have to play the gold monkey. He's actually almost out of cards. So I think he still has an extra turn. Like he still has a draw in it. He has 9 cards, so he has 1 extra turn to sort of sit and evaluate. He has 1 extra turn to just tank up and see what Radlack's going to do. But
and that's something to note is that if Radlack's not really doing anything, you are threatening a card burn, which I think has been Kalento's plan for quite some time here.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's better than just having an extra turn to play legendaries.
Yeah. I think he's just worried about the removal, but Kalento realizes that he might not be able to do it, so these legendaries are going to make a big deal. He needs a lot of super impactful ones.
2 Iron Juggernauts!
Oh, man.
Oh, mama. That's a lot of damage.
And an Onyxia. Just Scar Trueheart. He can refresh his tank up.
That's an extra 20 damage that Kalento's going to get. That's a big deal.
That might be...
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What if Radlack draws, map to the Golden Monkey, and gets the Golden Monkey before the Burrowing Mines hit?
It turns the Burrowing Mines into legendaries.
And Kalento's got 1 card left in his deck. Radlack has
is that how it works? Does it turn
effectively 5. It has to
the
turn,
mines
right?
into legendaries?
It's a card in your opponent's deck. It's a card in your deck.
Yeah. Wow. So there's a chance that those mines could be completely negated. There's also a chance that he could just draw mines now. And Radlack's going to be forced to brawl. Might as well get the brawls out of the way first, I suppose. And Iron Juggernaut comes away from it. So brawl ends up being a single target removal in that scenario.
Shield slamming. Kalento's going to start doing something. Brahm's the
And a
last
Grom?
card, and he's got a
Whoa!
death set up.
Does he feel like he's okay with getting rid of the Death Bite, though? Does he want to wait until something is played from Radlack? There's a Fierce Monkey. He's been paying attention. He knows that there's 2 because Radlack has played 2 in their earlier matchups. But that's a lot of, you have to be paying super close attention to make that type of read. So it looks like, he's going to hold on to it. He's just going to play the Iron Juggernaut. Radlack's like, oh, man, that's not good. 2 Burrowing Mines in his deck. I don't know how many cards he has left, but that has to be pretty likely for him to draw it.
That's no good.
That's 7 cards. Yeah, that's why Kalento went ahead and played the Golden Monkey. He realized he was too far behind in fatigue. He has to keep these legendaries going if he wants a chance to win this game. He's got a huge life total. The life total doesn't matter if all of his stuff is just going to keep getting removed. I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Radlack still has Big Game Hunter. He still has Timepiece. He still has Shield Slam. Both executes and a Crush. And who knows if he has any more removals still left in his deck. But no matter what he has, and you have to think 2 of those 7 cards are Burrowing Mines, so pretty inconsequential. And Shield Box, at this stage in the game, you don't really want to use them because you'll gain 5 health to get yourself closer to fatigue and potentially deal 10 damage to yourself. So those are dead cards, but
I don't know how Kalento wins this game. I really don't. I mean, I guess it starts right here in the hope. There's just no way that this is getting through more than 10 damage, so I'm just going to actually remove with it.
He just doesn't have a way to deal recurring damage. He doesn't have a Malorn. He doesn't have an Anubarak. He just doesn't have sort of those infinite cycled legendaries. He doesn't have any super impactful ones either, even like a Deathwing, I guess, for like an emergency scenario. He just uses only instant burst card, so... Oh, man. That's not what you want to see. Looking pretty grim.
Forced to use Death Bite at this point. Oh, and no legendary this turn other than the Tink Master. Red Life draws. Dr. Boom. I mean, they all look good at this point.
Oh my goodness.
Half of his deck is Burrowing Mines right now.
And the other half, and he's got 2 burrowing mines, a map.
And a second Brawl?
No, he's used both brawls.
He's used both? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the last card is.
Yeah, I don't think Kalento wins this. I think he drew too many cards this game.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way. Too far behind on fatigue. That health total is not going to last long once he starts getting into those fatigue turns.
Yeah, it's going to be Onyxia here. Oh, there's the first Burrowing Mine. Drawn to the second one in a row.
Nope.
No. Wait.
There's the map.
I think you go for the map.
Yeah.
You can convert that Burrowing Mine into a legendary instead.
You either draw the burrowing mine. You draw the burrowing mine from the map. Might as well get it out of the way now.
It's like a Band-Aid. Just right off.
Yeah. He's got plenty of removal. What's it going to be? All right, it's a Sludge Belcher.
There you go. Wait. I was going to think this one over for a bit. I do like Shield Slam on the Onyxia, I think.
Yeah.
It looks like he wants to execute, though. I don't mind the execute either, because the execute, that's like one of the cards that could potentially be dead in your hand.
Yeah. You need something damage in order to do it. And pushing the 7 base damage, and Kalento's just going to get pushed out of this game. No way for him to win with the cards that he has. And he goes ahead and concedes an hour later. I don't know how many take-ups we saw in that match, but I don't think I want to see any more. But Kalento's still going to find a way to win with the Control Warrior.
Bring him on.
Yeah, Radlack has Shaman left and Warlock left, but we've seen a lot of Warlocks today. I can't quite remember which one Radlack was playing. We did see him play earlier, but having trouble calling it.
I believe it was a Zoo build.
Okay.
No, I was wrong. This is the one it was. It was the Malagos version.
Yeah.
It was his opponent that I think it was playing Zoo. Toaster was playing
yeah.
Zoo, I believe.
Yeah, Malagos Warlock.
Yeah, so here we go. This matchup kind of an interesting one, where if the Malagos Warlock can keep pressure and get to a very clean Emperor turn with Malagos and lots of burn spells in hand, they can really deliver that damage that they need to win this game. But if it goes too long, there's a point where Kalento can reach those armor totals where Radlack just won't have the damage to kill him.
Yeah. I said this earlier. It's sort of like a mid-range deck, the Malagos Warlock. Sort of like Druid, but with a lot more dead cards than Druid and a lot less consistent of a combo. So you have a few things that make it a little bit better. Like against super control decks, the inevitability is always there because you can go through taunts and things like that, and the maximum potential damage is quite a bit more. But you sacrifice the consistency of the deck, and like you said, if you can play those Twilight Drakes, if those Twilight Drakes stick, if those Azure Drakes stick, if those Blackwing Corruptors stick, and you can get that chip damage in, and you can close the game out before those armor totals get too high, then yeah, I tend to agree. I think that this matchup can go in favor of the Malagos Warlock, but it's all about that mid game. I feel it's all about that mid game.
Wow, I'm really surprised that Radlack chose not to Corruption his Acolyte this turn. I mean, the Warriors' card economy is going to struggle versus life tap and just efficient minions this game. So one of the ways he can stay in with it is just by drawing cards from Acolyte. Now that being said, he does have a Twilight Drake, which is obviously contesting Acolyte pretty well. So a little bit of an interesting play there. I think I would have gone for Corruption, but I don't blame him for holding on to it, looking for a bigger target with that.
Yeah. But
Sludge
Kalento's
Belcher,
coming
no
out
surprise.
pretty well too.
Yeah, this is another thing that the Warriors kind of free to do in this matchup. They know that it's Malagos, is they can kind of extend to the board and just push for damage.
Yeah.
Get a big enough of a lead, you can very easily keep it.
And Radlack's cycling through
two
double
Soulfires, too.
Soulfire. Huh. It's not a common inclusion, but this deck has not been common. Because he didn't play 2 Dark Pillars, right? He only played 1 and got the corruption from it. Or did he get the second Soulfire from a Dark Peddler?
Nope, that's two Soulfire. It's two natural
Two
Soulfires.
Soulfires. All right. Well, we'll see if that's going to work out for him. It makes his potential burst quite a bit higher because if an Emperor Thorsan comes down, that means both are 0 mana. But it feels like it's going to be hard for that to happen.
Yeah, really tough spot here for Galento. I mean, nothing clean this turn. Like punch face and play a Shield Maiden. Yeah, maybe he's thinking about revenge.
Mm-hmm. Draw a card, evaluate from there. Revenge doesn't really, if he doesn't draw into like a removal though, the revenge doesn't really do too much. Basically just allows him to draw. And it looks like he is just going to armor up and punch face. Maybe hope that Radlac extends onto the board, gives Kalento a better brawl.
Yeah, Sludge Belcher's going to do very nicely here.
Yeah. And this is that mid-range board where we were talking about. And with 2 brawls, I don't know if you're going to get much better for the first one here.
Well, the big problem with this is if he doesn't brawl this turn, there's a threat of Loatheb from Radlac. And, you know, I mean, maybe the Doctor Boom just looks better overall, but a lot of the Malygos Warlock builds, they run 2 copies of a big Game Hunter in their builds.
Yeah.
Big Azure Drake. I'm sorry, big Twilight Drake lives.
Yeah, it's not what he wanted to see. Worst outcome there, especially since now he just doesn't have a way to deal with it. So it's going to keep getting recurring damage. It's going to knock off the armor as well. So Radlac's sitting in a good spot.
Brand Coin Loatheb does not look too bad here.
Basically locking out all spells and also pushing quite a bit of damage. You're starting to get close even without Malygos with the double Soulfire.
Goes with Earth Ring instead. That's going to almost certainly be a second brawl from Kalento at this point.
Yeah. I'd say so. Harrison Jones doesn't get too much value in this matchup. Draxus is not a card that you run.
Yeah, if he'd played the Loatheb, he would have been able to follow with Azure Drake and Earthring Farseer the turn after as well.
Yeah.
And also potentially just trade your stuff into whatever Kalento had played this turn. Like, say Dr. Boom was on the menu instead, because he wouldn't have access to spells, or even just Shield Maid at that point. And instead, second brawl. And you can see him kind of really, really affecting him on that one. He's like I didn't expect second brawl. And the brand does live, though.
Huh.
This is very likely to force another spell from Kalento here.
You really want to use a Shield Slam or a Revenge? I guess Revenge doesn't have much in this matchup. So I think he could part ways with a Revenge, but just to kill off a Bran, you're giving up so much card advantage over to Radlac if you do that. And that means you won't have Revenge to... Oh, looks like he's going to do it. That feels pretty painful. He was hoping for something that he could kill a lot easier than that to come out of that brawl. But now Radlac is free to just flood the board. Not that he can so much this turn, but Emperor is going to unlock so much damage if he draws into it.
Yeah, I mean, leaving the brand up is just so scary. I mean, your opponent has access to Corruptors for 6, Azure Drake for 2 cards. Just so much good stuff.
Well,
I'm a little bit surprised by that one. It's the second time we've seen Radlac play a Temple BGH, though, so it's something he's clearly not afraid to do. And if you're in Kalento's spot and you see your opponent draw this many cards and they just play a big Game Hunter, are you thinking to yourself, maybe he just has a second one and that's why he did this?
I guess so. It could be a possibility. But maybe he just doesn't think that a 7 attack is a good choice for Kalento going into the next turns. Maybe he doesn't think it's a possibility. I'm not sure. Radlac could, if Kalento doesn't armor up this turn, potentially draw into like lethal with that 1 spell power on board. If he draws into Dark Bomb, that'd be, 18 damage from hand with 8 on the board would be 26. So maybe he's thinking he needs to start applying pressure. And Kalento just looks scared, yeah.
Okay, definitely need to respect the Azure Drake, no question about that. Wow, shield slamming the big game hunter. That feels like a great trade for Radlac.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Okay.
another Azure Drake, why not?
Yeah. They can coin out a 5-drop as well. Azure Drake will get him closer to Emperor Thorsan, which is what he needs to unlock so much burst damage. I feel like he's done a good job of sort of keeping Kalento in check with the health total. Not letting that get out of control. Still making sure that he's going to have room to be able to close out the game with Malagos. Zombie Chow. Not really what you want to see.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be coin 5-drop. Which 5-drop, though? I mean, does he just take the damage here, or does he play the Lothab? I mean, Lothab feels like it's still pretty decent here. Yeah, this is going to open him to Execute and Dr. Boone this turn now. Which I'm still not certain that Kalento feels comfortable playing Dr. Boom here. I mean, you saw Tempo BGH. I'm guessing this would be a turn where you probably have to go. You have to go for something. And Dr. Boom is just—it's not even that bad into BGH. Like, you're still gonna have the boom bots left over with. So this just has to be the play. And Lothab actually would have prevented this from Radlac. But now he actually doesn't have an answer to Dr. Boom. Like, he does not have a second BGH in his hand. I think Kalento is anticipating a second BGH even.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Radlac is so hesitant to throw out to not so hesitant to throw out to Lothab. There's been actually a couple good turns now. We could have seen the Bran Lothab turn earlier to protect his board and lock out that brawl. Last turn we could have seen that Lothab to maybe he didn't want to get thrown into the Despite, but that would have mean he would have had 1 minion stick on the board, or Kalento would have had to spend his entire turn removing it, which would have given him initiative to play the Blackwing Corruptor the following turn if he wanted to do that. So I don't know. What is he waiting for with this Lothab? It just feels like it's getting worse and worse. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a specific swing play that he's waiting for where he's going to plop the Lothab down along with it. But
it looks like now he's going to eat 7 damage at least. Let's draw some big game hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he gets Soulfire along with it, but then he risks discarding the. Oh, he's going to Soulfire.
Uh-oh. This could be a big discard. Okay, Dark Bomb is
Still bad to lose.
Yeah, he wanted to lose anything but Malagos plus the burn spells. I mean, I guess he still has Hellfire, but Hellfire, unless you get multiple turns from Emperor Thorsan, cannot be comboed with Malagos.
Yeah, now Kalento is going to start generating an advantage off of this. I mean, the tables have turned at this point. Now Kalento's the one in the lead.
Yeah, and he's got minions to follow this up. Radlac's used Bran Bronzebeard, so like Bran heal bot is not a thing anymore. And Radlac's win condition has been sort of cut in half. And so many dead cards now. Look at this. Lothab just gets traded into. The effect is pretty much lost. You can play Corruption and tap. You can tap, play Corruption, and wait a turn. But you're taking an extra 5 damage. Still hasn't found the Emperor Thorsan. But now that his 2 of his burn spells are gone, Emperor Thorsan doesn't even do much anymore. He could, make his Soulfire cost 0 so that we can fit in an Iron Beak. I don't even know. Don't even know.
Yeah, at this point, his life tap is giving him the second card he needs to answer stuff, but his resources are dwindling out. And so this was all kind of happened because he forewent the Lothab for 2 turns. He had 2 opportunities to protect himself from tempo swings, and didn't take either of them. And like you said, the effect is just lost now. And when you lose the Lothab effect, the reason you put it in there is so you can get the Lothab effect, not because it's a 5/5. If you just wanted a really good 5/5, Stranglethorn Tiger is much better. But now it doesn't do anything, and Kalento just is going to continue to take over the board. He knows that Radlac doesn't have BGH in his hand unless he's drawn it in his last 2 draws, or last 1 draw now at this point because one of these was anti-Keelbot. I mean, there's no way he's going to go Corruptor Soulfire on the Dr. Boom over BGH it. So the Grom might even be on the menu right now. Yeah, this is just another read from Kalento.
He saw how much he struggled to remove his Dr. Boom. He's only drawn 2 cards since then, and one of the cards that he drew, he played onto the board, which was the anti-kill bot. So he knows that there's a very small chance that Radlac picks up anything that can deal with this Grom Hell Screen. There is an Iron Beak Owl.
Iron Beak Owl
it takes away the 10 attack, which is pretty crucial, but it doesn't take away the body, which 4 attack over multiple turns is still a big deal.
Yeah, looks like he's going to Hellfire Mortal Coil. This is a lot of damage to take, and Colento's not slowing down. He's just got more minions in hand.
Yeah.
Woo! This is getting painful.
Yeah. And Colento's nowhere near dying, and has been through a lot of this mid-range stuff. There's second Dark Bomb. But now the maximum potential burst is Soulfire for 9 and Dark Bomb for 8, which is only 17 burst from hand with Malagos, which seems like a lot still, but against a control war it's not enough. So Raddak realizes this. He says, I'm going to have to win the old-fashioned way by fighting for board. And I just don't know if that's going to work out.
Yeah, Acolyte of Pain now. Colento going to be able to fight back with his own card economy. Just Raddak having so many utility cards. I mean, I recall answers, quote-unquote, the Acolyte of Pain here, but Colento's just, he's built a life lead. Second Twilight Guardian is going to be a big help, though. I mean, Colento is low on resources. So that's the one thing I think Raddak can take away from this, is that he might be able to still fight for the board and have enough left over that he can end the game before he just runs out of cards.
And it could get to a point eventually where Radlack's just able to play Malagos. Once enough removal has been expended, he can just play Malagos. Like, if he sees that second Shield Slam, and he sees Colento start to trade into the stuff that's on the board, just play it. You know, get that recurring 4 damage. You're not going to really use it for the spell damage anymore. You might as well just throw it down there and use the big body to your advantage. So we'll see how greedy Colento's feeling with that removal. But I can imagine that it's going to feel pretty good to just get that Twilight Guardian out of the way with a Shield Slam.
Yeah, it's still pretty tough. I mean, if you overcommit to, you can still very easily run it to like a second Hellfire and lose the rest of it, which is the last thing that he wants to happen right now, is to commit to the board and then have it all lost.
Yeah. He could also just bash the Iron Beak Owl and trade into 1. So that way he sort of isolates the second Twilight Guardian onto the board. And then he wouldn't have enough damage, though, to finish that last Twilight Guardian off. So he's going to play it patient, play it smart. Hold on to the Shield Slam for now. Doesn't want to be in a situation where... Ooh, Bloodsoul Corsair. I don't know if there's any weapons left. I don't know if he's been keeping track.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Jouster.
I haven't been keeping track, so I don't know. After a long day of play, it's a lot harder to keep track, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, it is.
Finally, Lothebs begins his assault. Colento's out of brawls, and he's pretty much out of options, too. I mean, this still looks like it's going to end up being enough to get it done. Does get actually some decent effect here from Lotheb, but...
All right, well, there's the Shield Slam. So that's sort of the go-ahead for Radlack.
Yeah, I mean, I think Malagos might just hit the board this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, Emperor Thorsan. Might as well just wait till the last possible minute. And now we could still use it for
one card left.
Whoa! That's a bold call, but, you know.
Giddy up.
He's a bold guy, it seems. That's really dangerous, actually. Tapping like that? Getting yourself closer to fatigue, you're at 7 health.
He's going to play the Bloodsoul Corsair, it looks like.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, not going to play it. Oh, that's a very welcome draw for Colento right now.
He can slam, execute, and bash the and just got Trueheart. Wow. This is going to be close. I don't know if...
I think you just bash the...
Bash the Emperor Thorsan, yeah. You need to execute with Malagos.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a thought in his mind right now. Like, bash and then play the Harrison Jones.
Yeah. That's true. He's almost out of cards, which means that he's only got probably a couple threats left. One of those is Malagos. You're right. I feel like you need to play... need to save that execute. Bashing off the Zamichar really doesn't accomplish anything. You gain, 8 health, but in the long run, that's not that much, especially since the Zamichar is only doing a couple. And Malagos could present a much bigger threat than that. We'll see what Kalento decides, but especially after drawing that Justicar Trueheart, knowing that he's going to have extra health gain during the next couple turns.
I wonder if he's even considering that, just Justicar and tank up. And then nothing second one happen. There's the execute.
All right. Well, he knows that. Maybe he thinks that there's no more burn left, so that Malagos will basically just be a 4-12. Maybe he thinks that there's not a second Soulfire. So he's out of cards. What is the last card?
Oh, you know what? That's a really good point. I bet he thinks there's not a second Soulfire in here, which is why he made this play. He's tracked a Hellfire. He's tracked 2 Dark Bombs. He's tracked the Soulfire that's happened. Unless a Soulfire was grabbed from Dark Peddler, which that Corruption has been in hand the whole game.
Yeah. So will Kalento have enough? He's going to be, after Justicar Trueheart's play, he's going to be gaining 4 health a turn. And even with all of Radlack's minions on the board, he's only going to be dealing 12, 13 damage a turn, so it would effectively be 9. And he's got Healbot, but he's going to be fatiguing next turn. He can't use Hellfire either, because Hellfire will deal 8 damage to his own face.
That's a good point.
So
that's something else I'm certain that Kalento thought about with the Malagos, is that if he Hellfires, it's actually a draw instead of a win.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think this turn's just Justicar. Got to get that out. Got to start tanking up. He's going to go to 43 health after this. So we'll see if Radlack can piece together enough, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's got to heal bot and just hope for the best.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, plus 9, 26 damage only this turn. If he casts everything.
Does he have lethal next turn? No, he won't. He won't have lethal next turn. So that's 2 more turns for Kalento. And he's going to be taking damage off the board as well. So that's going to be even less time that he has.
Yep.
So he's going to trade this in. So the corruption's not going to matter. I think Radlack's just going to... And if he plays... He has to play them at the same time.
That's a dead card right now.
Yeah.
Unless Kalento does Kalento have an execute left?
I don't think so. I think he's used both.
Hey, Deathbite's got to be welcome right now.
Yeah.
Just anything to remove consistent or continuing damage from the board.
Yeah.
I wonder if he can go that actually.
With face, so he's taking 2 fatigue damage next turn, so he could force it so that Hellfire would be a draw no matter what. If he uses Hellfire to kill him, it'd be a draw no matter what. But he is just going to take off that recurring damage. He's going to be eating 4 health a turn. There's 7 damage on the board, so effectively Radlack's only doing 3 damage a turn.
Yeah, I think Kalento locked this up, honestly.
Yeah, I think he did.
Like, didn't need execute for the Mal'Ganis, and I think this is everything that he was thinking about on that turn. Like, this had to have been calculated at some point. Like,
Yeah.
Kalento's like, if I just draw 1 answer, I'm going to be able to live.
Yeah, and he's got a bash, so...
Yeah, just revenge, attack face, and tank up. You take care of the last remaining threats. You have bash in your hand. Play Harrison Jones.
Yeah. Barf your hand, tank up, twirl around in your chair.
Yeah, doesn't even need to use revenge if he doesn't want to. I mean, he's got so many different ways to not die. All he has to do is present an obstacle. 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 8, 15 plus 9, 24 damage. Yep, still a little bit off. It looks like Radlack's going to just go for it here and end the game in Kalento's favor. Kalento's going to take this series 3-1. What a grueling battle this one was.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the patient play from Kalento ended up paying off. I think in the Warrior game is really the only spot where I felt like I had kind of an issue with what Kalento did. He ended up drawing too many cards, and what would have otherwise, I think, been a pretty easy win for him turned into a pretty convincing loss. And outside of that, though, playing the match very fantastic. So Radlack catching that in game number 3 as well, attacking the Acolyte with the 1-3 into the 1-3, just forcing Kalento to draw a card, I think, was a big difference in that single game.
Yeah, and that was over an hour and a half long series for a 3-1. So that was pretty crazy. And Kalento moving on to the round 64. We'll see him play tomorrow. But that was the last match of the day. So we are now officially done for the first day of the Hearthstone PAX East Major. So we have 2 more days to go, Saturday and Sunday. left remaining, so lots to go. Make sure, once again, you guys, we're still doing the Cyber Power PC giveaway. Head over to geico.onog.gg or click the link down below on the stream page in order to head to that website and enter in to win. Also, keep in mind, the next One Nation of Gamers 2016 Circuit Open happens in just a week's time, so on the 30th of April. So if you want to sign up for that, also head to that same website. So lots of exciting stuff still to come throughout the rest of the weekend and throughout the rest of the summer for One Nation of Gamers. But that's Admirable. We've had a fun day. Do you have any closing words that you'd like to give before we close it out for the day in preparation for tomorrow?
Thanks for everyone for joining us. Make sure you tune in tomorrow and on Sunday. We're going to crown a champion this weekend. 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points up for grabs, and still a lot of great players left in this field. You're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah, we want to give a big shout out to the sponsors that made this possible. GEICO Gaming, of course, the title sponsor, and then Video Game Voters Network. Also, CyberPower PC and DX Razer, and Asus Republic Gamers for providing the hardware at PAX East for these players to be able to compete in this tournament. Also, we'd like to give a big shout out to all you guys for tuning in today. We hope to see you back tomorrow. We will return at, I believe, 10:30 EDT, which is 7:30 PDT. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. Lots of stuff to look forward to. Thanks for watching once again, guys. Everybody here at the Hearthstone Major, presented by One Nation of Gamers. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.